Right, it's about who makes those mistakes and when those mistakes come through. And as you see those rounds kind of lay out, it leaves a lot of room for error there. So we're gonna have to see how these teams thrive in the moment. But for now, though, let's actually dive a little bit more into today's duelist matchup and hear from Yuriko, who showed us his raise earlier on in their last match.
I'm now joined by YU from WOL and Vera to do some translation here now. It was a very pleasant surprise to see your duelist come back. We've seen it in the past on the global stage. I wanted to ask you, how did you feel to be able to flex your duelist again? But also, if you play Raze today, Jing is your opposite number. What do you think about your Raze compared to Jing's?
在之前的国际赛事中，其实看到你是去操刀了非常多的决斗者的。那最近再次能够玩到决斗是什么样的感受？以及玩到雷兹的话，今天你的对手是静，你觉得你的雷兹和他相比是什么样的？
我觉得能在国际场上再拿瑞兹，其实很开心吧。就以前没有证明的事情，现在证明了吧。然后我觉得静他的雷兹确实一直都很厉害吧，所以我觉得我没有办法跟他比，所以他还一直都是最好的。
Hello, hello.
Very excited to play on Raze again on the international stage. Actually, I think I'm proving something I didn't finish like in the past. But speaking of the Raze combat with Jing, I say Jing plays better since he's such a big-time Raze player, highly skilled.
Oh, very humble answer. Thank you very much and good luck today.
Damn. The respect to Jing.
We all know that the slogan
Understandably so, though.
Has been track by track. And it's been a long road.
What's up, Twitch? What's up, YouTube? Sorry, I was figuring some things out. Can a pack of wolves derail an overspeeding train? Stay tuned to find out. They made a train animation. That's so funny.
Event of the year because kickoff was not the best for them, and of course we saw an event without them, even though Pacific got the win.
But then stage 1, it also started really rough, down 0-2 at this station, and then they pull through and make a change on the
And Mimi's very having the time of her life with this segment.
New player coming into the roster, controversially kind of breaking up the band, but then they have a massive turnaround, do well in playoffs, qualify.
I love that photo.
That whistle is very loud.
Forsaken.
And now the last station they've made it to is the top 3, rolling all the way through here, expressing their way towards what could be their last station. Can they pull into Union Station here in Toronto with a victory at this tournament? That's the question now.
This is sick. That's a good segment.
So the train has arrived. Have they arrived at the station? Because I saw the train there, but is that the PRX train?
I mean, assuming so. Although it's interesting because I'm using this train whistle for it, but that clearly looked like one of those high-speed trains.
The mag trains.
Where you don't need the
Mimi's.
Well, it didn't look like a steam train, which is all that would have a whistle like that.
Mimi's like the train expert on the desk. She's like, golden boy.
I think they've arrived in Toronto. They pulled into Exhibition Go. They're one stop away from Union, from making it all the way, winning Toronto. 3 people will have liked that. Let's move on.
Hey, but you know what? For those 3 people, that content's for you. This train content's for you. And if anything, PRX, they're in on it too, right? They've been feeling it. They've really been hitting these shots.
What's up? What's up? No ping? What do you mean, Steph? On Twitch? Or do you mean on Discord? Sometimes the bot it freaks out.
So far
it doesn't work.
Had a flawless playoffs run, going up against the likes of G2 and Sentinels. And as we're saying, even though sometimes they
Viscerov or Viscerov. Thank you with the tier 1 sub. Welcome, welcome. Appreciate the support. Thank you, thank you. Yeah, Discord bugged, whatever. Everybody's on the PRX train. I'm rooting for PRX today. I think Fnatic's still winning the tournament. But this first match, though, it's tough. I was this close to... It was this close to predicting wolves. Sarah, see, that's why I hesitated, because I was like, there's V's on both ends, so maybe Sarah's the name. You got me.
And now another step away from making it to a final.
Yeah, which is incredible. And of course, look, I mean, the gains aren't just happening on the stage. They're happening in the gym as well for Forsaken, as you can see in those biceps there. But
you're a prisoner of war from Sleet.
He has been keeping them in the game. And we always, Kakuka, attribute Forsaken for being just one
Sufat versus Forsaken, the hype battle.
So talented, but it's great to
I mean, this game should be great.
It doesn't matter what role he's playing. I agree.
I do think the map pool on paper favors Wolves, but I think that's a brilliant opportunity for PRX to do something, and that they're the team that could do something. I think.
That allows them to not go into OT and win the last map.
He's been known as a flexible player throughout his career, but now he's narrowed the agent pool a little here at Toronto, playing almost exclusively.
So he extorts his paper fans for subs to chat in his stream during PRX games. Imagine if that was just the Grandmaster plan all along. That'd be insane.
He's also improved a lot as a leader and as a teammate for
that would be actually insane. What's up YouTube? So PRX have Chobra Curse and Plat Chat guarantee against them. Oh yeah, I saw that Plat Chat all voted PRX.
Now you're one of the leaders of your team. Do you enjoy being a leader of this PRX train?
Enjoy, of course, because I mean, of course, it's gonna be hard for me to IGL and like get frag maybe at the same time, but I'll always trust my teams, you know. So even though I don't need frag, I just have to be a good leader, you know.
Even though I don't frag. Even though I don't frag, I just have to be a good leader. That's great.
Because here's the results of the MasterCard fan poll. We asked you guys which team you think is
Nearly every game has felt like a banger in playoffs. It's been a great playoffs. This tournament's been fantastic. It really delivered, I think.
Are on their road to glory.
I think the PRX has been leading most of our polls, if not all of them. But can you blame them? Absolutely not.
Yeah, I have to agree with the fans. Here are the predictions on screen. Every single one of
16-4 for Achilleos.
In this match, that is a shocker, but they are definitely a favorite.
Kakuka has failed. Kakuka has failed the zero prediction.
That is nuts. Okay. Well, it's not necessarily a Plat Chat guarantee, but you know, we avoided the fire.
There was one of those too.
We avoided the fire. All right, everyone, we're now in to the final weekend of competition here, and we got
I think I would love to see I would love to see PRX like play one of the maps they haven't yet, because I think they could pull off something crazy. See, like Fnatic, I have zero faith that they'll pull off something crazy, but PRX, and that could work against Wolves. Maps take a year to design, and new map lines up with 10's map design complaints. What is that about? Since the match hasn't started yet, let me look at it real quick.
It's been a while since we've been top 4, the last one being champions, LA. PRX were in the final and they end up losing to EG.
The little... The preview I saw, the mini-map of one of the bomb sites actually lines up with that, though. I don't think that's a...
I just think if we were able to get there, we know how to win the final. So I think G2 should step aside and let us handle things.
That one looked like you had more agency on retakes.
Years since Tokyo, that's the last time I played them.
Chronicles found Jorgamon. Fnatic's dynasty starts today.
We're excited to see what the new roster's about.
Balin is an IGL I respect a lot. He's young, but he's able to come up with great strategy, and he's able to command his teammates and take the lead at times.
Yinsu was was Yinsu the solo? Yinsu was the solo Fnatic predictor? Like outside of Kakuka trying.
But as I kind of grew into this role, going to all these international events, I kind of found.
Because Kakuka, we don't know if she's still trying to go for the 0 rate or not. That's crazy, man.
Maybe a little bit better than me, but I don't need it. I got my boys behind me. I don't want this to be an easy series. I want
Can you increase it a bit? This video is very soft, sorry. It's a lot softer than the desk.
我觉得刚开始的话，可能我们赢下出现对视准，可能大家会觉得我们是黑马。那我觉得到现在目前为止，我们该证明的也证明了，所以我相信大家应该对我们看起来是一支强队。
Oh my God! Wolves! They make it real! They've certainly made a believer of me now, Lauren.
对于我而言，我肯定相信我们自己的队伍，狼队一定是很厉害的队伍吧。但我觉得每个人想法不一样，我觉得你也可以继续保持你的想法，但我会证明给你看。
I think it's gonna be a banger match. Wolves, I hope we can yell at each other later on stage, and I hope we can make the match more entertaining.
Dude, the energy from PRX has also been good. Like it feels like they've really matured as a team. Like it's not just whimsy anymore. You know what I mean?
Can copy PRX play style. I think we're gonna be scarier. You like to play crazy? I will show you how to be crazy.
Damn. Oh, I think you would be very mistaken if you think Fnatic has a decent veto against G2. I think G2 absolutely crushes the veto. Literally on paper, chat, I am predicting Fnatic purely out of heart today. On paper, I do not think Fnatic should be winning any more matches against any of the teams remaining in the top 4. Like literally, they literally should be starting every match 0-1. And yeah, currently it's still true. The teams that lost, or teams that beat Heretics, they're the ones in the upper final. And they are lined up to either be first or third so far. Hey, what's up, Paradox?
It's one of the greatest underdog stories ever told on a global stage versus the uncrowned kings of Valorant. It's time for the upper bracket final and to decide who is one step closer to a Masters trophy.
PRX and Wolves have both gone on incredible runs, but it's a question of what a wolf is to a train. It feels like
yeah, I mean, but let's say even if G2 does ban Sunset, which I think they will float it, but let's say they do ban it. It's like, I think I don't see a map where Fnatic has a strong advantage against G2. Where I would say that G2 should have an advantage on Haven at the very least, assuming Pearl is obviously banned out. Lotus from PRX, the Lotus pick. And Wolves with the Ascent. Oh, I like it. I like it. I like that PRX was banning the Pearl here too. Leaves Split and Sunset as an option. Gives respect to the comfort that Wolves has on Pearl.
Both of the teams have picked the most. I think that it will be a very, very fair decider. But it all starts with Lotus and what these two teams can bring onto the table. We saw Wolves having a shaky start against Gen G. Is it going to be the same against the PRX that will probably be super hungry for that final?
And you can hear the crowd. And the moment certainly does not escape that.
G2 literally lost their Haven, but when you're talking about map strength, you can't just talk about whether a team won or lost. You should be thinking about how they're playing it and how they clearly intended to play it. The execution can still falter. Like obviously some teams are just really bad at executing forever, and then that's a weak map for them. But it's like historically, is it good or bad, etc.
I imagine most of the fans here cheering the names of the Wolves players, rooting on.
And I think Fnatic, just off the rip, their comp is more prone to you just have to frag your way out, right? And it's also not like a unique comp anymore, etc. And I think Viper is really good against that comp.
A fan favorite, the team that everyone wants to see make it to a final.
Very weird territory that we're in. Typically when
I wouldn't favor Fnatic on Split. I wouldn't favor Fnatic on Ascent, but I would say Ascent is just clearly one. I think Ascent is one of those anomalies where I think just the comfort of the two fraggers is so big that it can overcome it. I really like their Ascent comp, for the record, but from what they've shown so far, I actually don't think they abuse it enough. And that could just be because they're winning through frags alone, so who knows, but
PRX has been here before. They've made international finals before. They're comfortable on these kinds of
Even if
stages.
PRX ends at third place, I'm happy, to be honest. Improve. Oh, I mean, I think if you're a legit PRX fan, you should be happy about their performance so far, no matter what. I think they've really grown as a team. Like, this is a tournament where even if they get third or second, I think you look at it and be like, okay, but this actually gives me hope for the future. I guess second place would feel kind of bad, but yo, what's up, Kitty? Are you in the venue? I saw that you posted your sign. Forgot to be on the lookout for it on stream. We'll have to keep an eye out.
Getting into lurk positions, affecting the team's macro in these late rounds. I want to see PRX being proactive at re-clearing space, flushing out these lurks, not letting Spring get
That's
away
interesting. That's interesting, Sarah, because I say this as a diehard Fnatic believer this tournament, that I think G2 should absolutely crush them. I do think G2 hasn't been executing their in-game performance as well as I think they should have been, so maybe that's what's getting you, but I think, but if we're talking on paper, I think G2 should be absolutely dominating them on the map draft.
The style that they play, that slow, structured Valorant, I think it befits staying calm in these situations, but GB, this is going to be a big one for them.
Oh yeah, Toronto! Are you ready for the upper
I would favor Fnatic on Split and Haven because of the duelist, but I think Split makes more sense than Haven because Alpha ISO is finding a little trouble. Yeah, I would say out of those two, I would say Fnatic is probably feeling better on Split. You said that about G2 against PRX too. I also said that about Fnatic on their low record run, and they've been right. So, like, if we want to cherry pick things, then, you know, that's fine. I mean, that's why I'm emphasizing on paper. I'm not saying that's exactly how it's going to play out. I'm predicting Fnatic to win. But I'm just saying on paper, that shouldn't be happening.
To really disrupt that sort of gameplay.
And again, for PRX, I feel like everyone's looking like they're the underdogs in this. Oh,
which is crazy, right?
Hey, do you not remember them in Champs?
All right, well, for now, it's PRX Wolves chat. We'll get to Fnatic G2 after. I find it very interesting that PRX picked the Lotus. I think they're feeling really comfy with the improvements that something made on the Yoru. They saw that it was not a very comfy map for Wolves. Quite standard for Wolves, comp-wise as well. Ooh. Nice double swing there. Spring actually angled himself well, but it's a nice attempt from PRX. Just going on a timing.
He's actually relinquished all control here.
I mean, if it carries on in this fashion, Wolves...
So Devi has to back out anyway, and I think PRX, they're just saying, okay, let's go ahead, let's re-clear rubble. It's an, I mean, they were already kind of committing to that because Devi had to back out of C. And that way they know for a fact that they can just rotate fast. How deep do they check this, though? Ooh, yeah, that's a lackadaisical clear!
One was fine, the second's ridiculous. And now they've got a comfortable post plant. Remember all that utility the PRX put to clear out towards rubble. Now, not gonna have it. Gonna have to go back in, guns in hand. Nice from something, needs some more. A lot of bodies to clear just on the site. Wants to just cycle back up. See if that baby has got to.
That is rough. I mean, I think the moment that Jing died, the round was over.
Statement of intent from Wolves here.
Convincing start.
Yeah? Yeah, I mean, it feels like it. It feels like the crowd is good.
Try and find the timing. It's a massive investment. It looks a little clunky, sure, because they don't find anything, but has to dig out players like Spring, potentially Lysor, somebody.
People say Sen farmed the weakest region. I'd say PRX actually did with America's and EMEA. Might actually be true.
Just couldn't stand up to the task.
And I do want to kind of highlight something that was discussed earlier in the day, the fact that these at one point have been scrim partners too. Some real awareness between these two sides. So I'd love to see if we continue to see this, these gaps being found, these moments.
Prioritizing the orb nice and early. Just going for the easy clear with the nades. You're playing numbers anyway.
Reinvestment here from PRX, so just that sheriff for Devi. Otherwise, all classics. And so far,
you're going to be looking at Wolves going through the protocol list. Mike Wright, try and keep this clean. They can afford to lose Spring, but they probably wouldn't want to.
Sure. I mean, the riskiest.
He's going to check. They're already committing to C anyway, so Spring's just checking to see if they're actually sticking around. I think he does go a bit too far. I think the moment he got one contact, he should have just backed out. You already know that minimum you're matching numbers anyway.
And again, it's huge information. You've seen maybe two,
but I mean, but at the end of the day, the objective is there, right? He saw multiple, so it's like, okay, we know we can actually go in and now play long range outside of the site with the rifles. So the problem with this is they actually are not holding waterfall anymore, so they don't have a good exit back out.
As we're in a 2v2 and Juicy's down low, this is the danger.
Yeah, see, so they had to stay and fight. I think Wolves got a little greedy there. Big pickup on the Bulldog. He has an idea. Dude, oh my god, the gun fake was so good too. Siufat respects it, man. Siufat respects it. Oh my god. Dude, Forsaken actually. Oh my god. Dude, the respect from Siufat that's nice though. He knew exactly. He knew he got played. He knew he got played. But you know what's crazier, chat? 12th clutch for Siufat this tournament. But Siufat overall is having the right idea as well, that he's thinking, okay, if you're wrapping around, I need to make sure I'm not opening myself up to double angles. So he backs out slowly so he can just watch one angle. I mean, incredible round either way from PRX for sure. But Siufat 12 clutches. Also, Forsaken almost got him with the pistol throw.
I like the conditioning early on as well, Mike. It's been this kind of constant lead through towards C, a little bit of a default straight through middle, but they haven't really tested this A side. So again, if you're PRX, you're maybe trying to get a bit of a read into that as well, something you're going to start reacting to. Again, you look at the spread here so far.
You got to do a deep dive in Siufat's clutch. It's actually, honestly, a decent idea. There's just so many.
Comes in, doesn't quite catch YU towards middle, and Patman wants that information.
Pretty deep.
I mean, Something has some good forward aggressive position. He's got the wall as well, so he's feeling safe even without the gate crash. So the default positions are pretty good for PRX. You got to get out of there. Patman. Whoa, Patman. I think PRX might call an early timeout today, even if they win this. Not this round, but there's some disconnect here from Patman, like thinking it wasn't going to be fast, and then Patman getting shot, so Forsaken dives in. Thankfully, the rest of the team is right on point with surrounding the entire site, so it's okay, but it's not feeling as clean as it could be.
Siufat BB positioned as the late round piece here was played out of this because I'm sure it was Juicy. It was caught on the reload here. Really rough time before. Yeah, I mean, it's just nobody just comfortably.
No, I don't think they call it here. I'm just thinking. I'm just saying if we see more moments like that, if we see more moments where there's like a disconnect between 2 or 3 players. What do you say?
Just didn't find it. Juicy already on the show.
Then I think we'll see, but we'll see. You definitely don't call a timeout on that round.
Expect too much of a pace shift here, but I mean, on the talking about early round protocols here, PRX dealing with the turret nice and early here.
Yeah, Sarah, I am partnered with the Nongshim Red Force team as a watch party streamer. Thank you.
2 kills. This is that evolution to PRX we love now getting to watch, right? It's not just that mechanical.
Yeah, PRX has been standing up a lot, but like as a team, it honestly feels good just because it feels like they're in sync. He was, well, he was going for the smoke, and then I see. This is what I'm saying. There's a bit of a there's a bit of an old PRX coming out. Like if Forsaken's doing that, somebody needs to be covering him. Jing was weak, then Devi had to be covering him.
2 players caught sleeping, and the spike is there as well. All they needed to do was reinforce that hold.
I'm just, there's comms breakdowns going on for sure. They're not talking. They're not talking about what they're doing.
Just outside C.
It's not so much that they have differing ideas. I think they're just not calling out what they're doing. I think that's what happened in that previous round on B as well, where Patman's not calling that he's just going to back out, or Forsaken's not calling that we are going to all back out.
But it's Devi.
Yo, thank you for the hydrate reminder.
Problem is there's utility in the way.
Hold on. After this important moment. Oh. Ooh, he doesn't peek. They know they don't have to peek. Oh, well played by Lysor.
And a devastating mistake there from PRX. Credit to Wolves for re-engaging, but they cannot be dropping the
Still waiting on the mukbang with Persia.
I mean, this is exactly
It'll come. It'll come with time.
PRX being aggressive, picking apart this slow default and look for control, but here, I mean, both players.
China's always hacking like EMEA. I'm telling you, chat.
That is outrageous to see somebody caught off guard like that.
Whoa, Lysor with energy? Where's my... Dude, where's my friggin' meerkat? Not my Lysor.
They're not going to break off that. Alex might, but they won't. So PRX needs to kind of reignite a little
Alex needs to time out. Chat, this is what I was telling you, that it's gonna happen early if they don't clean it up. I think there is a chance that they call a timeout in the next round. We'll see how some of these fights go.
They've been doing what is necessary.
Even here, damage trade-off will come out on top. Weaken something. See, the purge is not there.
He knows they're... Oh, that Prowler. Very good.
Prowler will force something even deeper here.
Dude, look at the util clear. Excellent. Nano swarms on the site. Snake bite. Nades further back. And they're going for the lockdown.
I mean, PRX, you said it right. Those are the sort of
I think PRX is fine with this. I don't think... I mean, from Wolves' perspective, I'm always down for people playing it the guarantee. But this doesn't guarantee the round, it just guarantees the site. If they were going to do it, they should have placed it now. Okay.
Maybe a chance. It feels like it's dwindling. These opportunities
I mean, there's... Yeah.
As it looks like 4-1 will be on the board. Not waiting to see a timeout soon enough.
Dude, he tried.
Gotta get locked in. As this has passed them by here.
See if he can get out with a rifle.
Silver lining, the best they can hope for as Wolves off to the ideal start. Mike, look, I know all of us have been enjoying this Wolves run. I think most of us thought this is where it probably ends. But you could argue someone said that about Gen G too. But
yeah.
At 4-1, I'm paying attention.
I mean, this round didn't seem that much of a breakdown. It's just, you know, eco versus anti-eco. I wouldn't be surprised if there's a timeout, but I actually think Alex might not time out.
And even here now, it would be such a big sigh of relief to escape that once more.
Yeah, they're just going to move on.
4-1 to kick off Lotus.
One more chance. Odin for Forsaken.
I mean, you don't ever really humble.
Big push out, but hides right behind the corner. Good hold from Yuka.
Leads you to believe it's a slower round. TP's actually stuck here, Lysor.
Wait, Lysor.
And that was pinged so quickly as well. It looked like so aware of this, and whatever the set plan was, feels like PRX read that.
Well, I think it's on the back of seeing 2 or 3 bodies swing out from B there that maybe they feel like the extremity is going to be the weakest.
Whoa! I don't care. Chill. That's his thing.
Certainly not. But a 3v5, I want to see discipline.
That's his trademark.
From PRX here. I don't want to see fumbles.
I love it. Lysor's the goat for the meme pop off.
Chip damage as well. Look at CUFAT baby down on only 26. Spring's position given away. Look where the spot. Oh! What is that? Ridiculous.
Damn, dude.
So they
going all the way.
Gunning it, right? They are running their little legs.
Ooh, he taps it too. He taps it. CUFAT for the mind games.
I mean, Nightfall here from the plant as well.
Oh, he knows he doesn't have time. Yukon's gonna come back. Oof, rough.
Very diligent.
NT.
They pulled it
together there. You're starting to see a little bit of that synergy.
NT.
Composure as well. Don't overinvest in this early round aggression. Able to peel away really quickly, and credit to Forsaken. I think potentially something up towards Evan. There was a couple of people charging out, like you said, instantly pinged. Again, you can't really fault the approach here, but
no, I mean it's funny, but it's like if you watch China, you know that he just does that every time. Like that's just his thing. And so I think it's funny. It doesn't have to be for everyone, but also some people don't like it. Like some people don't like Zelsis' pop-offs. I love Zelsis' pop-offs. Some people think he's like too aggressive. It's just subjective. But that's the best part. Like it's supposed to be an intentional. It's supposed to be an intentional like. You know, I'm just gonna stand here. You're expecting me to do something. I'm just gonna stand here.
I mean, you gotta be happy leading 4-2 here.
Yeah.
The attacking side as well.
I don't like that Lysor ult didn't drop. Okay, that one a bit more objective. That one should be universally disliked.
Well, as close to a full purchase here as Lysor down on the Guardian. The Wolves, Forsaken actually tagged up there. I'm not sure if he's actually confirmed any damage on
Ooh.
the side of Wolves.
A little bit late on that. They still have the wall, so they should be okay on a big B hit, but they want to try to stay and fight. They want to basically be able to empty B site safely. Oh, dude. Huh? Dude, how does Yuka... How does Yuka stay alive there? How does he trade and not die?
Favoring PaperX in that regard, but something going to be played in here.
Angles like that, this man
Big, but this is, I think this is a big part of him just being able to take more spaces and play around rotates a bit more.
CFAT BB and YU trying to work the map here. 2v3.
How many rounds does PaperX need in defense? With the way they've been playing it, I think 4 is okay.
I mean, such high risk, Mike. It scares the life out of me sometimes. 20 seconds.
You know he has to go get the spike. He's gonna run it back. Forsaken's got the read. Did he hear him?
14 seconds. His options
Not quite, but he doesn't hear him running into A. So they already pulled Devi away.
They're both here. Surely not.
5, 4, yeah.
Well handled by PaperX, closing in on the scoreline.
6 idea. Well, I mean, ideally they get 7. Why stop at 6?
That's where you look towards some of these more sloppy kills towards the end of the round. Again, Jing.
Yeah, I mean, Wolves, that's the thing about Wolves, is that they don't actually, other than Lysor, depending on the, and Lysor generally that is the position he plays on the team, they're generally always going to be ready for trades. Wolves, that's something Wolves has been very good at. It's very hard to get true first kills against that team, I think.
So ideally, looking towards round 9 here in terms of any game plan adjustment. I guess actually in that regard,
why stop? Why not just get 9? Why not just extend the first half? All good.
PaperX would be able to learn on the fly. Again, this kind of like 6th and 7th round, obviously, have been the ones to give them the stability here. But I do want to see what the reaction is from Wolves. Again, it does feel like that almost no-go zone once you've got that Odin spam coming down. It's not as lethal.
Yeah, Wolves has, but I think while Wolves have been trading well, I agree with that. I agree with Cold Brew. Wolves have been kind of getting drawn into PaperX.
But it's the re-aggresses from PaperX. Very little fear, even in those high-risk scenarios.
But the problem is PaperX, like Pansy just said, will also always trade back and re-clear.
And a couple of classics.
I mean, bigger picture-wise, both of these teams have
Your parents aren't diehard PaperX fans?
14 for PaperX and 11 or 12 for...
What are they doing not getting on the train? I'm not even technically on the train.
Doesn't matter what it is. You've got to feel really good about yourself. So we'll have to ride this out on a handful of sheriffs. Something going to tuck himself in between these smokes.
Fast read from PaperX. Fast clear rubble. But the B, okay, they've stopped the rotate. Devi gets 2 on his own.
Easily done. Happy with that. Confidence builders there.
Big round. Big read.
A little bit of a reset here in between ahead of this buy round, and actually We'll have the pit. See, Fat BB has his ultimate. Juicy, just one away as well. Didn't even need the second piece of this setup.
One enemy remaining.
Building some confidence here. Bit of a Chobra round 4 divide. Who's actually
All right. Wolves back with guns. They've got Nightfall. We've got Nightfall for retake as well, though.
They're in the right place here, Mike. How far do PRX go in this? Deep flash it up. Look,
Oh, that's just the paranoia. That's the play. Through the box, though.
Absolutely red. Jing gets
Through the
back out of
box.
there, and they couldn't close down on any
Big prep from Wolves.
I mean, 2 pings on the reveal. Not sure how much that box just sponged, but no damage.
Face your fear.
Coming through, it's only really see Fat BB who's taking a hit here down to 35 HP. Nightfall might actually be a bit of a red herring.
No, PRX's map pool on paper, like assuming the permabans are bad, is fairly weak. Surprisingly, oof.
So smart.
But they've just been playing very well.
How many? 4 players instantly went for it. Now, not to beat Wolves, 2 heads up for that. And the dust hasn't even settled, really. But the rotations are here. Device back over. He was solid before this nice high-low setup. Be very difficult to break.
They're just looking to basically, so PRX right now, they're having the Yoru just hold an aggressive angle, and they committed to fighting, and Wolves just clears it. And then they've taken B. They're actually going to just use him to pinch around to C? Really? No, they know that there's 2 on C. You're going back to B. Holy Spring.
Where do they go? Back towards C. Safety on that C site. You don't fancy walking into something like this. So the plant's in, and he's left in a 1v4.
Make an honest go of this here. You can see on the X-ray why you already wrapping him. He's got a turret.
No, I think Wolves on the timeout.
Well.
They literally just talk about slowing down and taking timings.
We'll get the sound cue. Regardless.
Stop trying to immediately refight them, right? There's a trade, slow it down. Force them to take new positions, and then you know exactly which corners to clear. Use your util to clear step by step.
Not going to be happy about this spray into the smoke with the it's begging somebody to walk on it.
Yep.
And Spring just comes alive.
And it feels like this was a whole book in one round, right?
I think he's right through the boxes, right? Yeah. Yeah, that's rough. That's rough.
All of this was in the same round. And again, that paranoia being just tilted up, it felt like they were so aware.
Dude, that was a sick double kill.
So Forsaken fully committed towards that. They're both spamming into this. I mean, there's an opportunity to potentially bait into.
He was dodging it as well. He was dodging it as well, but if the boxes weren't there, I think he's dead because he was down to like 40 HP or something.
Timeout seeming to work well, at least for these early couple of exchanges, right? Something's want of space and wanting to play towards bound is fine, but you've started to see how Wolves are approaching this.
You never see PRX really relent in that regard.
No.
What? Something just died. What?
Teams off guard where it's like, yeah, your aggression hasn't worked 4 rounds in a row. No, we're coming again. Don't worry.
That 5th time, it'll work. And now we're seeing.
I mean, I agree. I think 4 is okay. I think 5 is like a good sweet spot. They know that PRX is going to be clearing. The problem with PRX is 4 is okay. So do you call a timeout in this half? Big kill. But there's only 2 members left. And then you think about the creds. I think you gotta save. I think you gotta save. I honestly, if you are okay with 4 and you're looking for.
How is that fair? But look at once again, if you don't see him on the site, you know where to be looking. Slow and
What the hell?
Them closer. They need a plant though. 17 seconds, and why you on his walkabout?
They have no idea though. But Forsaken knows he can go for the 1v1.
Punish the plant, but no, can't quite capture. Spring again. Wolves.
Dude.
Mid-rounding him, Mike. This is stunning.
Okay, honestly though, them getting those kills actually kind of wrecked him. I do think they should have saved if you're.
That's how he gets found.
Just the forehead.
PRX, they lose one, they stack up 3
But
to actively re-clear that space.
I do think if you're okay with 4 and you're fine with 5, you should have just saved, I think.
This round because of YU now sitting at 11 and 5, leading the board for Wolves.
I mean, to be fair, he got away with a crazy double kill in the open. Still, they do call a timeout.
And it was impressive. Again, this kind of, it feels like it came out of that timeout as well. They've clearly got a game plan in mind of how they wanted to approach this. And it's
No, the main character of Toronto is Crashy's, chat. I don't know why people still don't see it. This team is cruising through the lower bracket with only 3 playable maps, chat.
Totally open for YU to walk into.
Fnatic and Crashes are the actual main characters. Why is everyone so confused?
Look at the names they've taken down to get to this point, right? It makes perfect sense. Liquid, Sen, G2. I mean, they're a dangerous team. You know, if you want to talk about your
I think the timeout feels a little late, like if you're going to call it at all. But I'm okay with it just because I think they've been teetering on like needing a timeout. In the comms, like what we're seeing on the minimap through the comms, them being kind of very obsessed with fighting and re-clearing, something being in positions where it's still, he's playing as if he still has a gate crash and he's still kind of playing like a jet. That's something that Mini talked about.
It's very impressive.
Whereas like if you already have this and your team has contact, if anything you should just be pushing out even further or just rotating with your team, right? It's like you've been getting away with it, but you kind of thought you might need to call a timeout, and then now momentum has gone over, so I think it's okay. However, you ideally want to, but you definitely need at least one more if you're going to call a timeout.
So as it stands, they need to adapt here.
Just look what's happened here as well. PRX have already drawn a player across. I mean, Divine now reconsidering, but Spring looking to pressure up towards Tree. Divine again, counter 3, almost caught one here. YU now again shows presence on the other
Bait.
side. So ice towards the minimap. Look what happens immediately.
NT, but that was just Yuika.
Weaker side of this default,
But they were basically waiting for first contact from Wolves. That's the change. Now you buy time with the Vice. It's an NT. Devi had to not die there. Your rule. You know there's 2 people there. You know exactly where the spike is. You don't have tools to get rid of it. Oh, something. Just draws attention so his team can get onto the site. He sees one coming out. Big retake. Big retake from something.
Now that is a beautiful recovery considering what happened elsewhere.
Yeah, I would consider their Haven not good, and I don't know if I would consider their Ascent on paper great. I love the comp, but I think they're getting away with great frags.
This is really nice PRX. Again, even seeing that discipline start to an extent, right? That dose of discipline at the beginning, the second contact's made.
A sprinkle of discipline.
The thing is, literally nobody at this event is good at Ascent other than Wolves.
Honestly, I like that though. And
I mean, again, I'm talking on paper. It doesn't matter if other people are bad at it. I still think it's not good. I do agree. I know what you're saying, but I think that's a disappointment to everybody rather than a boon to teams who are okay with it.
Not too far, a clear towards Mound, and a wanted punish. You can see this trying to read this, maybe Mound pressure, trying to maybe toy with those expectations off of that Fade utility.
They kind of know Forsaken's the key stakeholder in terms of those set pieces outside C. Try to shut him down here. Again, beautiful read or assessment, I guess, of the previous situation.
And some people may look at these 2 teams and
Lockdown on B. See if there's a wraparound. It's a nice idea from Wolves. I don't know if PRX gets baited by it, though. He made noise. Dude, Papin's been a little bit late on his decisions today.
Kind of pre-take, I guess. And the plant's going to come in. Now this should encourage movement here.
Oh, they have to jump in if they're going to go off of this ult.
So a 3v3 in the post. Look at the position. position from YU. That is, excuse me, coming from CFAT BB. He's still on the way, but they still got to slow things down. YU does well. Lysor still has to
Good
hold
trade,
ground here.
huge
Now the
kills,
silence becomes
but
deafening.
CFAT.
The position becomes questioned.
Do they know?
Don't know where he is, but they're going to hazard a guess.
Somewhat of an idea. Oh, he knows he's not on it.
To fire off the defuse.
Oh.
Just needs to keep his cool here. This would be everything for him, trying to play to the time.
He knows he's not on it.
Play to the clock.
Dude, he's so good at clutches. How does he do it? Dude, that is an amazing clutch.
Looks so composed in the clutch.
Holy, he's so good in the clutches.
This has been an exceptional game so far. Just brilliant from both sides. And again, on surface,
13 clutches, chat.
It's not going to be this, really cerebral matchup. This has been a wondrous affair.
Really has. That's any sort of taster here.
That's insane, man.
Don't go anywhere. We'll find out very shortly.
Yeah, we will, because we do have a bit of a treat as well coming up. We do have the one and only Mixwell standing by for us. So that'll be
Something's like, I can't believe I gotta be looking at this guy standing up, man.
He's been in these scenarios. Let's see how that feels from the other side.
It's crazy.
Well, one of the
Have a good one, Steph.
live during finals weekend is being able to run into legends.
I think they all do speak Mandarin. I think they all speak Mandarin, and they can all do like basic English as well.
I think the crowd is one of the loudest I've ever seen, to be honest. I traveled to a lot of tournaments in VCT, so they are doing
The
a
broadcast
great
has also been very good about
very exciting to be among
mixing
them
the
now.
crowd
You
mics.
have a little bet when it comes to WOLs. Can you explain it to everybody? What happens if WOLs win this event?
Oh.
I wasn't familiar with their game. At the start of the tournament, I said that if Wolves wins the event, I'm gonna go bold. So now I'm afraid I need PRX to win today, please.
Toronto, what are the chances do you think of him going bold? Come on, are Wolves going to win this event? Oh, it's not looking good for you, Mix. It's not looking good. Now, some of the players on stage, you know, we've really seen their personalities. Sufat, BB, Forsaken, they're on their feet. They're hyping up the crowd. As a former player who also enjoys that atmosphere, how important is it to have that hype man on your team?
I think it's really important,
Dude, look at that
especially
train.
when they are down. Some games
That's
Wolves
like
were
sick.
down and Sufat brought Juicy back, for example. And
Yeah.
I think it's
That's a good
crucial.
call.
I think that you have to play with the crowd. You have to enjoy the moment. You have to be in the moment. And Wolves, especially, they are enjoying it a lot. And a lot of people want to cheer for them as well because of that energy. And now I like them. Even though I might go bold, I like them.
All right, we shall see.
No, Wolves is a very likable team.
Thank you very much, Mixwell, for joining me. And let's see if PRX can maybe save him in the second half.
The one thing
I don't watch Wolves games properly during Swiss and picked against them. I mean, the thing is like,
But the second thing I will say is that's
it also depends on like what your rating of RRQ was, and I mean, even though they looked good during Swiss, I would say they continue to look better match to match. Like Wolves continues to level up, which I think is the scariest part.
But just to come back to that same point again, the resilience. Juicy the other day.
Like I wasn't doubting that Wolves would suddenly like look bad. I didn't think Wolves would be like the classic case of I did my job, I'm out. But you know, I had to give RRQ a little bit of a punt.
Really pay dividends in terms
And then I needed
we talk about the sixth man, right?
I needed the Fnatic narrative to continue on through.
You almost need a conductor actually from the stage to be able to actually channel that back into getting a team back online, and Wolves certainly.
No, I think Wolves are. I think Wolves might be the closest to playing like the. Oof. Oh, dude, Devi. Someone was saying that earlier in chat. Devi has been back in form this tournament. It's been a while. And it's good to see.
And a stark reminder of who PaperX can be.
We dictate the pace.
No, I agree. I think Wolves looks like the most sound team at Toronto. Doesn't necessarily mean they're the most like probable to win a trophy, because obviously there's a lot that goes into that, and with an FPS, dude, flawless, a pistol. But I agree that Wolves looks like the most sound team, more than G2. That doesn't mean I think G2's like comps etc. are bad. I do think G2's execution has been iffier. Uncle David, he's so back. Yeah, exactly. They might not have the highest highs, but they also have some high highs, and it's crazy because during. But again, it goes back to I think they finally got comfy, like with their protocols, with the roles they're playing, because like Spring just never got close to his hype during kickoff in stage 1. I would say that, I mean, Lysor's still a little shaky, but I would say that they used to be much scrappier. Like Scrappy was like the only thing they were good at for a lot of VCT China, etc. But now they're able to like they control their pacing. Like Siufat's calling has gotten immensely good, and I think it's on the entire team. Like they just got really comfortable.
2 away from his ult so early on. I mean, that could be there for
Do you think G2 will ban Sunset or not today? I think they shouldn't.
One off now. So far. That's brilliant.
But we'll see.
The attack inside, that could be lovely for them to have in the back pocket. Something that Wolves will have to deal with.
Coming to your first buy round to have that ultimate available.
Okay, Patman, waking up.
Easy, Tiger. We shouldn't get more dangerous than this. Stop it. Stop it. Jing and Forsaken keep this in control.
Oh.
Stop it. What has gone on?
What is going on?
Come on, Forsaken. Surely you keep this safe. Backpedaling away, trying to play.
He's holding close. That's insane. Dude, what a call from Forsaken to hold close. Oh my god.
Come down to a Red Bull clutch here. Just
the fact that both the teams in upper finals were seen as the free wins in Swiss stage.
Now you're almost relying on Devi's ult to be
PRX wasn't seen as a free win though, right? Wolves definitely were by like most people.
PRX are able to get the purchase together. Jing judge, but I saw finding so much value here. Oh, Jing.
Dude, Mind Freak's finally learned. He's not even bothered. He's just watching. He's like, oh, dude, it's just another PRX round. Like, what?
So this is something you've got to see them build around, be aware of. Quick little paint shots trying.
No, exactly. He holds close with a Guardian, but that's hard to read that he would be ready to swing immediately like that. I think it was a bold call.
Entry found, but it's a full 5v5 in the post.
Sketchy timing on this. And it looks like something wants to try and hold this back. They're willing to try and brawl on the site. They're not sitting deep.
They did buy up.
Something wants to draw blood.
So they need to kind of stay and fight. Forsaken, okay, he sends the paranoia to try to buy time on the rotate. I think he might be a little late. Never mind. Jing, though, with the judge. Huge. Siufat does read it. That's
incredibly difficult for Siufat BB again. Not gonna happen. Jing's got that one all day long.
huge.
The tempo shift here on the half certainly suiting PRX. Now on to the good 8 to 7.
The judge, dude, that's an insane long-range shot. The headshot with the judge on the spring. No, that's what I was saying earlier. There's definitely more moments today compared to before of like a little bit of old PRX coming out, but they're keeping it under control. It's not like out of control. But I think that's part of why the timeout in the first half was kind of important.
Fat BB the closest, and well, actually, Lysor one away from the TP.
Yeah, they should be okay because this should get them to 9, right? In theory.
Okay. Okay.
Oh.
No one else is here, so
they think that you're gonna have a free site.
Obviously now.
Yuka's gonna try to look for a pick. Never mind.
Trying to buy time, but it's hard to hold this back, right? It's a flood of players, full kit.
Nobody was watching, don't worry. We didn't see it.
No, Lysor.
PRX, though, got a
also, you didn't need to do that. Everyone needed to wait anyway.
And now Juicy does have that Vandal, right? Can they play him in? The post plant is purely on the side.
Patman's looking so lost. Yeah, Patman's been off today. Like, it's almost to the point where I wonder if he's feeling a little under the weather. Like, he just feels like he's not, like, in the comms, almost. That one Vandal. Dude.
Blink and you miss it. One of the quickest aces
Holy.
I think we've probably ever seen.
The FNS buff.
And they needed him. They needed this. It was all going wrong.
Dude, that fourth shot.
That is just
magic.
Beautiful to watch back.
Alex. To be fair, they shouldn't have needed that. To be fair.
But the scoreline looking good for PRX. 9-7, a bye back in hand for Wolves though. They have to stop the rot fast.
But they'll take it. It is funny.
The round to find that response.
I do love watching coaches like get mad or sad or upset when they win a round because they shouldn't have needed to win it that way. It's one of my favorite things.
There's a bit of a gap here with Forsaken, the solo anchor towards A. Obviously, possibility here.
Devised form both stage 1 of 2024 and Toronto. FNS was retired both times. There is a correlation.
Across fairly quickly, but
there is a correlation. What we should be investigating is not whether or not Mini is on the like what Mini's contract looks like. We should be investigating whether FNS got paid to retire.
Unfazed. 35 seconds getting close now. The paranoia burnt early, and Lysol needs to be ready. This is a lot of pressure coming his way. You're gonna hear the ults coming out to secure the plant, but Lysol still does the damage.
Oh, dude, if he had gotten 2, that was over. Where are we going? They are playing like their old selves, though. There's definitely something missing in the comms. And I think it's Patman. I really do.
we said we needed them to find a response here.
I really think so.
Stop that string of rounds. Getting costly here on both sides. Showstopper.
I feel like he's got to be feeling either he's feeling under the weather or like now he's feeling the pressure. Shoot the recon, is that what he said?
Yeah, I mean it's.
But like, I feel like Patman's not talking. That's what it feels like some of these rounds.
For that string of rounds, but Jing looking to put this rifle to
warm up map, although they can't afford it.
Round 18.
Maybe Patman didn't get permission.
Look at that anti-TP sets up.
Oh, it's so sick. You think Wolves are just another team? They're certainly not very ready for what PRX wanted to bring. Forsaken picking up what feels like the cursed rifle at this point. Dropping hand to hand, divided well last time in a scenario not too dissimilar to this, but not be able to get it this time. Yeah, handled.
Dude, Anders.
Fully ready.
Something's off with PRX. I think Patman's either not feeling well or like it doesn't seem like he's very involved in the comms, and I think that's causing a massive breakdown. I mean, it's been a fun game. There's been some good moments, but I think Wolves is playing up to par. But PRX, I think, are they're playing a bit like old PRX.
Wolves will actually get them a second round. Force a timeout as well from PRX.
PRX, that's what's off. Whoa, 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 whoa. Calm down.
Required to stand on their own 2 feet now for the remainder. 9-9 the scoreline.
I just keep thinking, oh, okay, PRX back to that 4 in the row. You start to have Jing popping off. You've had Divide do it, you know, acing out. It looked good. But then these last 2, Wolves never feel like they look like they're under pressure.
CFAT BB is now up to 13 clutches this tournament, by the way, Anders. He's already had 2 in this map.
Find themselves in a really good position, actually, here in terms of defensive ultimates. They got one
He's been killing it.
Down, springs one off the pit.
Oh, true, yeah.
2 more for Juicy to find the showstopper. Yes, options on the side of PRX.
Yeah, like it could be Patman just feeling the pressure now. I could see that.
Cycle. Gonna feel really, really good about themselves. Again, even with that string of rounds now, look at what's in the bank for PRX. What's behind this purchase? Now, even here a broken purchase, if you look at some of the shields.
Device 20 and 11 though.
From the timeout, right? This is one with the plan in mind for PRX. The last check-in with the coaching staff, unless we get OT.
Wolves getting a little active here as well,
hey,
actually.
Off the back of a timeout, why not? A traditional reaction. Is PRX aware? Something. There's 3 players.
Welcome back, everybody. What's up, amigo? Saw that. Doing okay. Game's been fun so far.
Forsaken as well. Do they try and go on the hunt from this? Oh, the TP's lovely. Big investment on that, but I like the idea behind it, taking a lot of space.
Yeah, draw them into the fight on Rumble.
Yeah,
but they have to win this fight. Oh no. Oh no!
He can't get away from
Dude. Dude, how is Juicy still alive, man?
Divide left.
Juicy was, he wasn't doing poorly, but he was just kind of quiet up till now.
Doesn't even know it.
What a round.
You thought that TP might have cut right through him, it didn't. The Wolves still standing together, fighting together.
Divide in form today?
Putting up the stand, the Wolves taking the lead.
Damn, dude. Big round from Juicy.
Executed to perfection here. You get a crucial trade from Juicy, but then to find the second the showstopper comes through, that splash damage. I can't believe that even catches on Jing. Outrageous scenes here.
The side-by-side.
Are you starting to believe now?
The side-by-side with Fade and Alex.
I thought it was going to go kind of par for course, right? What you'd expect.
The tweet from Fade was really cute.
Once again, proving they are lethal about their business. So we go again. Money not looking good for PRX.
For those who didn't see it, he was like,
it's a sheriff. It's a
he told Alex that he hopes that both of them make it so that they can both be mauling against each other.
Bin basically here. Can they make something with it? Ooh, a little bit of chip on the way. Position now noted. Super BD on the site here. Still got C's and his Prowlers, but they are fast to this. Lights on court sleeping. Not expecting the pace. Juicy, a wild play through the smoke. Gonna find two, but Springs now here. It gets a bit messy, but it's working out at least for now in Wolves' side.
Not great here for Pac-Man though.
Oh, do you really go for that?
Dude, look at the minimap. CFAT knows that they might want to push out because it's 2v3. They need to get a pick.
Ultimate here, but again, 2v3 doesn't feel good.
And that chip on Pac-Man 2, they're starting to feel it. Something's going to have to go nuclear. Try and save the day, but none of these fights, these engagements are fair for him. YU does well, leaving Pac-Man with 21 HP, and not a prayer to be had. Wolves again now, round by round, taking this away from
It's not looking good. Excuse me.
11 here. This is getting into really awkward territory now. You can see this is effectively a force up here. Ultimates aplenty. Talking about some of those defensive ultimates here for Wolves. See how it lies here for PRX. This is going to take up the lion's share. Obviously, the round loss bonus is going to be a consideration, but
Yeah, I mean, the big question will be if this is like a, okay, like a warm-up map type situation where it's like, all right, like shake off the nerves, etc. Or
it all starts to compound here, but they're not
if they are deteriorating a little bit.
Unanswered. Alt's starting to build, money looking solid.
I mean, it wasn't eco, but
gonna need someone to step up.
Overall, it feels a little rough. Good ult. Gets forward. Two. He hasn't checked everything else. You got to check everything else. I think he's just making sure they don't peek his team. Okay. The idea is they want to just get up to door close. They didn't clear tree, but Jing's already in there. Juicy gets one. Big trade. But now the trade from above. Forsaken was ready for it. He gets by.
Spring and what? Oh my God! What a shot! Couldn't get the second. Forsaken wants this.
But he lost track of Forsaken, so that's big.
A 1v3. This would be something.
Hey, thank you, L9 Aus10.
Lifeline for PRX.
Overall, my conditions all recovered. I just still have a little bit of phlegm left, so the cough comes back every now and then.
Time's been bought. Couldn't get the punish fast
Gotta get the last bit of phlegm out.
Now they know the position. The cross.
Going off the rails.
I say should. Yeah, they're not giving him an inch here. Very well handled by PRX in the end. They had to keep their cool there.
All good, no void. All good, no void. Get some rest. Toronto's rough. The time zone's rough.
Wolves to really sit back on their laurels and rely on these ultimates. Get so sloppy on that first kill. The Paranoia almost setting things in motion, but Forsaken just
heroics there.
Just absolutely bulldozing his way onto site.
Those were your last words.
Wolves at late timeout in the half in the map.
Good timeout from Wolves, though. Yeah, didn't need it until now. Just kind of make sure PRX doesn't get on a heater. Probably considering some of the upcoming rounds, potential ult plays.
Yeah, it starts looking a bit scary, and that Jing's 2 away from his. Forsaken 1 off.
But I think it's also just a reminder, like even that round, right? Like they kind of stuck with, let's just trade our way out of it. Instead of after a certain point just ditching the site because Yoru got so much info. So I think that's probably something they're going to consider, is if you already have to give up the first part, just like go for a retake, go for picks and go for retake.
So Wolves do have any kind of set pieces around these ultimates. You're really looking towards Spring and YU to mitigate that risk and sit deep enough where you're not really going to be able to rely on it too much. But said PRX, they're a team that
they have big
that
ults.
Sort of thing.
You have Divile, and then you're 2 away from Showstopper, 2 away from Nightfall.
Paint shell, I imagine maybe a C's perhaps, who knows, but you're seeing the way that...
Yeah, so already on C site, you just have the trap play against the Yoru. You're not going to fight for the orb.
God,
They say take it if you want.
Here we go.
They actually want to push them in towards that side. Ooh, they were not expecting that play. They were not expecting the haunt there.
Baby does answer back in kind, but PRX aren't stopping. They want
That is rough.
And yeah, beautifully done by something. Yeah, that's stunning.
That is an unfortunate round for Wolves.
On themselves.
Just a bad read. Thinking that they had slowed them down enough with the paint shells. That's a bad read from Wolves.
Haymaker thrown from PRX and it lands once more. Similar to those early rounds we did see in the second half.
This shouldn't be possible. A 1v3. It shouldn't be possible, and it isn't. Something in the end to add the full stop to that sentence. But it is 11-11, Mike.
As far as I know, they mostly calm still in Mandarin.
But it's getting close here.
But they like mix in some English now and then.
And you're looking at those ults, they become such a heavy factor, but this reveal was everything.
No, I think the timeout was okay, though. I just think PRX also, they didn't consider PRX adjusting as much on their Rubble fight. Because it seems like there were 2 ideas. Probably one was talking about not always forcing trades, but 2 was, hey, they're only hitting A, so just shut them down on Rubble. But PRX goes for the adjustment where you can get ahead of everything, right? That's what teams have figured out over the years. And Wolves just isn't ready for that. I mean, yeah, you could argue, well, if they didn't time out, would that have happened? Sure, but if your players aren't thinking about it, then it's like, you kind of have to, right?
Exploration elsewhere. This is both YU and Spring, though. Spring's going to continue pushing forwards. Might even catch Divine Spawn.
Yeah, trying to almost sell this fake, but Divine can
So the adjustment this round is that they're going to push out. You haven't caught anything else on B, so you know it's an A hit. They should just empty.
Does have the showstopper as well,
You should just... Why is Lyster still on site? Now Juicy has to get on there too.
Ready for the swing, but not ready for the shot. Lyster has forsaken, waiting for the pop of the Owen Jinx.
I mean, I'm rooting for PRX, but this was a no-brainer round for Wolves.
Rewarded, nice from him. Man advantage and Plant next on the cards.
See the lockdown invested here. It's a 2v3. The response comes through from Patmen, but PRX going to get to fight this. YU's found one.
Yeah, beautiful from him. They've got to react to it now. Something, it wasn't clean enough. And Jing, what do you do?
He's caught.
What do you do?
They're going to get it.
Yeah.
You just stick it.
I can't believe it. YU just has to hold guard. And for Jing, he just has to stand back and watch as the 12 gets taken
Oh my
away.
God.
In the final hour of regulation, Wolves take the lead.
See here, the purchase going to be rough for Wolves, but they find that response, finally finding the opportunity to invest the lockdown.
Round gifted to PRX, and
again, just digging so deep. Jing hitting the drive-by as well.
oh my goodness.
This is one ultimately that can bail.
Yeah, they just had to kind of back out of the lockdown safely instead of trying to fight it. But
still have a pit, still have a showstopper.
It is what it is.
Big tools to work with here in round 24.
Yeah, PRX's buy is fine. The only problem is like the caster said, Wolves have showstopper, so the judge isn't as big of a deal. He can mostly play around B and then use showstopper for retake. You got the jump peak.
PaperX
You got
poised
CFAT
now.
BB here to help make sure that Lysor can
Again,
get
it's
out
like
safely.
actually big info there. Catch him drifting away here, not necessarily looking committed. It being Jing, obviously, the tip of the spear on some of these set pieces, but
Wolves, do they go for a reclear? No, they're going to go for the pit. So when's the rotate happening? Are they just going to stick two people?
Wolves almost scratching their heads here. They
I
invest
think
the pit
Yuka's eventually going to go
overexpecting,
over
maybe
towards
with that
Waterfall.
information, PaperX are rotating towards C.
There's the info.
You got the info? He's got to back out.
How do you play it for Lysor? Oh my god, he's going for the heroics.
Dude, he actually makes it.
Worked out for one. Not going to get a second as PaperX now finds
The
stability
clone
on the
gets
side.
him, but
Into the
holy,
post
I cannot
Something
believe he
flying a
goes
little
for
far
that.
ahead. He wants a one and done and back away. No one's giving him that
That
yet,
is a
though.
bold move.
Time ticking for PaperX here. This is good for them. Still ults in play though. Juicy has his. You've
Something
heard
has
that
to win this.
invested. Flies on the
Huge.
side, but something does well. Gets one back to show something. Does one. Wait, something got lost and a trade for Spring. It's into a 2v2. It ain't over yet. You're looking at the post plan for Devi and Jing here.
Poison Cloud.
Can they hold on to this? Pain Shell posted by some seconds. They needed to stay
Oh, he was feeling rushed. He was feeling rushed. The timer got to him.
Bringing it back to 12 apiece.
Of course.
1v4 retake, losing your team retake paranoia is one of the decisions of all time.
Map of this series.
Yeah, but imagine if he got 3 there, Anders. He could have been the hero.
An insane exchange here.
That is something about Lysor. He does like going for hero plays. The success rate is debatable, but
Almost that trade part.
yeah, that wasn't. I can't believe he went for that.
But Wolves, I gotta
Like,
say,
it's not as bad because he got 1,
seemingly up
but
to the challenge.
I think he needed at least 2 or 3 for sure.
Everything gets reset now for round 25. Those ultimates will be.
Patman, wake up! I have Jolly Bee for you.
Wolves, perfect position to close out now.
Imagine that's what Mind Freak said on the mic.
To the attacking side.
What is this game? Imagine third seeds going at an upper fight. That's true.
Timing's gonna be
Both of
critical
them
on
third
this.
seed. Forgot about that.
They've read it. They've read it really
Incredible,
well here.
actually.
Same piece we've seen previously.
And it worked out well for a 2-for-2 trade in the end. But this time, Jing, something in unison. They're not going to let him even have a chance into this. Denied from the very word go. And Wolves want back in. They're taking the fight. And you can't do that. PaperX locked in on this.
PaperX finally back out. Both these teams are like so intent on just trading back and forth, which is generally, I think, what you need in the current landscape of Valorant. But
PaperX to rotate away from this and give up the space. But PaperX reading this perfectly.
okay, you imagine they're in the smoke then, right?
As well, so
It's so difficult. They need a freebie. They need
Yep,
something.
that's a
and it
big
ain't
flash. Huge flash from Devi. Great,
here. Right read.
great calls,
Right
calling for that.
draw first blood this.
Yeah, that was a very well done play with the. I even wasn't looking for the arc throws on the minimap. It's huge.
Able to stick the landing. Wolves.
Who would you like to face in lowers, Anders, and why? I mean, that's a troll question because G2's getting knocked out today, but you know.
So
sorry,
impressed
Anders.
by PaperX's mental here, though, because they've been put through the ringer on this. Again, it's pressure on
The
them
worst
more than
map pull
anything, right?
ever
If
to
you're
make a
Wolves,
lower bracket
you've
run
already
just
done
has
more
to
than
happen this
expected.
tournament. I don't know what to tell you.
Looking in fine form today. But yeah, again, usually with Wolves, you'd be talking about, you know, this unknown quantity and, you know, hard to read and stuff like that. The fact that we're talking about actually there is some familiarity between these two teams, it makes it a little bit more
Wait, what was the
interesting
sign?
because we've seen kind of counters to both approaches.
Yeah.
PaperX showing they're able to dismantle those defaults, and Wolves also looking as if they're very adept at dealing with early round.
If Fnatic has the last ban and it's Haven and Ascent, I think they would leave. What's the kilometer? I think they would leave Ascent open. I think they would leave Ascent open.
Again, you look at PaperX, they are a legacy
Oh,
team
the
here,
TMV
right?
oil up. It's been getting some
They have
mileage.
that one destination in mind, that final stop. The Wolves standing in their way of that grand final. And it's down
All right.
to the wire between these two.
So we go again.
Jing with the judge, the OT judge.
It almost looks
They'll
like
never see it coming.
Jing this time is fast. Oh, and it does get it. Mysore has gone down. It looked a little laboured.
Yuiko?
Swings in. Oh,
Yuiko?
gets a second. Hold on, Paper X held back here now.
Dude, Yuika's just carrying this round. Holy.
That's
For
both
Wolves to
players.
control. Yeah, Divine and Forsaken.
Chat, the bigger problem is this.
Will be given
I'm
an
freaking
opportunity
starving.
to reset a little bit here, but find themselves in a 2v3.
Oh, I thought they were leaving Devi there. God.
Fancy's like actually having a heart attack.
So no paranoia. Going to be a little gap on a follow-up smoke here. Spark comes through. Juicy still got satchels. Spring still with a snake bite, so a couple of tools here at Wolves' disposal.
Oh, it's so tense now. You're gonna need someone to over-deliver, and
Oh, dude, the double. The double. Holy, dude, Devi just. Devi went huge this map. Devi went absolutely huge this map. I think this is where we start seeing Wolves' inexperience and nervous bird. I honestly think they kind of needed that momentum from the first map. I mean, we'll see though. CFAT's been very good at like getting his team back in the game, but I do think losing the first map like that this will be a big test. This will be a big test. This will be a big test for them. If they can recover from this, win or lose, I think they've really cemented themselves as one of the great teams for sure. But if not, it's like, yeah, that's where the experience gets to you. Yeah, no, Divine went huge. All right, chat. Ad time. I'm going to go see what I can figure out for food as well. So be right back. We're going to run some ads. Sorry about that. I just like coughed straight into the mic.
of Lotus, but in the end, somehow, even with them losing these advantages and whatnot, PRX manages to get back on the board and secure the map.
It's funny because they got theirs back. They gave away some advantages in the first half, but they were the ones winning a lot of clutches. They were the ones bringing it back in the second to push us all the way to OT. That's what you know this PRX team for.
Oh yeah, for sure. I mean, there are so many good things to talk about with this PRX team. One individual in particular, got to give it to the man himself, Divide. We saw some wild plays. This one in particular was nuts, because my guy just walked out there, not a care in the world, Cuckoo, was like, you know what, hold this L with the sheriff. Pop, pop, got 2 out of the break.
So many 3Ks, so many very high impact kills that he had. He even got an ace, even though Alex's reaction was not showing that he got an ace, but it was this is one of the disadvantages that they won, and one of the reasons that PRX was able to secure this map in so many occasions was thanks to Divide's performance.
After PRX's failures earlier in this year, missing out on Bangkok, having the rough start to stage 1, a lot of fans were calling for Divide's head when they were asking for roster changes. They were saying that he should get dropped, they should find someone new, but I think he's really proved himself in this tournament now, stepping up in some of these later games, showing us the Divide that we've known has been so strong since all the way back at tournaments like Masters Copenhagen, where this team has made finals before.
Yeah, well, of course, a lot of pressure, though, on the other side of the stage for the Wolves as they're facing a potential trip to the lower bracket if they lose this next map. Let's actually go ahead and check in with Coach Fade to hear what he has to think as we get ready for that one.
I'm now joined by Coach Fade from Wolves. Now, this is the first map you've lost this tournament since that Sentinel series. What was the focal point in your team talk before map 2? And is there any concern around stamina if this series goes the distance?
I think we kind of show like nerfs again, once again, towards the end of first map. And I think stamina shouldn't be any issues because we had a 3 days break previously, so I think we will be fine.
I hope so. Thank you very much for your time.
All right, and there you see the results that you heard as well. Like, they feel good about their stamina for the Wolves, but a 14-12, that has to sting for them as they get ready for map 2, Mimi.
For sure, especially, Bea, like you were mentioning, this is a team that has not lost a map since the series they dropped to Open Toronto against Sentinels. They have been on a non-stop roll up to this point, but now having to go all the way to 3 if they want to make it into the final here.
Oh, but there's such good maps for the side of Wolves, and now we're about to jump into Ascent. And we're going to see something for everybody that enjoys the map that we don't usually see. Is one team on one hand, we expect them to be playing with the Viper, right? Double controller, and on the other side, a double Sentinel with the Deadlock. That is, of course, if we do not see any changes in the agent select. And I think that we were highlighting how well Wolves was doing from their attack with those executes, how good the utility from Lysar is in that agent.
I really like their Deadlock, in particular on the attacking side. It's another map where they play super slow, just like you were watching on Lotus. But what they do well here is putting down their Sentinel utility on space they take, then resetting as a team and clearing elsewhere. So they're kind of putting down these little checkpoints to save parts of the map they have, and then being able to call back into that really late. I think a lot of teams miss out on those little details with juggling the Sentinel utility. They're great there. It's the same on defense. To me, this feels like a really strong map for Wolves to bounce back.
Yeah. I like the way they chop up the map, right? And really give themselves, like you said, a lot of these openings. The thing is, though, is that we have seen now a couple times PRX kind of feed the beast one too many times here. And I think with Deadlock and the way that this team can play this one, Mimi, this could be quite problematic for them if they're not careful and checking their P's and Q's.
For sure, yeah. They have to be on point with taking calculated risks, but it definitely paid off in the first game here. Let's take a look at the comps, and PRX locking in that jet for something now.
Oh, they're going back to something, you know, more standard in this case. They've moved away from the Gecko and the Race. I had a feeling that was going to happen, but I love, Mimi, the fact that they're sticking with this double controller and the Viper.
I really like the Viper comps on this map. I think they've always been strong on defense, especially Tobias looked great, but this is much more sensible in terms of the rest of the utility. You're going to put a lot into something. I'm looking at what he can do with the AWP, starting on this defensive side, and what protocols Wolves have to deal with that.
Another player that we have to look at is Patman. Very quiet performance in the first map, something that is very, very different from what we've been seeing for the rest of the tournament from him.
Yeah, and he's going to have a lot of responsibility here, because I think like you're going to want that KO maybe to try and like clash a bit with the Deadlock there to prevent that utility from being a bit of a problem, try and sniff those things out. He's going to have a tall task ahead of him without a doubt here. Curious to see how this one plays out, because really it feels like both teams are doing their homework coming into this.
Yeah, absolutely. Of course, I think that we also also need to look at Forsaken. I think that one of the things that PRX have to take great care of, number one is YU, because he's going to be most likely the one that is playing outside of the pack, and that could bring some, break some of the timings of Wolves that like to wait so much, and that is why I'm looking at these players to focus on.
Oh boy, all right, well, it's time now to get ready for map number 2. Toronto, you want to see a map 3? I said you want to see a map 3, Toronto! Let's send it back over to your casters who very much want a map 3. Here's Pansy and Hypod.
And you really can't blame us after map 1. 14-12, it tipped the way of PRX in OT. But what a wild ride it was to get there. Now on Ascent though, Mike, has this changed any of your expectations?
I mean, you look at this, really, the upset would have come from Lotus for me. If Wolves could close out here, PRX struggled domestically here on Ascent. They obviously have the loss to Genji previously here, sorry. So this is the opportunity now for Wolves to get back in control of this series and force a third, because Split should be an absolute barn burner if we get there.
Please, look, I
always delivers, man. A Split decider, always.
Oh, God. Okay, well, let's see if they can get there first. For PRX, though, in their minds, there's always been one goal, and it's the grand finals, right? This team put together, went back to the drawing board to rebuild.
There was a great line from Devi, I think, in one of the interviews, talking about every time he sees the Champs LA finisher in-game, it haunts him. A couple of them actually just saw them brought up on map 1.
So again, you've got to have been starving to truly understand hunger, and for PRX, they've never really got that first place. Not when it mattered, so for them, probably the best chance they've had in a minute's time, but still, it will be Wolves on the attack, PRX on the defending side. Something tries to stake his claim towards middle, but will be warded away.
I'm back. Sorry.
With a flash.
Took a little while.
Personal, sure,
I'm glad that
court.
it took a little while for them to get in the game too. What was on attack? Juicy gets the first kill. I didn't miss it. I saw the first kill. We're not late.
Jing still on this side too. Slow and steady again for Wolves. And it looks like PRX wants this back, but it's just going to end up being a brawl, isn't it? They're ahead of the smoke, but what's the util on the corner? There isn't any. So Jing and Batman do really well. Eventually they treat it effectively though. Wolves keep the man to the good.
PRX kind of do what they need to do.
That's the good, something down to 34 HP as well. But 2 sheriffs on the side of PRX here. Good pack a punch here on the retake. For a spam, actually, the exchange back and forth. Still got a drone in play here for CUFAT BB.
That is lovely. Gonna have to keep themselves tucked in on this. I think both potentially spotted.
Yeah, that's tough.
That was huge for
and
this.
you're low on health too.
Get the shot. CUFAT BB off to a great
You got
beginning.
cold buckwheat noodles, Korean cold buckwheat noodles, chat.
You got to make it work on these attacking sides.
Absolutely do. Talked about that being the main objective on Lotus. He did deliver.
One enemy remaining.
To repeat it here once more. Something. If you can get that economy building, as Mimi mentioned, what he can get done with the operator potentially on the defensive side, always a factor on Ascent.
Right here.
Wolves have the tools to really prevent that from happening. Fairly invested here on round 2 as well. Respect being shown to PRX.
How'd you unmute stream? I just did it from the side. I just walked in because I knew they were going to be back on the desk. So
actually, with that round 1, CUFAT BB already halfway to the Hunter's
these are not Nongshim, but they're like a local. They're like a local one from
that last map too.
just like straight delivered. We saw like an ad for it, so
it was just classics.
Just being clear.
Something out of it. For now, though, again, it's a considered approach from Wolves, taking their time around the map.
Remember that Cypher Lock is an attack-sided comp. True. I think you need a lot in attack.
Probably getting priority on that here. Caution needs to be shown. That deep haunt over towards B. You should have seen on the
No, I was gonna eat Nongshim noodles, but I saw that my wife had left out because you have to deep because these are frozen, the noodles and the soup. She had already left it out to thaw, so I could eat overnight. So.
Are they cancelling on this?
30 seconds left. They need to find progress somewhere.
Dangerous,
especially with players like Jing.
Yeah, paper. I mean, it's an eco. I want to see if PRX goes for these early rotates later too, because it's hard. You have to push out if you want info.
Smoke now, you can't.
Now you're held back. It feels like the anti-PaperX, doesn't it? But they still find a way through. Divide up and over the top, but at this point, the plant's going to be in. So very difficult to find much surprise, even ahead of maybe that deadlock util. You've got to be cautious. Again, you can afford losing one player, that being Spring. The rest you don't want to lose, and why
Big
you?
flash, but
Took a risk, but he should be fine here.
can't really take advantage.
Oh,
wow.
Going to be building very close to that. Oh, and a lovely round in the end from Wolves there, Mike.
Initially, see if Fabi did have the spike, but not coming through elsewhere.
It's also strong. I mean, yeah, if played well, it can be strong on defense as well. I just think it takes a lot more. You have to do a lot more.
See Fabi, we're not having that issue in that regard. Sticking the spray. Now, that purchase, especially with Spring upgrading as well.
Oh, this is a nice spot.
All right, let's see. Let's see what the map movement looks like in this round. You need chicken nuggets. Actually, I should buy some frozen chicken nuggets to just have.
And Forsaken.
They're fighting on every front, though, PaperX here. Pressure down B main, pressure down cap, pressure on towards A main.
So PaperX is basically saying, like, use your util early, right? Use it to clear here, use it to clear here.
So there is that.
You know, use it to clear here and then here. That way they don't have as much to get onto site and they can't spend as much time. They need to go quicker if they want to use the cooldowns.
The opposite side here.
If Spring even comes out positive in any of this, it would be incredible for him.
Spring has an inkling.
Where the spike's going, Mike?
I think if he can show presence or something, actually.
Uh-oh, Sufat gets spotted, so they should know that it's a pretty likely B hit. Big trade, though. Lysor's okay with that, because the Lysor is the more important one here.
But still standing and still breathing on 35. He takes YU out of the equation. Now starting to flounder a bit. You can see it with Wolves. This was only their bonus, but still.
Like that Divide kind of waits to break that.
The landing on this up against the 4 remaining for PaperX.
All right, you know they're still right at the entrance. Big spam. I think they didn't need to rush that, but...
If he can get through here, oh my god, it's risky off the back, but still. And now the smoke dissipates on...
Oh no!
The smoke going down on CT opens up chance at Divide.
Oh
Tries
no.
to find that second before the paranoia lands, but 8 seconds
Oh
out.
no.
Stop it, Wolves! One by one, they are taking down PaperX, and Jinx seems unaware of the possibility of Spring being so close. Smokes of his own and a couple of TPs. How do you divide and conquer this? I do not know. But all eyes drawn to that potential in the smoke. Jinx steps forward, smoke goes down!
Yikes.
And Spring finds him! Mike, I can't believe what I just saw.
Conversion on the bonus here. Talked about the threat with all those Bulldogs. It looks like PaperX initially come out with a win to catch this kill, but not just that, the information that Wolves
PaperX was so kind of committed to trying to fill the site.
Key damage towards Divide in that initial exchange.
That's rough. I don't think they needed to do that.
Pays off
or you had to just like run in and fill it.
Get themselves the upper hand here to kick off map 2.
And I'm waiting with bated breath, right? Because that's a huge start for them. Because I feel like once you get PaperX on the attack, they come into their own, right? Able to control the tempo, kind of do what they please. But if you can stake a good claim for yourselves, the opportunity's yours. YU, quick reminder.
Wow, huge.
The PaperX are lethal no matter the weaponry. And that is going to be an upgrade for something.
Big double.
Might pass that over depending
Good
on
bait and switch.
Shield situation, but still, good stall here. And
yeah, drone cancelled.
Massive. Patman.
No, I know that they didn't want them to plant, but I just think even then, I think you should have just run in rather than like trying to swing. You should have run in with the jet smoke rather than swinging on it.
Secure by any means. They're in a 3v3, sure, but look at the HP of Lysor. See if BB does have his ult, but I don't think he can get away from that default plant spot.
They're just not clear on exactly which decision they're making.
Forsaken, are you aware? Gonna be held up.
I mean, with the weapons, it's gonna be tough. Something does have a Vandal. Ooh. Good timing. Good cover from something. Now it's doable. Oh, dude, he catches a glimpse of Sufat that ruins it.
What a shot! You got one more of those. You've done it before. You had the ace before. The man is a monster, but he's got to prove it now.
Dude, Sufat, not again.
Cold and easy. He knows the time. He knows the tempo. Oh, what is that from Divino? A bolting shot, and once again doing the unimaginable.
Dude, a rare. I was surprised Sufat ran all the way.
Full clutch here from Divide.
Dude, the Sufat's usually... Wow. I mean, great on Divide. What a nice shot.
God damn, just give the man a sheriff.
Damn.
Another three-piece for him to add to the list. It's rough as well, the reset. Again, default plant spot safe initially, but that position from Sufat BB, it's a gamble. You can get a cheeky half defuse in, or you can go ahead and stick it. It forces the hand, especially with the recon.
Yeah, well played by Divide. I do think seeing the clutches on Lotus, he's just like, I'm just going to stick half. He's going to have to run it.
Sit towards that. Prowler going to be clearing. No one nearby now.
My ult is ready.
And the ult gathered too, so a nice early step, but a fast mid take coming out from the Wolves.
Potential to backstab this. I think they're reading into maybe some deep presses. Yeah, we'll catch the backside of something for sure. And the second player.
Ooh, that is bravery. Why are you swinging that Forsaken doubling down into the stake?
That is greedy.
That's why you lap that up. And now that B-side looks so vulnerable.
Whoa.
Flash. Will guarantee the cross. Juicy's going to find Divide as well. And actually, yeah, that might just be...
That's the save.
The white flag put up from Paper X here to hold on to these weapons. No point feeding into this potentially with Juicy. Getting close to that ultimate. Spring's actually already on the hunt. He wants to prevent any semblance of safety here for the remaining Paper X players.
All right, do we think a Paper X timeout comes out this round or the next round?
Deep position in spawn though. There's still maybe a question mark if they're in towards market or in towards spawn. Well, they will progress any further, but yeah, usually
side cam for the team's coach.
That was a lack
how much do you think people would pay, or how many people do you think would pay to have access to a Alex cam during a match?
They seem really aware. Again, this kind of it's not necessarily that regional matchup at all, but you know, scrim partners and the information on this ahead of that swing, it was really well dismantled. Again, Forsaken's fault as well, just felt it was too late to be going for that. There's no trade to be there.
I think, yeah, again,
$10 from me. Paradox is going to be first in line.
Again, it's
oh, there's the timeout right away. Wow. On the save, okay.
Response here from Paper X. They deal with the trip.
We're eating Korean cold buckwheat noodles.
Sightline. Again, the Prowler's sent through as well. So it's actually Wolves that have the upper hand in terms of the information game. It's a question mark for Paper X, actually. Who's behind that?
But I need audio, too. That's going to cost you 15.
Unfortunately, there for them.
Feels like Paper X are taking bad fights to bring back the numbers, but well, yeah, they're like they're going back to very much like. And again, I think that you actually need a good part of that in the current ecosystem of Valorant of like the numbers, right? Go for the trades, go for reclears. But I think it's much more about the reclears rather than the numbers. And I think Paper X right now are very intent on the trades. And I think they need to calm down on that a little bit.
Riding the Stinger coming into this, but already a fantastic start for Wolves. Looking composed.
Yep.
As well, just hearing from Fade talking about how much actually those days off have paid off, because they've had, like we said, with the comeback in Gen G, the resilience.
If Wolves win, I think their chances are pretty good.
Even if they're all smiles and on their feet on the stage.
The only one I actually think G2 would have the best shot of overcoming them.
Absolutely.
But if Wolves win, I think their chances are pretty good.
To continue here in Toronto.
Yeah, spot on. So for them, it is now just how long can you keep this up? How
like Paper X and Fnatic against Wolves with a double map ban, I think would be near impossible. Unless the pressure gets to them, obviously, but...
YU's kind of had their number
20 and you would wait, what?
Getting the right read here, but you're going to go through the pit on this?
Wow, they're going to take the orb bold through the pit.
But that mid-cross is dangerous.
But now, Divide kind of has to be suspect of a potential lurk. I mean, it's a bold lurk if you ever made one without a pinch. That's why Patman's here, but...
Not necessarily looking like as bad a situation here for Paper X.
Nah, Fnatic's winning it all. Well, Fnatic is winning it all, but I'm just saying if Wolves went up, their chances would be good. It wouldn't matter, but... It doesn't really matter who wins this because Fnatic's winning the whole event.
To do that to something. Can we just like
Spring has been so good.
Twice now. He's been outswung. If you don't think these Wolves are gunners, you are absolutely wrong. But now they've
Actually, Paper X Fnatic Grand Final
now
would
they want to maybe hit
be
that
really
cross back
funny.
in again, and this is where those stingers are going to start suffering. You're not in the right place for him, but Jing's still going to hold his ground.
Jing, he's got to get out. You got to get out, man. You got to get out.
But he gets out at least for now. Patman's found Mike, Story's got support.
Oh, he second guessed whether he should stand fight Patman. He's back. What? Dude, he just ran up mid. What the hell?
Puts himself in a deadly position and delivers here for Paper X.
I need to watch that one back.
How's he just, dude? Oh, the parrot off of Jing's paranoia.
So quickly. Beautiful stuff from him.
He needed that. He needed that bad.
No
The Jolly V. Imagine they got him Jolly V during the break.
Operator back in hand now for something. All stacked up in mid now. The smoke will obscure for the time being.
Who's next?
So Juicy going to try and pave the way. Actually, right, Red's it round the corner.
Oh, he saw another. He's going to get out. Scout's on the way out as well.
With that Hunter's Fury, but it finds no value, really. And now Forsaken just stands his ground. This feels like it's fallen flat here for Wolves. Paper X getting a good read.
Paper X just needs to chill. Why are we slow creeping that one by one?
So close.
Okay.
Great trade for Divide there. And now just 2 remaining. Juicy and CFAT Baby.
Give Patman some banana ketchup. Dude, the banana ketchup. Chat, for those who don't know, apparently banana ketchup is a very common form of ketchup in the Philippines. It's crazy. They started making it with bananas because during the wartime they were short on tomatoes.
You got not many tools left to.
I'm so curious.
Recon and Juicy with a full belt almost.
I'm trying to send it for the fake, I guess.
30 seconds left.
A nice idea. But it's not going to dissuade these players. They don't need to move.
Paper X can sit in this.
Banana ketchup, yeah. Apparently, I found out last night.
Because they don't get a bite.
Banana Nutella. Wait, you mean like Nutella on banana though, right? Surely that we're not making Nutella with banana.
Struggling to scrape.
What is the taste of the noodles? Oh, that's a good question. So it's a cold soup. The soup is it's a broth, but a little bit of vinegar. Normally people like add vinegar and mustard. This one just kind of comes seasoned a little bit. So a little bit of vinegar, a little bit of mustard. So it's got a bit of a tangy kick to it. And the noodles are, I mean, it's buckwheat, so it's a very grainy taste, but it's not like heavy on the taste.
I've got to say as well, for me, good start seeing Patman find a bit of impact too. He's been a really
By the way, it doesn't taste like banana, it's just sweet. You mean the ketchup, right? I mean, apparently.
Oh, Forsaken got the timing so right. He's so blind.
Ooh, but the flash.
Spacing and trading from Juicy just to swing that. But the next layer to this is still something. There's no pressure towards middle, but he's very paranoid about it.
Yeah, that's why Patman's coming over. So he has to peek out, because otherwise the retake against double Senti with the op would be near impossible. Big cover from Patman, but Juicy.
You're not meant to be doing this sort of stuff. And now Spring left in a 1v2 as well.
They immediately group up. Good call from Paper X.
They're wrapping the spike as well. Both Jing and something.
This guy's paranoia, smoke.
They know it was B main.
To play with though, Mike.
He's left guessing.
They don't know exactly where he's at.
Get himself a clean plan.
Shadows traveling.
With the smoke towards CT kind of implies he's
They
not
know.
expecting this wrap.
Certainly does. TP should be noted too, that paranoia. What do you do?
Ooh, the check.
Yeah,
He knows where one of them are. Let's debate out from something, though. Well played by Paper X. Good double up.
But it felt like Wolves were so headstrong and wanting to
Juicy woke up towards the end. I mean, he wasn't bad for any part of the map. He was just, he wasn't like part of the main spotlight. He woke up towards the end.
Again, you look at the minimap at that moment, and there is a huge gap in the Paper X defense. So happens. I mean, Juicy picks up a little momentum, but that kill there, he was down to 1 HP, and the shorty connects from here. Just as the door is about to close. potentially sealing that post plant for Wolves, to be honest with you.
Yeah.
Big timeout from Wolves.
Yep. And now Wolves starting to run dry, it looks like. Again, when we're talking about these sort of big stage games, it is that level of comfort on here when you're under the gun, because yes, they did lose out to, what was it, Sen early on, but beyond that, they've not really dropped a map for Wolves. They've been on that kind of momentum run. So now they're starting to hit that brick wall, right? You kind of expect it in towards these sort of games. The caliber just keeps increasing. I want to see how well they do in this. Obviously, they did great against Gen G. That, to me, was the tick in the box of authenticity.
Yeah, almost a turning point.
Yeah. Like everything else, I'd be like, okay, maybe people underestimated them. Maybe they...
Yeah, because
right.
that step up
Don't my
against the
food.
playoffs where it's like obviously the stakes get raised. And we're not talking about elimination for Wolves, but...
I didn't have time for other toppings, so I just added
the pressure definitely
Korean pickled
correlates with that.
radish strands. A little spicy, a little spicy kick to it.
Series versus Paper X.
Normally you add like, if you don't want spicy versions, you would just add like slices of radish,
I mean, God,
an egg,
no introduction.
things like that. Maybe some meat.
Truly not. And again, I think that because of their lack of, you know, let's say international trophy, that there has been that worry about them, how well they do, their expectations, but they are still a grand finalist team.
So
right?
I think Wolves, they've been really broken down because they haven't been able to
be
actually
sent
get
off
their
top,
common
but at this
executes on
point,
tree for the pressure. Paper X has
course
really
corrected
been
well.
good at blocking this.
Everything
And they're
back
actually
to
going to push
where they
out.
like it. And for something, he's going hunting. He knows where the man is.
Cover from Forsaken.
You see on the minimap as well.
They know the main force is on A. Huge. What an adjustment. What a call off the timeout. You know you have the weapon advantage, so you just try to punish that. You try to really pressure them. See, this whole round, and now the next round, Wolves is going to have to slow clear mid and hold on to mid. So basically, Paper X is saying, like, no, you guys need to pay attention to this. You guys need to stay here.
He's on his own because you saw the
Because otherwise, we're going to
rotation
push
route
out like
from
this.
something. So times it well to back away, and that sees obviously giving it a couple of seconds and actually plays back in something. You don't often see fights this deep on the map.
Waiting for the wide swing.
Paper X, I guess.
Yeah, Paper X just don't want Wolves to sit back and set up here, preventing any rotation back to the side of the map.
They're just going to go for the smoke.
This space and actually knife
Go for the safe knife. No, they're still going to wait. But you have so much information. I think...
Probably still knowing.
I mean, I think the knife now is fine, but I guess they have snake bite, so they're using that, yeah, as safety. See if it actually got in. They have no idea.
Yeah,
Juicy's in as well.
Okay, guys, you were primed for this, and Divine looks like he's trying to do everything himself. What's going on here? Something that's unfair. That's a bit of bullying, but I like it. 5-4 now, tipping the scales on their side. And I've got to say, Wolves looking a little bit shaken by this.
Yeah, and
dude,
I
damn.
I don't want to say lost for answers, but unable to really troubleshoot with some of these approaches that Paper X are displaying here on the Sen.
Dude, give me the something replay.
Again, good for 2 on the way in here.
Yeah, surprise.
A moment where Divine can't pick
There it is. Oh, no, they missed the best part.
Paper X watch party loving that one, but 5-4 we go back through. Buyback in play.
Okay, so Wolves, they don't get baited by that previous round. They still go hard on A.
This operator into a shotgun.
Something's at 8-6-1 slowly come online. Dude, he knows the Euro has ulted, so he just goes for the kill.
The Aldrone, and he's still standing.
He's got Blade Storm. He's back in. Snuck in through the wall.
And one by one they fall. Can he find that final man as well?
Something is online.
Looking to try and take towards the site. But something's been dominant about this so far, the double swing. Position noted.
I think Paper X is already good with this half. Now that they're at 6, I think they're pretty happy with this half.
Already in the round. There's not much to be done for YU.
But we'll see. Incredible decision making from something though. To peek out, he knows one's in drone, one's in ult. So worst case, there's a third guy covering, or he gets a free kill on Sova. It's an amazing decision to make.
And nowhere to hide. Something gets his 4th, and he is just getting scarier and scarier as the game goes on.
Like they're channeling into that 6th gear. Putting up now 5 rounds unanswered for Paper X.
Oh.
Well, Isor's ult was clearing quad. He was clearing on site, which I think is the correct play. Because you walled off door, but you didn't realize that something was already like in the angles.
Of Ascent. desperate, I guess, from Fade to try and recover things here.
Ooh. Second time out?
For a 6-6, actually see Fat BB, who wants to really lead this dialogue.
Yeah, it's not Fade. This is
3 timeouts in the first half. Insane. Insane half.
See that pressure starting to mount.
Because I guess this is the uncharted territory for this team, right? Is being on international stage and, you know, coming up against opponents that you just can't crack through that first sort of line of defense. Again, this is where these guys really earn their money, to be honest.
Oh, yeah.
You can't watch Fnatic win. I mean, it's all right. You already know the result. Fnatic's going to beat G2.
It's all good and well to have those Cinderella runs, right? And it's why
Yeah, I think Wolves should be okay with 5. I think they would have liked 6, but I mean, that's always kind of a dream scenario, though.
Very few occasions where it's gone the whole distance. You could argue EG at Champs was probably one of the only ones that ever made it.
The outlier, yeah.
That is it. PRX have been that fairy tale run in the past, but they never quite made it themselves.
Let's see what the adjustment is. Instead of focusing heavy on A main, they're back to a B heavy focus. They are back to working mid.
To push someone like PRX away from something they are singularly focused on.
PRX continuing to push out a little bit aggressively.
Is what they want. Jing!
Oh, huge ping as well. Oh, and he gets out.
Getting what he needs there.
PRX keeps the space too. That's huge. Wolves doesn't get the space.
Happy with that. Something will follow up here. YU will fall.
Big double swing, but PRX, they know they have numbers. They know they have better weapons. Dude, something is just going off on the movement.
This is when it's rough to play against PRX. They know when to keep on pressuring. Don't allow you any say in the round. When you say in the half as well. That's 6 now. With no response.
Beautiful.
Didn't even look like that was.
Are you playing Chrono? Oh, dude, I think I forgot to sign up for the beta. Is it already? Did it already start?
From PRX.
I wanted to try it.
The pressure starts weighing on the
Guess I missed out. I've been too busy with Path of Exile outside of VCT.
Oh, absolutely,
smiles.
Oh, it started? Damn. I wonder if I apply now, I wonder if I'll still get in. Is it open or did you have to pre-apply through Steam?
It's so rough to play against PRX though when they get themselves ahead.
Oh, and then like 15 minutes you should get it? Okay, maybe I'll apply during the break just to see. Probably won't stream it, but
big tick in the box.
Probably check it out.
Bang on.
Nah, chat. Fnatic's winning. It has nothing to do with like the numbers or whatever. Fnatic's just winning, chat. Crashes is just gonna win.
Now is the biggest test for them. Looking a little fraught here so
Mixed
far.
reviews, not surprising. I actually like it. Everything, every marketing material looked hype, but I think
again, the timing on these knives, rather good.
for a beta, I was expecting it to be somewhat mixed. We'll see. Aggressive position from something huge.
Tucked into logs because I mean PRX can sit in this.
Saw the trip come back up, so he knows he's safe.
Oh god.
The Omen ult doesn't check anything. They have no idea that something has clear idea on A though.
That is one thing that's worked in their favor.
PRX
lean a little forward, gets punished.
does try to stay for the fights. Do they know that Jing's on the site? Not quite, but he's going for it. He needed 2.
Popping off with 20 seconds. The leader for the Wolves side.
You know he can't hear you. That's good. Dude, we don't see enough players actually abusing that sound often enough off of the Nightfall. Forsaken. I mean, I do think also like it was a 2v1, so it could have gone either way, but well played by Forsaken.
I mean, it's a pistol round 2 potentially that makes this such a huge deficit to come up against.
Yeah, they've got their work cut out now for Wolves. This is a tough scenario. PRX singular in their goal, eyeing up that grand final, but they're not there yet. One more half stands in their way. So they need to prepare themselves.
It's not even beta, it's just a playtest of an older version.
Over to Vansili with Sid City standing by.
As in, it's like a older thing, or like a, you mean it should be closer to perfection?
Thank you so much, Pansy and Hypog. We have a hell of a game so far, but I'm joined on the floor right now.
Because I would have assumed it's meant to be like a rougher version, right?
Sid City, how are you doing today?
I'm I'm doing good. The energy in the stadium is insane.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, the last time we had a chance to speak with each other, it was during an Americas matchup in LA. What's the vibes like here in Toronto in a sold-out Masters Toronto?
Yeah, I think it's insane because the East Coast and Canada hasn't had an event like this in a long time, and Los Angeles always has events like this. So the crowd, I feel like you guys are like super excited to finally be here in person and watching the games. Like, you guys are insane.
Toronto, you're excited? Hell yeah. And now you have some experience playing in Game Changers before, so you have an eye for skill. In this matchup so far between PRX
Thank you
and
for the
Wolves,
hydrant.
who
I'm
do
freaking
you have
coughing
your
my
eye on
lungs
so
out.
Okay, honestly, at first I wasn't gonna say this, but after that ace with the deagle on that diffuse round, Divide.
So does that mean Devi and PRX are taking a series?
Yeah, I mean, I got PRX rocket on my sleeve right now, so I think they're gonna scare us a little, make it a close match, but I think PRX is gonna like close it out. I'm sorry, Wolves. I'm sorry. You've been great though.
Well, Wolves,
You've been great though. They're not even out of the tournament.
Thank you so much. One more time, Sea City. Let's bring it back to the game.
Silly sending it on that. He's such a bold man. You know
I
what I mean?
He's actually been rehearsing that for the last few days.
That's what I've been hearing in the hotel.
A few howls, yeah.
Yeah, fair play. And they're going to need a couple because 4 rounds isn't many, right? PRX sat on 8. You can see on the Coinbase Econ report kind of just the lay of the land, really. And it has been a bit
Something
of a
80.5 with the
I was worried after that first
incredible
round
econ rating.
It didn't seem to phase him. He was right back into business.
Yeah, and I think the issue being now coming into the second half, you see the string of rounds. It's been collected by PRX. Wolves haven't had much of a say in some of these losses. Yes, coming down to maybe a 1v1 here and there, but all the crucial kills feel as if they went.
What if Fnatic are permabanning Pro because it's their best map?
At a 4-1 scoreline.
No, it's not.
Now it being 8-4.
Honestly, if they don't show it, like I will order their jersey if they show it today. But also if they don't show it, I mean, at some point you got to learn to play all the maps.
That's 2 players. And a third now noted. That's a lot of info. Siufa BB is being bold about this, but he's been revealed. He's been just about everything, but they weathered the storm.
Yeah, I think initially there, the further investment of utility.
Good block from Wolves. They don't lose any members. They've got set up with the traps.
I think there's potentially a little bit of a stack.
The timing on this. Lovely timing on that, but
they know that something's through. Ooh, Lystra needed to not die there. He still got his wall up though, so. Yeah, but he needed to not die because they needed to keep the pinch.
And the plant's going to be in.
YU and Siufa BB, a 2v4.
Kind of a big death there.
PRX tagged up, but
Siufa BB is just trying to get a better angle, trying to clear everything step by step.
The odds here. PRX just poised.
Positions are great for PRX though. Well, I say that, and Forsaken literally gives the one angle. Huge on Jing to make sure they keep the numbers advantage. With the health. Ooh.
A desperate attempt to get them back here, but PRX take another step in the right direction.
Dude, Forsaken literally walking into the one angle where there was nobody to trade got me so worried.
Again, as soon as they find, I guess what they perceive as a point of
PRX with a double ban in Grand Final is a bit scary. You mean for PRX, right? It's scary for PRX because they've never been able to take advantage of that, right? Their biggest nemesis, their own double map out.
Well invested here for round 2 as well. Don't want to leave anything up to chance.
PRX fans, you should actually be wanting PRX to lose.
Rifles except for Patman and Forsaken.
They've never been reliable with the double map.
Wolves set up in a little bit of a stack here. Flash in's only going to slow down the inevitable, it feels. Maybe toying with the idea of contesting that orb, but doesn't happen. I think PRX probably smell something.
There's a trap around that.
Well, on internationals, yes, they've done it. They've done it in Pacific, but
over there. Something looking to farm. Falls, it would be a prize possession garnered.
I was curious there if Forsaken was going to show some
triple
utility on the
stack.
side of the map because
I like it from
It's
Wolves.
just Lysor.
You're on an eco. I think more teams should kind of all in rock, paper, scissors here.
He's calling a cancel on that.
That's one. There's more, and it's cleared systematically.
Is that what this gun is?
The flash through smoke is nice. See that BB is already
It's the one with the
noticed
radar, the heartbeat sensor, and it doesn't have it?
Jing already takes the angle. PRX looking
I thought the heartbeat sensor was just built in. Is that one of the upgrades?
No, they're not. Again, showing diligence this
Oh,
time around.
honestly though, the heartbeat
that's when
sensor
it
is a
really-
distraction.
Really flips the switch. Wolves the ones to left, kind of to sweat in this scenario.
In an official match, I would not want it.
Plus the second gets themselves.
I would not want the
but
heartbeat sensor.
Jing, a third found and a 10th on the board for PRX. This buy round
That's it.
is huge.
It actually looks kind of clean
And this
without the
bonus
heartbeat sensor. It looks very
even
different.
bigger
Yeah.
For PRX, if they can find it. Only the one casualty.
Later you're gonna cry, bro.
So they come into
Later you're
round
gonna
3.
cry,
Flushed out.
Oh, if PRX wins bonus, it's definitely over.
Pac-Man actually just going to ride a sheriff through
It's a
here.
stinger and a sheriff here for PRX.
Forsaken and Jing closest in terms of this ult cycle.
Cover going out.
Nothing of note for Wolves, but potentially a pace change. Just initially, Forsaken going to retrieve one orb. Trying to retrieve one orb.
Yeah, a couple times of asking.
Wolves,
All
they
good.
they aren't trying to
Have control over towards A main.
just play
so
as safe of a setup, right? You've got mid trip.
A little bit cagey.
You got people on all
start, isn't it?
sides.
You can see the.
I mean, it's a huge ultimate to have in the bonus, so you know they're going to want to come for this orb.
Oh, here it is. They've taken the taunt.
Actually,
There's the
Lysor and
wall.
Spring do peel away.
It's broken apart. But the important thing is Devi actually has free reign here, and you've got 50
So they
seconds.
might leave YU here, but you can already see that rotation coming in from Juicy. He's going to try and pop himself over towards A.
PRX aren't dead set just yet. I think maybe going to prioritize towards short here to catch somebody out. They don't want to walk into this choke point.
And that's going to encourage the play forward, but denied.
Oof.
Forsaken with the first blow. And it could be a lethal one at that. Juicy. It's late, but job done, and Lysor does well.
Oh, Lysor? He gets another. That's huge.
The walls aren't done yet, but Forsaken captured and held in place. The spike now
They know the
left
spike's
loose.
still down.
With 20 seconds, he's got to make a miracle out of this.
They all group up. That's good from Wolves. Instead of going for some crazy pinch.
Not going to get it. A lifeline for Wolves.
3 left standing as well. Just an armor or shield to repurchase here for Juicy.
Yeah, he got stunned by the
Again,
deadlock
was
trap,
the
I think.
bonus, so PRX is going to come back in, and because Pac-Man only brought a sheriff to the party,
Spike down A.
You gotta watch out
it's almost
when your
rinse
teammates have
and
deadlock
repeat
stuns
here.
set up. You gotta watch out. You don't step into it.
Cannot get the ball rolling in terms of
Whoa, whoa, my voice. Is that what he said?
But again, though, this was something that was said about that BB was building up his players, right? Keeping them confident, trying to keep them in the game. He's going to have to keep doing that because PRX don't stop. Even in their losses, they will still play confident games. And something taking space. Solo Endeavor. 2 players on the other side. CUFAT, BB, and Lysor playing top mid off the back
Same
of that
setups,
placed in as
different
well.
setup
So
for
we've got a lot
the
to play
trip
off
here.
of
It's on the ground.
Very difficult scenario. Patman on that
No,
deep
no
wall in case of
high
lost swing.
trips for the potential jet.
There's got to be those early protocols being cleared.
I mean, it is a duelist's nightmare to play into this composition.
Oh, he saw Devi.
Slice saw. Dancing with death here.
They still have that trip, so they can still have confidence behind that. But they've read it wrong to an extent.
Wall
right? They've
gone
gone
already
forward
at the
for this
minute mark.
Fade pressure on towards B main, but we know where it's heading. PRX are once again eyeing up the
Lots
safe
of
side.
pressure here with the fade.
brutal.
And PRX
You got
used
Juicy
to, back in
still
the
here,
day,
you got
they would do a
Spring
lot
still
of
here,
these fade
but
fakes
PRX
whenever they
are
played
right at the
fade
door
on
now.
Ascent.
And away they go. Something looks the wrong
Oof.
way and gets punished. Spring does well.
No
Great
cover,
power
no
too.
check.
Tries to slow the roll here, buy time for these rotations.
That was so
Pressure
messy.
From main held back by the smoke, but Devi gonna lean forward. Lurch closer.
Juicy's on the side. He was meant to just play for time, but Spring still gets the trade. Only 2 HP though.
Down to a 3v2. Man to the good for PRX.
See if that puts the pressure. They are still going to stick it because they have better numbers.
Going to be coming from heaven here. CUFAT BB a little
Playing in
ahead
the
of
smoke. I
YU.
like that from Forsaken.
From PRX
The other two basically
overstepping.
just have to play
They're tucked
safe
in right now.
positions.
Gotta see discipline.
Whoa, whoa, whoa,
That's a
whoa,
shoulder
whoa.
shown. some damage made.
Forsaken does need to give up on the smoke now. Oh, he's going to go for the flank.
Is a problem. That third being Forsaken, but they're losing out on the side.
But they're down on the site. Oh, never mind. Doesn't matter.
Striding closer now. 11 rounds to their name.
A tough loss here for Wolves. Like you said, with the bonus being as well invested as it was.
I mean, I think it's one of those things where it's like, Wolves are playing decently well, but for one, there's too many rounds down. And two, you know, he lost the pistol, etc., etc. You're, you know, let's say if it was even at the half, like, it's like, oh no, they could still come back. You know, they're still like playing as a team. The kind of moment-to-moment decision making as a group isn't bad from Wolves, but it's rough. They just don't have time. They just don't have time to build back up.
You can start hearing that music play, can't you? That 12th round looking like.
So again, they just go for the 50-50 gamble, which
a couple of sheriffs, Ghost.
Is bold.
Team with a whole lot of hopes here.
The PRX is at 11 instead of going for a force, which would have been very scuffed. Wait, it missed? I mean, they get the kill, but
if they want it.
Yeah, PRX actually aren't in a position to capitalize elsewhere. They're spread so thin. Spike not committed anywhere just yet.
They just catch him on the jump out. That's crazy.
Will stand for the time being. No weapon recovered though for Wolves. Oh.
Nice from Patman, big kill there on towards Juicy. And that knife should reveal at least one more, so then they
only the deadlock, and now you've sent Sova over anyway.
A little headstrong for my taste, but it's PRX. You kind of know what you're in for here. Lysol was the one to do the damage.
Most no. Let's see how good their shots are. That's the unexpected angle.
Great shot. 25 seconds, and Lysol still
Lysor? Lysor moment?
To go above and beyond here. One down. He's doing the dance.
Oh.
So elusive and evasive to try
Patman with the bait.
Zufet BB was so far away. Spike planted. Patman is low. Forsaken is not. I know. Oh, for a second, I thought it was possible. But 12 found, and the final stand
oh my God.
has to be now for Wolves.
They're shutting down the CFAT clutches. That's the real win here.
Navigate their way into this defense. Everything they need, it comes down to a fine margin.
He knows it was doable. He knows it was doable.
PRX undeterred in terms of the finances here. A couple of ultimates starting to rear their heads.
Oh, 5. It's a long way to go for Wolves. It's tough. We'll see though. There it is. There's the jet trip.
Ultimates, but we'll even get a chance to see them. Juicy, Fat BB. No command here from Patman.
Okay. Anti-setup though, which is nice. So they're still going to get a bit of a reward.
Yeah, just classic, you know, anti-no command here. Denlock puts up the wall as well, so Lyser's feeling okay before the KO gets in. Juicy. Huge. Oh, it would have been great if he got 3. Device on the other side. He needs to win this. He loses to Yuika. That's, I think, the nail in the coffin for this round.
Desperation play from Patman. Has got his man, but Wolves stave off what feels like the inevitable.
Yeah, what's up, Tron?
3 still alive.
Clinging to life here, the Newell theft.
They're doing okay though. They're at match point.
They have to fight for sight then.
Easy peasy.
Patman walked down to just a lick of HP. Yeah. No chance for them to sit back and try and defend that, but Juicy really the one to stop this from spiraling out of control.
CFAT's down, which is messing up. Well, no, I mean, I think he's had...
Second ping paying off there.
He's had games where he wasn't getting frags and they were still doing incredibly. I do think the pressure is getting to him a bit, if that's what you mean. I think mentally he's a bit more quieted down.
Can they deny him now?
But maybe that round is what they needed.
Looking a little shaky, but something's fallen.
He's caught on the trip. Nobody broke it for him.
Yeah, big kill from Juicy.
That could be a tilter for him there, because that was meant to be their kind of...
They haven't been checking clearing mid very easily. Actually, last round they had Patman walk into the trip, so they should know.
Play into this composition, but you really need that second or third man in line. Deal with that sort of thing here, Juicy.
You mean mentally? Gotcha.
A bit worried there that he'd found like the dream gap to try and punish, but not to be. So PRX try and do what they can. And Wolves aren't allowing
Spring's
it.
back online.
Does well towards
I mean, this is a Nico,
Let's see if that BB still on the back lines.
but
Doesn't
I
need to
do think
overextend
you
himself.
consider a timeout
Waits for the
here.
swing. Wolves control
You only
this
have
well,
one,
Mike.
but I think you'd rather call it before Wolves fully comes online.
That's where I'll start
That's when we
believing.
start. Yeah.
Like, otherwise you got to OT anyway. I really think you call a timeout instead of saving it for later.
It's a frustrating one for something.
Yeah, again, just looking at the minimap, there's two members here down in Arch. The time that happened, and again, I'm not saying dealing with
Yeah,
the
I mean,
something
I think
goes wild
it's
there,
very
but
natural for them to feel pressure a little bit. But Siofat, as we can see on screen, is doing everything he can to make sure they don't. No timeout.
Especially with two people.
You got big ults on the side of Wolves. Big retake ults too. That makes things even easier. So they double down, trip and sonic sensor.
Back to work though.
Looking for revenge up
Extra
here.
setup here as well. Another trip here. That should be the one on the ground.
Playing top mid. Looking at the rest of the team split throughout. A bit of a default coming out from PRX. Maybe trying to catch some of the aggression.
Yeah, that's what I've been saying, Kiri. He was at the. He had the most clutches and near the top of percentages even before today.
Springs in potential trouble. Does have his paranoia if he needs it.
It's incredible.
Going to come down on the other side of the map though. Juicy's going to clear and give
13 clutches total in one tournament. I mean, regardless of the number of times you've had to do it, is crazy. What? Lights were kind of sleeping at the wheel there. Wait, Spring. Oh, Spring, he's done it again.
Don't think it's over yet. Spike is there.
Oh, the pit for the Omino.
Coming in.
Look at the pit as well.
Oh my god, this is.
And he clears the counter Omino.
Divide disconnected towards A main. You can have Jing tucked towards site. Spring.
Wait, just missed him.
Oh no.
Timing. Unbelievable. Spring trying to play the game.
Where's Jing going? Where's Jing going? Nobody can shoot the spike. Yeah, Jing, where are we going?
They don't know about it. Obviously, they don't know about it.
Okay, they lower the pit just to check. Okay. Okay. Wait, hold on. Why did Jing leave?
Out of nowhere, Wolves digging deeper.
Spring tees it up. YU closes out with a Red Bull clutch here to keep Wolves alive.
I can't believe that. Look
You
at
need a
this round.
timeout.
This
You need a timeout.
Spring.
I mean, this is. I mean, credit to Spring here, but like.
Don't expect it. You know that's a mad one.
Yeah, no, that one is all credit to Spring. But the 2v2.
That's the killer instinct I want to
Yeah, Jing's like trying to go for a hero play in a 2v2 with your own pit.
And I gotta say,
Why are you doing
rightfully
that?
so. They give up the pit.
You do that
They
if it's a
play themselves
2v3.
out of
I
line
understand
in front of the
that.
spike. Yes, it needs a miracle, but it's Wolves you're talking about here.
I'm 19 and PRX are gonna make me go bald.
We said we start paying attention at 10.
That one hurts. Yeah, that it's definitely something.
Something seems so unwilling
It's like
to let go of this mid-range.
they like kind of go into solo queue mode when that happens. It's like you're making on these plays where you just didn't need
Those
to.
stingers, very, very deadly.
Or stingers.
Down. Camera here. Doesn't need to overstay his welcome. Could do with some support. on
This
TC,
isn't a
though.
kill
They do
trip
have a
though.
open
Well,
path
actually, Yuika
straight
is in
across.
position for it. He does
Divide
get
can
spotted.
deny that. No one's gonna be able to help out YU here. Does get to at least evade the siege.
The
but they're
Odin
right
just to
knocking
slow
at the
things
door.
down, just to make sure that
Have a way
Yuika
forward.
doesn't get pinched.
No damage done just yet towards the side, but actually now, why are you going to have his hands full?
Oh, good bait from PRX.
And maybe a mistake made by the Wolves. Plan's looking like it's coming
That's one Vandal.
You're looking at that late mid lurk as well coming out from Jing. Juicy tries to make
Juicy
something
can't
of
get
it.
out.
Takes
Only
away
good
from
for
Zing,
one.
but
That's
the numbers
huge.
still good. PRX
The Odin. You have to watch out for the Odin.
advantage here. Divide could be
Something on a
tied
timing
to this, though.
swing.
It's all going.
Huge.
A little
Incredible read on the minimap.
And of course, this is the round to do it. Lysor asked so much of. 3 defined.
Damn.
Round by round. Kill by kill.
Damn.
A track by track. That final stop by that final destination is now locked in for PRX.
Further elevation.
They did not time out. Well, no, they timed out once in the first half, but
Quickly become a fan favorite
I mean, they
here in
closed it out,
Toronto.
which is good.
Still, Got to come away from this series with their heads held high for your Wolves.
GG's to PRX. GG's to Wolves too. Honestly, I do think they kind of felt the pressure a bit. I think they kind of felt the pressure a bit.
Yeah, spot on again.
Lyser has a couple rounds again that he's gonna feel bad about. Hopefully it doesn't creep up on him too much.
PRX have another shot at this now. It was never about just getting to a grand final though. It was always about that final step. The first to lock it in here in Toronto. Who will they be standing up against is the big question, but a great performance.
GG's though, grand final, double map ban. PRX, they do it again. 3 international finals. That's big. 3 international finals. That's huge.
This is a guy that's been under so much flack. Because again, it's typically
Alex is not amused. He's like, screw this W gaming, man.
I guess it's tough to really see his role within this roster and I guess the play style, but man, today, shining bright.
Yeah, as I said, making those big plays is his value alone in some of these maps.
No, I do think I do think that this time they at least won't troll themselves on the map ban. I know Alex knows that at Champs they trolled their map ban. I don't think they would do that this time.
Jumping down there in a moment. Oh, it does seem as though we are ready. So let's hear from the players themselves. Down with Yinsu.
We get the interview.
But PRX are finally back in another grand final. I know, Jing, you're a man of few words, but I gotta get your reaction on this because, JJ, this is your 3rd grand final on the global stage. How does this compare to LA and Copenhagen?
I think now we have like more experience, so hopefully third time's the charm. Hopefully.
And speaking
they
about
gotta get them to stop signing during the interview. They were so good about it last week.
What's Jason like as a leader these days on stage?
I think he's doing a really great job as being a leader. He's like keeping the whole team hype and keeping all our energy good.
There you go. There you go.
I think he makes everyone really excited as well and really hyped. So yeah, I think mood is really great now and hopefully we carry on the momentum to grand finals.
Okay, I have one very important question. The crop top. We have been promised the crop top in Pacific. We haven't seen it. Now you're in a grand final. Are we bringing out the crop top finally?
I mean, like I said in the press con, if we win grand finals and my team wears the crop top with me, I'll do it.
All right, okay, we need to get PRX behind this crop top. I know one person that might be down for this, of course. I'm going to get told off if I don't get David here on your thoughts. First of all, Divide, your first ace on the global stage. Was that fun?
That's his first ace?
To be fair, I just want to win the round. But now I got an ace. I mean, thanks to you guys, and very happy.
Anyone you want to dedicate that ace to? You know, it's your first one. It's a special one.
I mean, I got to dedicate to my bro Pujan. I think he's here now, right?
I'm glad you mentioned it because I think, of course, you have a lot of fans. You know, they're all here very keen to get your pictures and signatures. But I do think you can probably flex a little bit about just your fan base because it's not just these guys out here. It's FNS. I saw Tens and Kaide wearing a PRX jersey as well. So how good
yeah, Tens is on the PRX train. He loves PRX.
Want you to win.
Yeah, I mean, we are very thankful that we have so many fans across the world. And even yesterday, Tens and Kaide and Mel came to our place. So it's nice meeting them. Probably it's Tens buff, you know. So yeah, hopefully we do well in grand final. And
I mean, they're just such a likable team.
Oh, I hope so for you as well. Everyone in Toronto, as I let him sign a few more things one more time for your first grand finalist, PRX.
Good game, though. It was a good game. It was a good game. It started to get one-sided on Ascent, but overall a good game. Overall good game. Honestly, Wolves still played well, I think. And I mean, Wolves are top 3. Wolves are top 3. Like that's already insane. I don't think they will be content with just like being like, yeah, that's fine for us. Obviously, I think they're gonna go all out, but we'll see. We'll see how they do in a BO5 because map pool they should be okay. All right, chat. Yeah, the inexperience. I think once you started to lose momentum, I think they really needed that first map, especially if it was going to be close. But all right, chat, we're going to run some ads ourselves as well. I'm going to go make some coffee myself. And then everybody get ready to watch Crashy's the GOAT stomp on G2. So be prepared for that. We'll be right back. Perfect. G2 versus Fnatic.
Welcome back to Masters.
Oh, they have like a little
Toronto
hockey
and our
section.
lower bracket
That's sick.
Semi-final. We already locked one team in the grand final. Shout out to PRX. But now we set our eyes on G2 versus Fnatic. NA.
We'll do our daily web
are
games
fighting
chat. Give me
to
one
stay
second.
alive
Just
in this
gotta set up
competition, but
our
only
AC
one
here.
region will make it to tomorrow's best of 5 lower final. Of course, I'm Golden. We're here alongside Mimi and Kukuka as we look to break everything down. And Kukuka, for both of us, this is a stressful moment here, right? Your boys in Fnatic,
Yes.
my boys in G2. Oh my word, what's gonna happen?
I mean, it
There we
definitely
go.
is a very exciting one. I think that both of this first seeds
The Heretic
have a very
stat's
good
still
chance
strong. It
of
is so
winning
far,
today. I
which
think
is
that they
crazy.
Both have shown the growth
Dude,
sorry,
imagine,
that was
though.
expected from them coming into this tournament.
And it's especially interesting.
Imagine
given
if,
the
I mean,
history. This is gonna
actually,
be an
if
opportunity
PRX
for
wins
revenge if you're
and
the
Wolves goes
boys
out in the lower finals, that would be actually insane. That
champions
Heretics
got
only loses
eliminated
to first and
in
third
the
place.
lower rounds there, went out way earlier than they would have wanted to. That was still back last year before they lost out on Dirk, before they had to make all their
Sorry, it was
roster
the other way around.
changes that-
Fnatic kicked G2 out of the tournament.
Ooh, bold.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, you are right.
So how about I think you need to go over
right,
your,
let's
your
see here.
history a little bit more, because I understand that this is Mimi, that this is EMEA versus Americas, but I will
I'm
not
just
give you that
rewriting
win.
a
What is
fanfic
this?
in my head, and it's lived out there.
Emplacements?
No, but you are right. I misspoke there.
But there you can see the journeys that both of these teams have taken.
All right,
Back when
chat.
this
Let's
core
get our
was the
scramble
guard,
done.
You have this Fnatic squad. That core is stuck together for quite some time as well here. I mean, no matter how you slice it, though, Bea, you're looking at an incredible
Ooh,
matchup between
dude.
two masterclass teams.
Oh,
Yeah, absolutely, especially with
this
the
ice
new
cream
names,
looks
the
so
new additions that
good,
we've
actually.
seen. It's not like Joe is going to be especially a stranger to Fnatic. I think that the question
But
is more on Kayak and
an
on the other
onion
side. But again, to me,
bhaji
is
burger.
how G2 has adapted to.
Is that just an onion fritter, though? Is that all it is? It looks good.
Some changes that we've saw them make the other day, and Fnatic is finally finding their pathing.
Yeah, it seems to be the case here now.
Chobra, how's your VFL? I mean, I just have to wait
gives
until
you
Fnatic
an
wins the
opportunity
tournament.
to
That's the
catch
only
up
way I'm
with
getting
Trent
more
for
points.
quick work.
If you
The
ever
ice cream,
had
it is cheaper
questions
too.
about what Trent think of
Slightly.
Taeho, I think
I
it's
love
pretty clear now. Speaking of the Taeho, your coach spoke about the importance of taking risks. How big or small
Oh
a risk
my
is it
God.
to reincorporate Taeho? And what are your
Oh
thoughts on
my
changing comps
God.
mid-tournament?
We've changed comps before, so we don't think it's too big of a risk, and we were very confident in it. We like the idea, and
I love-
I just like Taeho a lot, so it kind of fits.
I love Taeho.
How much
So
do you
funny.
love Taeho? You know, I know you're wearing the t-shirt, but how much?
That's so
I
funny.
like him so much, I got a T-shirt.
Based. Thank you very much for your time.
Where do I get that T-shirt? I want the T-shirt.
I love it. I love it.
Our Emmy shirt, you know.
Damn it, it's the
now I want
burger.
my I Heart Taeho shirt.
Gonna
you know?
build it up. It is funny to see him wearing that because they did go back and show us Taeho.
The burger. We're already done.
Which was a bit of a surprise.
Okay, I love mac and cheese, but like tacos go kind of hard. But the mac and cheese is only $4.50. But it doesn't look like good mac and cheese.
Playing that agent almost every map, and
Oh,
they've had to
still
really tip him
80%.
up
Okay.
Going into this tournament versus a Fnatic that was never as into the agent, so didn't have to make as big of changes. But despite all
Buffalo
those
chicken
switches,
burger.
G2 still
What's going
had
on with the
this
bun here? The burger looks good, but what's going on with the bun?
game to stay alive here.
It's like
Absolutely
flap.
crazy
It's
on
like
this Icebox
flatbread,
that
but
we're
it's a
seeing right
bun.
now. At some point,
What?
Gen G gets to 11
Dude,
rounds.
okay, why
And
is
11 folks,
steak pie
before
peas
they
and gravy
get,
a thing?
starts getting
Like, why is that a
round
thing,
after round,
especially at a
going back into the
stadium?
match,
That
but
just
we
looks
can
like it's
see it
ready
in
to
the
spill,
energy,
no?
in the celebrations.
Like,
as
why
it
is that a
keeps getting
thing?
Closer and closer, and
Okay,
they
wait, hold
ended
on.
up removing Gen
Chat, this
G
one's
from the
tough.
competition.
And Gen
It
G is
comes
that
with a
team who
pint.
came out of Swiss stage. Everyone is talking about them as the strongest team from Swiss, one of the favorites to win the tournament. But they go out
For
in
$2.80.
that comeback
Comes
fashion.
with
And look at them
beer.
all with their I Heart
They
Taeho.
all
I
have
bet they have one
He
for you,
hearts
Alex.
Taeho.
I'm gonna try and get you one for the second.
You know what? I gotta hit my boys up. I gotta
I
get my
love
shirt.
it. That's
Crazy
so
is I
good.
think that Trent beat the Taeho one-trick allegations this tournament, and they're just
And it comes with a
reinventing the
pint.
narrative. They're bringing it back.
It's just
Ah,
nice
that's
to
tough.
see, though, how this G2 team, despite the changes.
No,
they're
okay,
still
okay.
finding
I got it
ways to
wrong, but I'm
innovate,
glad the
more
people,
importantly, and I
they were
like
not
using
baited
this
by
term
the
for
beer.
that, Kukuka,
Okay,
because
okay.
This squad is the definition of resilience after what we saw in that ice
Dude, this onion bread. I actually think I would like it. I'm curious, but I feel like the people just probably don't get it.
Get into a
Czech
match,
Republic,
and I
Hungary,
think
all the
that
Eastern
G2
European.
right now, with them changing them
This
back,
actually
because
looks
I assume
good.
that when you're
Pepperoni pizza twist.
C1
It's
and
like
you've seen all
slightly
of these
burnt, but
teams
it's not
playing
too
without
bad.
the deco, even if you had the
It's only 3
SDL,
pounds,
I
too.
think it's still viable. I think we can still use it.
Did
You still
PRX
have to
beat
go back
Wolves?
to the drawing
That
board
they
when
did.
nobody picks it.
Oh yeah,
But I
the
like the fact that they went back on their
oh yeah, the
choice and
unknown
thought, hey, I think
sandwich.
that the way we use it, we might still make it work.
Yeah,
Apparently this is some sort of ham. Chat. It's in Vietnam. It's only 67 pence versus chicken tender. I mean, it says unknown, so I feel like people are gonna go for chicken tenders, right? Even though this is grossly overpriced at Wembley.
And hear what Valen had to say to his team in the big moments.
Samosas and sauce.
I want us to just be high energy, okay? And
Okay, this is from the last match. We've seen
and
this.
focus forward.
This pizza
right?
is not
And once we
good.
win today, the whole tournament is
Samosas
gonna
and
look at
sauce.
us and say, "Oh shit, it's G2."
Heck yeah.
We have to play G2. Make this a proving point for yourself and for the team and for everyone around you, okay?
Yorkshire
We're gonna
pudding
change
wrap
the narrative of the
filled with
tournament.
sausages
Alright?
and stuffing with a
But it
pot. Okay,
starts with
that
us
sounds
believing in each other the
dope.
most. Help your boy out.
But currywurst is also really
want energy
good.
today, guys.
And
If you
this
guys
comes
wanna
with a pint, but it's
get
10
hyped, if you
pounds.
guys want to yell at them, whatever you want, do it. Play like underdogs. They're the ones who said we're going to take us out.
But
They said that. They said that it's going to be like just like last time at Shanghai, 2-0, quick victory. If you guys want to shit talk them back, go ahead and do it. This is your playground.
Who the hell puts white ranch on
pressure on us,
samosas?
All the pressure's
Was it ranch? I thought maybe it was something else, like a yogurt sauce.
Valen in an interview said when he was a younger IGL, when he was coming up from Tier 2, he used to watch.
Funnily enough, the unknown meat is more popular than a concerningly large number of actual UK. But yeah, apparently it's like a very common thing. It's just they wrote unknown because I think they didn't know.
To emulate any other leader, and he's shown how good of a leader he's become in such a short amount of
the
time.
pudding
Having the year
wrap.
they did last year, pulling off that comeback against Gen G, and now going
We're
into
failing today.
another
Okay, these both
match here, but
dude.
he's not
This
the only
chicken
leader on
gyro
this
looks
team.
so
He as well,
good.
behind the scenes,
This looks
has so much
dope.
into this roster to help out with ideas and to help.
I mean, the
Valen
pita's
with that
thick as hell,
leadership.
but this looks so good.
Also, we can see it in the server.
This actually doesn't look bad, but the bun looks kind of
on your
bad.
screens. And today he will be
Oh,
on
1%, 5.5%.
performance that we've been seeing from him all tournament long, but especially
The chicken tikka kebab chat. Our assumption is that this is food coloring because it's their team colors
it doesn't matter the
versus the Xbox code hot dog.
always count on Leaf. And if you're on the other side, you must count your blessings.
This comes with a pint and it's only 2 more pounds. Surely this wins.
Right? And really,
No
the
shot,
amount
man.
of confidence you have to have to take 1v2s the way that this guy does in those clutch situations is really
Dude, the
something
beers
that
have
is
betrayed
astounding.
us today.
There's a player across the stage from him that is also very much up there, and that's Alpha Year. You look back at Fnatic through all the tournaments they've had where
Yes, that's
things
food
have gone
coloring. Yeah,
close.
yeah.
There's a common
Pork
thread.
ramen,
Alpha, when they
straight from
eliminated
Japan.
G2 like we were talking about, he
It's gotta
was
be good.
dominant, plus
Soy sauce and broth
21 kills in that game, and
versus
he's
garlic
having those
fries
kind
and
of
cheese pizza. That pizza does not look like it's worth 13 pounds USA.
international stage, and it feels like
Although I
every
guess
time
this
he comes
is
back, he
during an
only gets
international
stronger.
match.
He only
The
gets
ramen
more
for sure.
comfortable in these big games.
The head-to-head between these
Dude,
two
how did the
players is
Xbox hot
definitely
dog
the
win
treat
that?
of
That's
the day,
insane.
Especially if we would get to see that ascent. If we
All right, let's get connections in. Let's get it all in before the games start.
Has been very important because then in other maps, like for
The
example,
true
Raven,
alpha.
where he on the ISO was sometimes the different, well, most of the times the difference maker.
I don't think it was ranch chat. I think it was like yogurt sauce. I don't know if that makes it better or worse, but on the samosa?
Hey, and what helps him is that he's going to have some vets in the back line helping him out there.
Kami, you're gonna watch Fnatic put on a masterclass against G2. Be happy.
We have a pretty exciting rematch coming up. Now, the last time, Kron, you faced G2, roster was a little bit different. You didn't have Kayak or Crashies. Tell me, what kind of impact have they brought to this roster, and maybe to you individually as well?
I think the biggest difference in terms of our roster right now is that Kayak and Crashes brought very positive vibes in our team. Also, like, not talking about the skill and other stuff because it's quite different, but the positive impact on our vibes in the team really helped a lot. Right now I also have to focus on different stuff, not just like thinking about how to make my team control my team being much better in terms of positivity, mental, how they like feel before the matches. I trust them, like they trust me, and we are doing good.
Well, that's great news to hear. Good luck today, Kron.
Thank you.
A lot on the shoulders of that veteran Chronicle to keep this squad pretty much in line. One of those individuals in particular is Kayak, who's coming into this one, the fresh face with Fnatic. And well, we're seeing what this young man is capable of doing, Kakuga. It is
Okay, there's solid and firm go together.
Yeah, keeping them alive in many situations, doing exactly what
There's
is
different
expected
types of
from him when he's in
alcoholic
roles like
drinks,
the
no
Neon and
cider,
whatnot.
port.
I still feel that we have not seen
But
his full potential.
I guess maybe
because in
is,
EMEA,
can't
he's
malt
been
also
treating
be
us to a lot of operator
alcohol
rounds,
drink? Is
and
it not?
Even though he's been showing it a little bit
brandy
more in the last
and
encounter,
stout?
I feel like it could be
Apparently I got that wrong.
if we get Kaya with the operator and just completely saturating their opponent.
Every other
Outfit,
player on the
looks,
stage today has a
house,
history at global events
butter.
and coming to big moments, being part of history in Valorant before. But Kayak,
Oh,
it
thick,
hasn't even
solid,
been a year
firm.
since he won Ascension, made it into the EMEA League,
Oh,
then chose to leave
these
his
are
team,
mattresses.
take this opportunity with Fnatic to replace one of the game's greatest duelist players,
No.
and somehow he has filled that role. He has filled those massive shoes perfectly and kept that up in these higher and higher pressure games. And now for him today, this is going to be the biggest game he has ever played, but he showed no signs of slowing down.
Yeah, and really on the other
Not
side,
even
with
one off.
G2 as well, right? They
Where's
have also
Germ going?
showed no signs of slowing down after that comeback win that they've had. Can they feed off of that momentum here? Because it's going to be really difficult to stop Kayak.
On his counterpart, with Jogemo being back in the Euro, being back also in the roles that he's been practicing the most throughout the year and shining the most, I think that we get the most evened out ground for both of the teams in the involvement that we've seen in the tournament.
Yeah, there's history even there too. For Jojimo, having lost to this Fnatic team back in Masters Tokyo, having that rivalry
is it
with
only
them
those?
when
Can't
he was
malt
on
also be an
Evil
alcoholic
Geniuses.
drink, though?
Now
I
on
don't
a
know which four I
new
did
roster
earlier.
this year with this G2 team trying to reach those heights again, but against this very familiar foe.
Let's actually take a look at the talent
Yeah,
predictions
exactly.
one more time
So I don't know
we
which
get
one
a
of those
read
it
on the
is. I think I
field
need to figure out which of those doesn't belong. Because I tried one combination already. I can't remember which one, to be honest.
Of course, is our
You
lovely
got it wrong.
EMEA amigos. We got Kakuka as well as Yinsu.
Also, this has to be the first time that we
Germ.
all predict one team and they win.
Yeah, you know what? You're right.
It's a rarity.
We did it, guys. We did it. Oh, man. But this is going
Firm.
to be awesome. I'm so excited.
Chat.
For this one.
Yeah, it's just two of the
Got a loss
greatest
here.
teams in this game coming to a head again in an even deeper part of the tournament than they were before. Either of these teams could win a trophy, but only one gets to stay alive.
You can see the players getting ready in the back over there. So the question for everyone here in Toronto, are you ready? Let's try it again. I asked you, are you ready for the lower finals?
Chat. What if it's things with apple? Apple sauce, apple cider.
Folks, let's go ahead and send it down to the stage.
What else?
And bring up the number one
Can you have
teams
apple
from
butter?
Americas and EMEA.
What else comes with apple?
G2 esports.
What the? The walkout's so intense. Butter could be butter beer. Wow, there's so many different beers. They know what they're doing here. Maybe I did cider earlier. Maybe let's take out cider and see. But then it should have said one away, right? Yeah, it's not that. They're baiting us, chat. That's not what it is.
For G2 Esports, it's an opportunity to lift a trophy one step closer. But for Fnatic, it's an opportunity to reclaim glory. Both squads know that
I
there's
knew it.
so much
I was
on the
looking
line
at
here.
Germ and Germany and Lux and Luxembourg.
Created
And then
to
that's
win
Malta.
championships.
And then
But
Portugal.
unfortunately, Mimi, one squad has to go home
No,
today.
map draft is not shown yet, Anders.
seed in
It's
this
about to
tournament
come up.
lost in the first round of playoffs. They have been
Wait,
on a
where's the pearl?
trajectory straight
Oh,
at
it's
each other
bad.
through this lower bracket, but now only one gets to
Damn,
continue. They have the
you
only
guys
map
picked
select all
Lotus.
year. These teams, they have
Really?
kind of a lot of
Lotus
crossover in their
split
map pool there.
Haven.
Yeah, I'm very surprised because G2, as you can see, they banned Ascent. But
The Ascent
throughout
ban
this
is
entire
good
tournament,
respect.
3 times that they played, they banned the Sunset. But they identified that
Fnatic
it's not a map
banned
that
my
Fnatic has ever been comfortable in, and we have seen it throughout this tournament how they've been struggling. So they have decided
No, but
to
I
go
think
against
G2
something they
knew
do
this is
not
how it
want
would
to see from
go
Fnatic, and
if
it's
you
probably
ban
off on
Ascent.
paper.
Absolutely. Fnatic looks terrified.
I mean, I think on paper, I think for all of us viewers, it's going to be like, oh, this doesn't seem so bad for Fnatic. It's maps they all play, but it's like, but I think that also means that G2 knew exactly what was coming.
Earlier in this tournament, but you look at their year as a whole.
So I wouldn't say it's like a complete favor to Fnatic, because I think it goes that way.
They've been playing these same comps for so long.
Yeah, I really hope that we get to that last map. To that
Imagine we permaban a map all event and then force our opponent to ban it in the lower semi.
In fact, it's either that or we do not see it again. But as you were saying, Mimi, I agree. The first two maps, they've been good for
That's
Fnatic.
true. Ban the Sunset. They'll prefer the Haven. We'll see, chat. Honestly, though, as someone rooting for Fnatic, sorry, G2. I'm okay with it. All right, chat, but before we get in, we have to figure this out.
And I think we understood from the way the Fnatic was playing the other day that they are literally
Applesauce, cider. I'm going to say that there's an apple butter. What else could be made out of apple?
The same things that we've been seeing for such a long
Apple
time.
brandy? Apple stout?
Yeah, and it would be the same time.
Thick, solid, firm, and stout. Oh, wait, didn't I try that?
But that's crazy, though.
No, I tried. I tried. Lost.
The absolute peak in the current meta.
It's
right?
wrong.
I think GG is a
GG.
great example with how much they optimize
Solid,
the tail meta.
squat,
Fnatic, once they have a comp, they know
stout,
is good.
thick.
It is all about
Wait,
just
what?
perfecting that.
No, okay, I don't, you know what? For the first time, I kind of have a complaint. This is Apple products. It's Apple brandy. That's what it would have been.
After all this time playing the same composition.
Company?
To split crowd here in Toronto.
That one's tough. I don't buy this though, dude. What is going on? What is with all the wingmans? What the hell?
They're pretty cool.
I want to wear one of those.
I'd say.
I mean, I'll tell you what. I'll sweat my butt off.
What the hell?
Okay. All right. I had to question a lot of things there for a brief moment, but all right.
All right, stretch time, chat. Get our stretches
ready
in.
for this one, Mimi. You can tell, man, the crowd.
Thank you, Sarah New, for the points.
In this room.
Yeah, Fnatic, they have.
Did you say Apple Brandy? I missed it. That's my bad, YouTube.
I think he's trying to do
Too many
his
suggestions.
on them that you've seen in some of the little videos. Always trying to do something fun.
All right, Anders, let's see. Let's see what you've cooked up.
Teammates. Here's your agent select. We shouldn't expect any surprises. G2 locking that fade suggested this is the same comp they pivoted into after they lost with that neon.
Is there still time to hop on the train? I'm not really on the train. Xenia, so I couldn't tell you.
I'm really looking forward to the changes that Fnatic have to make to this defense. Again, control infantry with the Odin, very old stuff, but especially with this Deco, I think that G2 is going to be one of the first things
All right, let's
that
see.
they target. As I said, Kayak on the operator.
Well, I'm not a doubter. I'm not a doubter so much, but
this could get too easy for Fnatic. But right now,
I'm not on the hype train per se.
They picked loaders.
I just happened to be going in a similar direction until the very end.
Yeah, could it be a trap, right? That one has to wonder. But at this point, right, both teams are going to go.
Tejo, I mean, I like the Tejo on. I'm okay with it on Lotus. I like it on Split. I like it on Ascent.
Between these leaders, both Valen and Poster as well have been so good strategically, so good at building up their teammates, bringing that energy to succeed on stage. But there's still such a gap in experience when Poster
I just don't want to see Haven. It's not even Gen G playing. It's not even Gen G playing. What do you have against it?
But now here they are, an opportunity for them to be able
G2 doesn't do the silly wall.
to march.
Dude, what is going on? This is great. I love it. The wingman train. That's great.
Here and now.
Listen, we can have the best of both worlds. How
Oh,
about
hey,
Fnatic wins?
that was Ronnie.
Crashies, you're still making it onto the lower end.
We're gonna go back. Look at that. That's me. That's Happy Kitty in Twitch chat. That's awesome.
Here and now.
Listen, we can have the
There
best of
you
both
are.
worlds. How about Fnatic wins? And since we have Crashies,
Thank you. That's a great shout out. Love to see it. You're right up there. You're right up front. That's awesome. Dude, the vibe looks so good.
That is a reaction for G2 Esports as they get ready for this matchup. Players setting up on that stage, and now it is time. Toronto, let's
Little
make
Wada
some
Da
noise
shout out as well in the same sign. Oh, hey, it's this guy.
lower bracket matchup. Here are your casters, Brent and Sideshow.
Thank you very much, guys. Yeah, excited to get back into this one here. We have two Titan teams, Josh, that are facing up on the stage in Toronto, both looking to carve out their own spot in the history books for VCT
It's
itself.
so
Two
not
teams
sideshow.
that ended up in the
It's a
lower
great
brackets
sweater,
at the
but
beginning of our playoffs, and both of them trying to pull off the improbable, the impossible, but not for them. These are two teams with the most confidence.
Why? I don't know. It's making me.
Two teams that you've seen make
It's making me laugh.
within maps. You only have to look to recent history for G2. You're thinking about comebacks on Icebox. Well, the team on the other side has pulled off legendary.
Dude, Brent
stuff
looks good
themselves.
this tournament.
This is NA
Not that he like looked bad other times. I don't know. He looks good.
Since Fnatic themselves won those back-to-back tournaments in 2023, and that's what the region is hunting for.
The lower rack
These are two
supports
teams with similar styles
G2.
as well. The lower bracket, with players such as Chronicle looking to continue
Thank you,
being
Paradox.
the winningest player of all time. Jorgamo looking to join the list.
All right,
a tiny
Chad.
list of players who've won champs and masters. Only Sassy there.
The bunny's
There's
laid
so
an egg.
much
Only
rich
seen in
history,
Valorant.
But only one of these two teams is going to be able to make it through to Battle Wolves. In the
No,
lower
those are
bracket
the wingman onesies. They look orange. That's why I was confused earlier. But those are the wingman ones. I think it's just the lighting. The purple lighting makes them look orange.
Make some noise! Let's get loud!
It's actually like in proper light, in regular lighting, it just looks bright yellow. It just looks like wingman.
Which I would consider to be essentially home ground territory for Fnatic. It's home ground though for both squads. And
The crowd's
G2
been
taking
awesome at
rebel
Toronto, for
control as
sure.
Fnatic get ready for a trap play at front B. Slow is going to be the name of the game for both of these squads on their attack sides, feeling out what the defense has got going. Because they're both pretty happy to play retake trap styles.
Oh.
And Boaster is in fact the opening
Get
kill.
wrecked, G2. Where are your strats now? Chat, just so we're clear, I'm good friends with Anders, and I really like G2, actually. I just believe... Yeah, dude, how did Jonah get 2? Okay, well, I spoke too soon. I'm just enamored by the current Fnatic.
They know that at least one of these players is on the flag.
Alpha gonna try and deliver.
Alpha, he took no hits. He took no hits.
Oh, what a shot to connect.
The crossfire? Boaster with the sheriff?
From the side.
Boaster's on his feet already, round one.
Well, that's Fnatic. Dude, he's like running from one side to the other.
Almost there, turning around a 3v5 situation, but they just couldn't quite get it done. 6 shots towards the end. A bit of a freebie there as well. That's a rough one for Jorgamo. But these shots towards the end, Alpha hitting a beauty onto Jonah P, untradeable. And then cleans things up towards the end as well. He's cooking.
He's ever to show.
Dude, Scut is so passionate. Dude. I love how they like look at each other, they have a moment, and then they high five again.
Absolutely.
He does love it. He's talked in interviews as well, Boaster, about trying to just get the best possible results before he thinks about retirement. Which is mad,
Crashies,
but he
my
has
goat.
been in the scene for such a long time, and his teams have been astoundingly successful. He's talked in this tournament actually about becoming the greatest leader of all time. I think if you made the list right now, it would have to be Boaster at the top. But
I think so. If you had to choose right now, I think so. Doesn't mean there aren't other contenders. Like Valen's a contender for sure. But I think if you just had to pick one right now,
both of these teams,
obviously Boaster's, you know,
might feel like
been around the top longer as well than Valen, but
definitely will.
But both of these teams, they do have similar styles. Fnatic, G2, they're going to be playing to allow their opponents to plant quite a lot and make them bleed as they get into the sites.
Ooh, Alpha here with the crouch.
Towards the ledge as Chronicle holding close. Catches the contact.
Whoa, he didn't get the insta-kill. That's rough.
The ghost in hand, and he's going to be buying time for the rest of the team to start to get in.
Good cover from Kayak. Alpha. Okay, hold on. It was good until he started jumping down with a knife out.
Has the spike in his back pocket, but no time really to work with. And Fnatic, ever the disciplined team, happy to wait it out.
Kami.
One shot here. Leaves, seeing if he can bait somebody out. Ends up
Kami's going rogue in YouTube chat.
towards spawn. So fairly clean at the end of the day. Fnatic managing to keep 3 decent bits of weaponry heading into their bonus round. And And I think a lot of it's about figuring out what these setups look like. You can see little bait and switch setups. On the pistol round, we saw that B trap play, where if a lurker starts walking towards B, they get hit with the paranoia and pounced upon. G2 are just going to be trying to feel this out. Figure out what kind of game.
All right, here we go. A buy round for G2. The bonus. Oh, we're going to buy up. We got triple Vandal for Fnatic.
Round, potential.
Boaster with a stinger. Chronicle long range. And he's setting up Alpha.
Pressure from G2 up towards.
They tap it as well. Chronicle's checking. Very fast checks. Very fast checks from Fnatic. Huge kill there. Now they do know that's a double up on C then, so G2 has some information. But because of that, Fnatic actually, they distract him here and then they push him all the way out. Fast re-clear from G2. Dude, this is a round. Trent immediately gets the kill back. Jonah's still watching the flank. Dude, that was a crazy amount of comms going on both teams in the first 40 seconds.
Probably could have played that situation better. But G2 end up slowing down the pace, hitting the brakes in a 4v3.
Yeah, it's a good reset from G2. You have the numbers advantage and you cut off a big lurk. So now you know that Fnatic has to choose.
Could play a really powerful post plan.
And they are going to choose to go towards the other side because they got the lurk.
Boaster close quarters here with a stinger in hand.
Oh, he was thinking about putting a smoke out, make it look like he's on A. Overcooked. The timing, he got timing so bad.
In the hands of Chronicle is not exactly set up for success.
It's a nice use there from Trent of just a solo salvo into that.
Do you just consider saving the Vandal?
In order to push back the players.
His Crashes is at 50 creds.
G2 want to keep this clean.
No, I think you just want to take out more weapons.
All signs pointing towards it. Alpha.
3 people at one-shot kills. You would have liked to take one more weapon away, I think.
Couple of players getting fairly close.
Yippee, standing further back now because my neck hurts from looking up. Oh yeah, I bet. If you're up front, that's the only place you can see it, huh?
Probably be online here, or if they are, it'll be in the post plant. But we've got a pretty important eco swing round coming up in round 4.
Fnatic is looking very active.
Purchase as well. Crashy's picking that one up to play it from tree. Aiming to do chip damage early on to these G2 players contesting.
Zioed. This does mean that Boaster is still on a stinger. But it seems like they just prioritize the value that the Odin can bring.
I like it though. All of these sound cues are making it feel like Fnatic need to defend rubble, and instead G2 are creeping up towards B. And Kayak, he's got to defend.
It's fast. Kayak, you're stuck. The flash. Chronicle though. Chronicle.
You can't stand up to it. Chronicle.
They're just too good. They're just too good.
Perfect timing, even though Fnatic weren't 100% sure how that B exec was coming through. Does Crashies get caught just jiggling the corner? If he did, it would open up the A site and make a 2v4 possible.
He has a stinger as well, so he's the one that has to kind of get info on contact. Taking a safer spot because you know that tree's empty now.
Out of this spot. Fnatic are giving them room though, giving them respect.
So basically, Fnatic is doing this where they're like, okay, you only have 2 people, you can't possibly have a good post plant on B, right? Because you can't take more than 2 spots. And you'd have to be split anyway. So they say you can take B if you want. We're just going to make sure that we're ready elsewhere. Uh-oh. I don't know if he knows that Leaf is all the way through. Yeah, that's a tough one. They smoked off one. Chronicle's low. This is actually looking a bit dicey because Chronicle's so low. I didn't realize he was so low. Paranoia. They needed to get that kill.
What a beast! What a play there! But what a fumble! Too cautious from Fnatic, I think. Talked about the fact that they love playing to give their opponents respect and play the advantage in the retake.
I thought they were gonna go 2. I thought they were gonna go 2 and 2.
Ready for the trade. It was only Chronicle that swung through and he only had about 6 health to work with.
That's rough. My sounds the flu has passed. Hope the symptoms aren't that bad. Thanks, Kratos. Yeah, it's just a bit of phlegm left, so I have a cough, but it's not like it's like to the point where I like feel it like under the weather.
Fnatic might have just lost control of this defense half early on.
Swinging.
I mean, map draft is a very big part of the prep for sure. Gotcha.
Two of our greatest minds in the game facing off against each other.
Dude.
Feels like a battle of the generations when it comes to the IGLs as well. Valen, bit of a new kid on the block compared to the
I can't believe Fnatic lost that round.
Boaster caught out in the open again. That's twice already.
They had the right reads too. They just.
It's not full steam ahead from G2. There's still a level of caution. Fnatic are stacking this with a multitude of bodies. It is the eco round.
Yeah, I think the read here from Valen is perfect.
Be careful here with a Marshall in the hands of
Almost.
Quick scope straight to the head. He is taking care of.
Anybody want to help Chronicle here? Any helpers?
Take a fight, posturing ever so slightly. Taking it with the off-angle play. Crashies is highlighted, lit up. There's no more.
That's all right. That's all right.
Taking the lead
it's all right.
early on here in Lotus.
That damage from Alpha with the Marshall. It looks like Fnatic are going to need some more moments like that. What Alpha's been able to do recently in their games has been spectacular. And those are the danger moments
Trent is so
to
good.
be able to add in there. But otherwise, G2 dealt with that really quite cleanly, even though they went into the stack in the end. And
All right, Fnatic. You got lockdown, you got pit.
Saving, I've managed to get Kayak an operator in his hands.
Ooh, big Armageddon though.
Posted up over towards A. That's where the Odin is as well. And only Alpha defending here on C.
Wait, are there like no seats at all, or is it just that everyone's taking the standing space anyway that you can't see well from the seats?
Doors opened up. Hello, Leaf. Might get an early fight sooner than he potentially anticipates. He's going to play his life, try and back the hell out of there. Trent over the shoulder, that bait and switch.
That is a big kill.
I think made the call to fight with Boaster.
Yeah.
I didn't realize that Leaf also had backup. In came Trent. And down went
Yep,
the IGL
the
again,
long
and
range.
Fnatic just having a rough go of things here. They still have the lockdown to try to play retake.
Basically, the idea right now is that the turret's watching B.
Some level of contact.
They're both kind of baiting for each other, right? Crashies baits close, then you've got the op. If they try to chase the op, Crashies is close. But that's a big Euro. He hasn't spotted Kayak yet. He didn't spot Kayak. Kayak hit in the corner. That was huge.
It's instinctual.
That was so good. Now you have to give up A. You have numbers advantage. You have to give it up. There's no ults on the other side. You've got lockdown.
Dropped on the side of G2. They can no longer set up a pit of
So
their
Alpha
own
was just waiting to see if it's a C hit. He's still just waiting. They're going to play retake. They just have to watch out for Jogamo.
Crashies and Kayak are waiting for this push.
They know he's close.
Sees it. Jogamo's going to be backing away. Reclaiming his space now.
Ooh, the nightfall's kind of big.
Trying to lay claim to a lot of this towards it,
Alpha walk up and get the lockdown? No? No lockdown?
He's been playing.
Why not just place it at least here? Trying to maximize. There it is. Cover. Okay. Good trade. You know it's the last one. You know where he is. You just push the site.
An investment of the ultimate just to make sure, just to absolutely guarantee the Fnatic are able to tie things up.
There are seats, but you have to catch Brent. Gotcha.
In this round from Fnatic. If they'd lost here in the 4v5, would have been a disaster. But Kayak gets good value out of his op, and honestly, the way
is an audience member in Twitch chat? Yeah. We have one of our regulars in the venue.
Pushing up off the back of it. Chronicle has got great
Don't steal Patman's mouse. Dude, speaking of which, yeah, Patman had to get a new mouse mid-tournament, and he's doing well.
Players of all time.
I forget, Paradox, were you asking earlier if Patman is in, like, if he's so far, like, Rookie of the Year? I don't think he's stand out enough to be, like, confidently, like, Charon last year at this point. But he's definitely a contender.
Of all time. G2 feeling pressured into the timeout here.
And I think there's been a pretty serious shift in Fnatic's defense now that they've got the operator online. They are still finding holes over towards A early on.
He would be a contender. The only thing for Patman, I think, is like
getting caught by
he's not a flashy player, and I think the impact he has is you have to kind of like take into consideration PRX to really feel his impact individually. And even then, we're kind of guessing. I mean, you know, we can glean it from interviews and stuff, but so it comes down to how much you value like impact versus numbers, right? So I think Patman's one where people will have differing opinions on whether, like, people. I think people always respect him as one of the best rookies, but whether like people pick him as their Rookie of the Year or not, I think is probably a little split.
And you can often stop yourself from getting punished. So he's actually going to go maybe for a solo peek over towards B, which is
looks like it.
Properly aggressive. Oh no, backs it up early on. Just listening for audio cues.
A lot of presence though from G2. Prowler and a flash.
Is G2 attack or defense sided? I would actually argue with the Yoru Teo. They're kind of feeling okay on both, given that it's Lotus.
Baited out immediately. Perfect
And I
value
think,
there
you know,
from the Yoru.
you don't want to be behind on attack.
Opportunity to reset the troops and figure out.
But even with no hard sentinel, I think they're okay on defense because they have real easy ways to re-clear, and then they have really good map coverage with the Yoru.
Loves to play this angle. We've seen people even pick up attack side ops to try to punish that.
Yeah, no showstopper is rough.
Feeling the heat, and he might be
But you can set up the op and go for early rotates. Whoa.
Doors opened up.
It's a deep smoke.
He is called for. There's lots of
Deep
ults to
smoke
try and
plus toxic
supplement
screen?
this.
Okay, I don't mind it. Dude, huge C's.
He's locked G2 down.
Oh, they can't take advantage of it, though.
Boaster is here, laying in wait with the Odin.
They thought that might be enough to push them out. Chronicle needed to not die there.
Just the one before the trade is inside.
Okay, counter Nightfall.
He's going to be laying down towards it.
Ashes gets out. I mean, ult for ult. Unfortunately, G2 wins that ult battle because Fnatic can't actually get space off of their ults.
The flank could be pivotal here. Trent, he knows that he's going to try to take the timing. Calls for backup.
Alpha's just trying to, Alpha's just trying to draw people out so they can actually get into the pit. He needed both. Oh, that's tough. Huge pings.
Across the board, Leaf is going to back away, trying to play his life.
You need to double up. You need to double up. Kayak was late on that. You needed to double up.
Perfect reads inside the pit there. For a player,
I think they had. I think they were kind of split. I think Crashies called for it a bit late. That was crazy. I think what happened was Kayak was going for the tap, and Crashies wanted to push it.
But what I like from G2 is that they were hyper aware of the threat of Alpha here.
That's rough.
Alpha is going to be playing C aggressively, and when he opens that door, Trent and Valen doubled up to deal with him. You've got to put 2 guys on Alpha at all times, and even then. Finesse will tell you, it doesn't always work.
Chat, Kayak is going to be Rookie of the Year, though. I don't know why we're talking about all these other people.
Risky setup here, but necessary. It's a half-buy round for them. That is sharp. Over towards the mound, though. This is about to be a bloodbath.
Alpha, he's trying to get out as well. It's kind of looking like a little bit of a PRX situation, right?
So now it's all on Kayak with only a Bucky. I mean, he's just begging Valen to walk into him. If he doesn't, how is he going to take the kill?
Scurry of the footsteps. Valen is hyper aware.
And at that kind of range, Kayak, unfortunately, as good as he is, doesn't particularly have a chance. We were talking about how dangerous Alpha can be, and that setup over towards Mound almost found Fnatic a turn of the fates. The shots were good, but the weaponry, I don't think was quite up to scratch. And once again, actually, this kill, where Leaf is able to pick up Boaster, and Boaster's kind of, you know, inside his smoke again.
I think Fnatic will. Good old Leaf.
Yeah, and I think that.
Yeah, there's the timeout.
A bit of a recurring problem that we're seeing here is that Boaster's frequently getting caught out. He's 2-6 right now, but it's not necessarily about the scoreboard. He could be playing, you know, those kind of numbers and be playing a great game, frankly. But at the moment, he's trying to hold important positions on defense and
while trying to throw out smokes. The timings are getting to him.
That's going to have to tighten up if Fnatic want a chance of being able to win the rest of these rounds on their defense half at least.
A timeout taken for Fnatic to recoup. See if they can dig deep. It's only a 2-round lead so far for G2.
I don't know what you do to fix that, though.
It's well within the realms of being able to recover, but when you say it's a 2-round lead, Fnatic also won the pistol here.
Yeah.
So, you know, out of the other 6 rounds that we've seen, when rifles have started getting on board, G2 have been very
Someone out there is going to have Penny as Rookie of the Year despite him being in the game since basically day 1. I mean, technically he wasn't on tier 1, so he would still be a rookie. I guess it depends on if you count the first year or not. I guess if it depends on whether you count partnership or not, like non-partnership or not.
Fnatic stacking 3 bodies. Trying to retake some of that rubble control away from where Leaf has just been lurking.
Leaf, he kind of needs to kill that Prowler to create the threat that he could still lurk.
And it's a pop in play. They want to try and get a move on.
Oh, the adjustment was to just try to hold on B side while they push heavy on A. I think the push on A is fine. I think that's how you make sure Boaster has a bit more room to work with and safe timings and positions for the smoke.
Do they have
But
enough people to be able to deal with Chronicle? There is massive pressure on Leaf right now.
Tested.
big trade. So you know there's two there. You know there's.
Control now.
They know when Odin was here, so look at G2. They're trying to make sure that there's no wraparound. And if he doesn't get spotted, Valen can go all the way around. Boaster's not thinking about this at all. Boaster is not thinking about this at all.
Timing is taken. Into a 2v2, they gotta know where these players are to smoke.
They don't know where it's planted. Oh my god.
He's there swinging through. Seals it up.
I can't believe Kayak actually goes for the trades there.
Bit of a strange situation there towards the end. A couple of the G2 players left in the clutch, and it almost looked like they didn't know where the plant was. A B pop. Alpha swings through, but it's this flank play that made the difference. In previous rounds, Leaf has been escorted into rubble at the start of this round. He got pushed out immediately. He got caught by a Horn, Prowler, and that gave
Big swing from Kayak.
fully out through A.
Doesn't take the risk, just goes for the kill.
The more they can get the read on that, the more they can actually figure out exactly where
G2's econ also needs to be reset a bit. So 4 or 5, Fnatic, good recovery.
But this squad is diabolical with the Stingers.
They're pushing up again. They're pushing up on both sides, so Boaster has more room to work with. Alpha, where are we going? The pit, he's chasing you, he's chasing you. Oh, the pit plus the nano spark, dude. G2 got giga baited. Whoa, okay, hold on. Hold on. Hold on.
The pit has to be vacated.
Whoa. Chill.
Snakebite easily could have claimed a couple of lives there, though everybody on G2 was weak, but that was chaos. Alpha, with the wrong read of what was happening, they thought it was going to be an A-side default again, and G2 have found an opportunity to pick up a couple of weapons and slow things down a little. It's looking more
How is Fnatic raising my heart rate more than PRX? Because I'm actually emotionally invested in Fnatic. Sorry, PRX.
Praying that Fnatic would go for some form of re-exploration, clearing up the map.
Actually never played Overwatch professionally, though.
Really important situation
as far as I know. He was never on a team. He just...
doing this jump spot.
He was an Overwatch guy.
In positions like this, throwing smokes a couple of times. He's got to make sure that he maintains this information.
He's going forwards.
Oh, this is huge.
And it is a good one.
I mean, if you didn't get that kill. That's just the tail, but you see the rest of him here. That's a big kill from Kayak. Dude, Jonah actually, that was a good hold from Jonah. He knows that Kayak's going to consider the re-peak.
It's messy, it's scrappy, but Fnatic are even.
And I think it is
Jog saw red. Yeah, dude, Jog saw the kill. Just started running into the pit, man. Dude, this was insane, but he got stunned by Trent. If he didn't get stunned, Jog has that, actually.
So not only does he get the kill, he feeds full info to the rest of his team. Guys, this is going to be a C re-hit. 100% this A pressure is fake. And this is now an even half, 5-5.
5-5. Yeah, I mean, I don't think any of the either of these Seed 1 teams are like perfect. You know what I mean? Like, I don't think G2 is playing like they used to, but I think the current meta doesn't really allow you to, the current ecosystem. But I think you also have to consider, like, when you're playing against each other, when the best play against each other, you're going to pressure each other to make more mistakes as well, create more gaps. So it goes both ways. I think it's also just an indication that the teams are closer in gap and in style than in previous tournaments. He checked. Oh, the pillar!
Pillar! That's amazing from Jorg and Trent.
All on Boaster now, though. Feeling the heat. It's a paranoia in your face, near-sighted. Plenty of bodies about to be coming towards you. Nightfall avoided Chronicle. Again, the spam over the shoulder.
It hit the pillar, man.
All of his own, just trying to stunt it. G2, though, not to be dismayed, trying to get a bit of a move on, trying to claim that A site. Moving forwards, that game of time, it's Chronicle.
Okay, Kron. 3v3, dude, this is an absolute slugfest.
G2, they feel like they have to be the ones making the play. Health disadvantage is so
huge. The wraparound, though. Alpha is ready for it.
Already aware of the possibility.
Alpha's ready for it.
Drop down should be
But
seen.
Chronicle's not.
Except Alpha oversteps himself.
He's trying to save it.
Regardless, Chronicle lays down
They get on
snake
sight.
bite, and now there's a timing to be taken. Fnatic.
Crashes, you have to cover.
Getting a scurry on. It's being stuck to half.
Oh no.
Heads apart.
Half?
Chronicle dismissed entirely.
Another round for Valen where he comes through in the clutch, and my God, what a call as well. Dismantling.
Oh, it didn't hit the pillar. He just aimed poorly. Never mind.
Tragic the way that
He aimed at the ground
worked,
next to
but
the
it's
pillar.
Final call, this double wrap up through heaven and around behind onto Alpha. Alpha decides to swing aggro on a timing, thinking that it'll catch them off guard.
That's a miss. That's a miss from Kayak.
Maybe doesn't account for the fact that they're both going for the flank. And the fact it was planted for heaven as well. It's
That's
a really
rough.
nice way
It is
to
a
play that
great,
situation.
yeah, G2, they knew exactly what they were doing because they already took Heaven, they were aware of the potential lockdown, and they planted for it. Good post plant from G2. Alpha, I think Alpha taking that timing to peek out is okay, but, you know, this is what it is. Dude, what is going on, man?
What a good work put in though, and now it's up to Boaster.
Dude, what is going on? Jog's playing so aggro.
Incredibly aggressive swing there from Jorgamo.
Forwards, no committal. Boaster just looking for that information, and the timing potentially is here for Trent.
Alpha, yeah, worried that he's getting flanked from B main, even though the turret is actually watching it.
Yeah, what's he concerned about?
Alpha probably could have just stayed over here. But Chronicle,
It's too much space given, I think. Just holding here, and then Kron's the only one moving. Should have been good enough.
On him now. Already revealed
Okay.
to the side there. Chronicle, easy cleanup, 6-2-6 at the half.
Nah, I'd win gameplay. No, well, he is. That's how he normally plays, like in solo queue and in general. He hasn't been doing that as much for G2, which is why I'm kind of surprised. That might have been the one of the changes they made, where they said we need more of that. But
yeah, competitive between these two juggernaut teams. All the way through, 6-2-6. Could not ask for a better start to the series overall.
Give us 6 though.
I mean, six is fine for Fnatic, I think.
We're going to send it down to the floor. Vansili is standing by with G2 Hammy.
Oh, Hammy's G2?
Joined back on the floor by G2's
I didn't know that.
own Arabian Stallion, Hammy. Hammy, how has Toronto been treating you so far?
Honestly, Toronto's been amazing. The people here are amazing, and just like, yeah, overall great.
What about the event? You were telling me you were walking around the venue the whole time, checking out the activations and everything. How's the
Viking
experience
Trent.
right here in Masters Toronto?
The experience is amazing. I mean, like I said, the people here in general, they're just like lovely to meet and all that. But yeah,
That's us, man. That's Canadian. We just love hugs.
yeah, I do.
Let's get back in the game, though, and talk about G2, because you're basically the honorary sixth man for G2. Talk me through the Tejo from Trent. Why is he bringing it back?
Okay, I mean, I feel like Trent gets too much disrespect. He doesn't need Tejo. It doesn't matter who he's playing. He's the best initiator I've ever seen play the game. But yeah.
That's what I'm saying.
Well, you know, it's
And also tell
it's
me
pretty
why
good.
G2's in the
Too bad
golden era
Crash is
and
gonna
why
win the
they're gonna win
tournament,
this
but you know.
series against Fnatic.
Yes, we'll be winning this series. Not only this series, but we'll be winning the entirety of Masters, I think.
Oh, the whole
Wow,
Masters.
We will be
bold.
winning Masters, yes.
Okay, and so WOL's coming up next. You think they're going to have this easy against Sufat Baby and crew?
Yeah.
Okay, and last but not least, I want you to give
Why is this
encouraging
interview
words
so
to the G2
long?
players playing up there and also to your fans around the world.
Okay, honestly, G2 doesn't even need it. They're going to win. But I hope everyone's doing good. I mean, that's all. I don't know what else to say. But yeah, I love you guys.
You got it all. Hammy, thank you so much for your time. Let's toss it back to the game.
He was about to say Trent doesn't need it, but his team
Honestly,
does.
even just looking at the map pool itself, we have our opener of
That's
Lotus,
foul,
and
man.
just
Like, I
one
know
of the
it's a funny meme, but it's so
about it when it came up
foul.
as well, because
Chronicle
one of the
113.
ones that they have been lights out on all
That's
year.
crazy.
Yeah, it's at the top of both teams' map pools, and I think you really get the clash between both of the callers. Opposite sides of the spectrum, actually, in terms of results. You can see reflected in the Coinbase Econ report. Chronicle having an amazing half. Boaster struggling a little bit. Valen's at the top of the scoreboard.
They gave up on the
actually.
graph,
Just
which is
looking at
good.
kills as well. But I think more than productivity, it's going to be the game plans that are going to make the difference here in half number 2.
He's so nervous. Yeah, Hammy looked really nervous. Other times I've seen him on like streams and stuff, he's like super chill, but he looked super nervous.
Of them. Fnatic are winning post plants 83% of the time. One of those stats has got to give today. Is it going to be Fnatic closing out these rounds?
Econ rating is a stat in the game. It calculates what is it? Damage per like it's basically damage per credits spent. But
they are the slowest team on the attack side that we have.
I feel like there's a better way to calculate that, but I guess it's just a matter of like, did you get value out of what you invested for your team? It's the most simplest way to do it.
Towards the end, the clock can sometimes be Bosa's worst enemy.
Oh.
But Alpha might be his best friend.
I'm down for that.
What an opener for Fnatic.
No. It is. They're just using the econ rating, but the segment is called Econ Report, and it's a sponsored one from Coinbase. So, which I think is good. I've said this again and again. I think it's good that they're like creating new segments for sponsors to attach themselves to.
Jorg might be going for a bit of a re-exploration over towards B as well. He's just trying to backfill this space, but it's all on Valen to defend here with one Paranoia. Are they pivoting into B? Actually, maybe Jorg will get his chance.
I do. I'm going to try and go for the B here. There's only 25 seconds.
Well, the turret lets you know that there's one guy there. You can't clear it because Boaster was all alone, so they're just going to say, okay, that means maximum there's 2 on A. Fnatic feeling pretty comfy. Timing, though.
I take a few risks of his own out towards the blue.
Boaster. Okay, Kayak with a good trade. Huge. Flawless. Okay, the banner for Fnatic looks kind of cool. Also, did they do that throughout Toronto, or was that just today? I noticed it earlier as well.
Absolutely flawless.
Where the flawless shows the team banner?
The damage from the first hit, collapsing through onto Jonah P.
Do you think Wolves can beat any of these? I think Wolves is capable of beating these teams, but it's the big question will be, you know, the inexperience of like bouncing back after a loss. They did that, obviously, in the Swiss stage. We'll see if they can do it again.
I think you should probably give credit to your newest
Did you see that G2 banned Descent first? So Fnatic account tweeted, based. Even I would be scared of Alpha's Chamber. I didn't see that tweet. That's funny.
But this is not one of those times.
That's funny, though. Get your jabs in where you can.
G2 just playing for money in the bank.
That's new today, right? The team banners? It's cool. I like it. And I was about to say the Fnatic one, actually. The colors look nice in that.
Once we get into post-plant scenarios. In the previous round, hello.
Wolves' map pool is fine for a BO5. The real question will be, can they, like, stay in the game for a BO5? Because they haven't successfully done that yet, even in China, right? They only have the one opportunity. Calm down. Alpha, chill. Alpha, okay, don't chill.
Hyper confident, pushing through. Just allowing the players on Fnatic to build up more and more towards those ultimates. Players getting streaks and Jorg.
What?
Trying to get clean.
Crashies?
Nice for the class to give it a damage.
It's okay. Even the best, they have their off rounds, all good.
Chronicle is 19 and 10 right now.
He's been amazing. He's just been so calm.
I think FP. I don't. Like I honestly, I've been thinking about it all year. I don't know if there's a strict buy these days that I prefer, which means I think FPX buy is still fine. Obviously, the concern is the outlaw when it comes to that, but.
So Fnatic with a bonus round.
If the other team isn't like forcing outlaws and stuff, then I think you're okay.
Punish Leaf. He's been peeking this one often. The defensive setups differ. No, G2 making changes to it. Quick dink there through Mount.
Kayak, chill. Let the trade happen. Attack off is bold.
Actually, single digits. Barely alive. Region armor eventually going to be kicking in.
Both teams getting a read on what's going on here. Fnatic realizing they're fighting super heavy over Mound and trying to react into A and realize they got caught by the drone there. Decide to hold on for a moment. But G2 also got the read that there's an attacking op, so they'll have to be hyper aware of.
Yeah, so G2 just backs out. They just give that space. They look at all this info denial though. And then the door as well. That forces them to have to go. Also because G2, they don't want the post plant to happen, right? Because there's an attack op. So G2 is trying to get ahead of things. It works out perfectly. Fnatic is getting a little cautious. They're going for the door again because they haven't been able to take time. No way. Do they go for the double back? It's like 2 times the door's been opened. There's been no movement. They're forcing G2 to get conditioned that A is just a fake. And then they're going to throw Kayak onto C, or at least the paint shells.
Not budging. Leaf even just lying in wait.
There's 4 players defending this area.
Wait, what's going on? Fnatic, why is there no movement on C? You're so late. G2 can't rotate. What?
Not on my watch is what he's saying. That attack side off. The time is still becoming a bit of an issue, and shots are rattled. You can feel it. It's getting hectic. It's getting messy. Trent cleaning up onto Chronicle. Time is against them now.
Dude, what are they doing?
And G2, they make the call. Not sure who it was, but to stack the bodies in the final moment there over towards A.
They almost got punished for it as well, though, Brent. That round is on a nice edge. You see Chronicle come through from tree, and he's got players running away from him. I mean, the fact that Leaf also gets caught in this situation, the Guardian barrel just sticking out slightly, but it's this kill, Trent on Chronicle.
They overcooked that so hard. But my point is like, the call should have been, Raze should have thrown their nades onto C earlier. Because at 20 seconds, G2's not going to second guess themselves without info and rotate. G2's not that kind of team. Other teams would. Other teams would make that mistake, but what they were hoping is they opened the door a 3rd time at 20 seconds, and they think they're trying to make G2 think it's still a fake, so they rotate, but it's like G2 had 0 information. They're not going to take that risk. There was no movement through the smoke on C anyway. Oh, man.
A little bit of support from Jonah P. And one of the things that this G2 comp is really good at is being able to passively regain information in the mid-round from the Taeho drone, from the Prowlers.
Well, I think they went B because I think they were expecting G2 to either give you audio on movement or like push out to check. And I think that's one of those rounds where you're like, you were assuming you're going to get them to make a mistake, and they never did. So you pivot B, which looked really bad. But the mistakes happened before that, in my opinion. Bad assumptions before that. But that is also how they got away with a lot of things against EMEA and the earlier part of this tournament, even against non-EMEA. So we'll see.
Really working the map in the process, and they found themselves a slight gap in towards B.
Fnatic have been ending with these B splits a ton. I think G2 are fairly ready for this. Jonah and Jorg.
Jonah sat down onto the side mid, spots it, catching the contact, a bit of spam as well.
Oh, huge trade from Chronicle.
Lane claim over towards this side.
You get a weapon. Chronicle also gets a rifle. 2v3 on B site is rough. Positions can't possibly be good.
Huge upgrades. Stun.
He needed to win that.
Just snaps at the crash. He's an off angle by Chronicle, baiting out
the shoulder check.
Discipline coming through.
Yeah, real good discipline from G2.
G2 never without it, and it has brought it level 8-8.
I'm a Fnatic and PRX fan. Should get better.
At the end of the day, a weapon difference.
I think you're just looking for a reason to hate, to be honest. I mean, I think the first seeds should have had more crazier things prepared, but I think, for instance, Fnatic doing that like late timer thing worked against pretty much every team they've fought so far, right? So you should give credit to G2 for being prepared against that and never budging. I make it sound like it's easy because we see the minimap and we're not in the moment, but like it's worked against every other team, and everything's always tougher in execution. I think, yeah, like there wasn't enough risk taking from first seeds. I agree with that, but
bit of solo pressure. Way ahead of this one, still looking to reveal their hands.
I think.
Rifle shots ring out.
I mean, if you just want to hate, that's fine, but then just admit that you just want to hate, you know what I mean? Like, it's 2 first seeds going up against each other. I don't know if you would be saying the same thing if this was the grand finals, you know what I mean? I think it's just because it's the lower bracket.
Feels like G2 have been winning a lot of these opening duels.
Drone's going to be expended.
And like, also, I would say that in some ways that takes away from, I think if anything, it should just be a lot of credit given to PRX and Wolves.
No matter where Boaster calls the team to end.
Tight to the corner, Jorgamo has the escape policy.
Alpha detected over here by the
Ooh, Alpha? Wow, you stayed for that fight?
Following the traces.
Old.
Still going to be alive for now, 41 health.
And in a 3v5 like this, you don't really want to invest the ultimates from Alfie
Yeah.
and Crashies unless they can
No,
find a
I
pick
think
beforehand.
you actually
But
gotta
look at the
chill.
timing. This is
They're
one of
gonna
the problems
save,
with
I
how slow
think.
Fnatic play. You get into spots like this where you're down and you're not
Yeah, they're
really
just talking.
in a
Oh wait,
position where you
or
can
there's a
even make
tech.
a play to turn the round. This is just going to be a save. That
No, he's moving.
waiting out the clock, and it's not a high energy.
Crashy's
play to
had
end
like
the
all
round.
his hands off. That's why I thought it might have been a tech, but
Feels, I've got to imagine, a bit brutal to have to give up in spots like this, especially because it allows G2 to then
just
put
a lack
that
of
ultimate back and try
creativity.
to punish. That is such a
I don't
punish.
think that's.
Looked like
I don't
Leaf was
think
just
that.
running the
I don't think it's
operator
as
in.
bad as
Good
like
too.
you make it sound to be, though.
his demise, though.
Because the counterpoint would be like.
Attack for Fnatic, and that was the goal of it. You're right, it's a low energy way.
I mean, listen, I think I'm frustrated that Fnatic thinks they can get away with running the clock down to 20 seconds every time. But also, if it works every time, it's like you know,
Who's trying to get value from the horn? Like,
I can't really blame them for having that habit.
And Fnatic are going to take attack time out here. I think it's desperately
It's a case of like, I mean, I think I would have liked to see more comps, and like that could be an argument for, you know, the first seed advantage in the first round of playoffs. But also, sometimes you don't want to like. I don't think there's a point in like forcing a comp change. Like I think the Lotus comps are fine on both sides, to be
One of the
honest.
largest problems is they're never actually pushing G2 away from Mount.
Yeah.
And if you don't have Mount control,
PRX versus Wolves had 161,000 peak through. That's huge.
why would
Not
they ever
counting
want
China,
more
I
than one
assume.
person on C? And that makes it way harder for Boaster to call. Might be time to change the tempo.
I bet
around
G2's the only
coming out
team who
of
gets
this
away
tag
without
timeout.
pistols.
Fnatic, they do have some fast rounds in the bank. They're not a team that do it very often. But
I mean, I don't know what you're expecting though. If it's not about the comps, if it is about the comps, I think that's just an outdated argument. Like that, I think that argument only really stands for the first round. But it's not like either of these comps are like needed a fix, in my opinion. If anything, I would argue that G2 still working Taeho after the nerf is very experimental.
Looks like they're going to try to play for a little bit of rubble control. I mean, maybe the coach is telling them to take the shift.
But what I'm saying is like, we oftentimes, especially for like if you're rooting for a certain team, you're going to focus on the mistakes they make. But how often are you considering if they were forced to make that mistake or not? Or it's that used to not look like a mistake against other teams, whereas this team is now prepped against it. So then the question becomes like, do they adjust that in the later rounds or the second or third map or anything like that? Because I think if you only talk about like, well, they made that mistake and like, but it's like if you were never punished for it, I do think it's hard to, I mean, the best teams in the world will review and like correct their mistakes even if you were never punished. But generally, it is hard to do that. But I would actually argue both teams are actually doing a lot of things correctly. It's just whoever kind of has the first hand. Ooh, kind of zoned out for a second there. That's rough. Chronicle gets free entry into B though. This is so fast from Jonah. He's trying to use the sound against him with the door. Oh, that was a nice try from Jonah. That was a nice try. Unfortunately, he doesn't get the kill. That I mean, I don't think you can fault him for that. It's an NT. He saw he had a timing. He used the door against him.
He's still going to be able to afford an op in the next round anyway, so when Joel gets caught. Fnatic getting up to 9 here. But I think
it's why we want Genji to lose on Haven, just to change yeah, something like that. But I think I'm just saying, like,
they knew that it was going to be an A reclear, but they didn't have somebody taking contact
it's like
well enough for Valen to play off this.
everything's always a two-way road, right? Like if I do this and they do this, I might still make a mistake, but maybe it's because they actually did something better. And so I could have always, usually you have an answer back, but if they already made a good move, that's not really, you know, it's the whole thing about forced and unforced errors I've talked about before, right? So nice one from servers. That's a cool sign.
Taking a peek, seeing if he can punish a jump spot on A.
Same explosion of util from G2 looking to take control towards A rubble. Push players up.
This smoke is a really nice adaptation coming out of the tactical.
No, I think currently most first seeds would say they don't want the buy.
Allowed them to regain mount
I think
control.
most first
Look
seeds
what
would
it's
say
done.
they don't.
You got the pull from one of the
I
rotates.
am still cautiously pessimistic that I don't think enough of the advantage has been explored by teams.
And it's just softened up
But
the
I
A
think
side
most
of
first seeds would say they wouldn't
really
take
good
the bye.
macro adjustments from Fnatic's coaches.
All grouped up now from Fnatic though. Trying to push players off away from A-Rubble and just trying to take it slowly, steadily, but still that's bullets raining down. Jonah P is there. Nightfall preemptive, and that's going to be a tag onto absolutely everyone. It's the information they were looking for. You see him push it out by G2 across the board. Leaf. He's tucked himself in.
It's a dangerous spot as well for Chronicle. He gets support from Alpha now, but he's the one with the spike.
Valor broken.
Okay, Leaf's gonna play it safe though. Big
To
difference.
the corner. This is 25 seconds left. Where is this ending?
G2 knows Fnatic likes to just run the clock down. They know they have numbers advantage, so they're not taking any risks. It's really good from G2. And it's how most teams should play against Fnatic.
Spike's disjointed though. They've already got players in and through G2. We're going to try and front defend this one all the way.
The Yo roll just to guarantee the round from G2. Yep, that's... Fnatic used to get away with this so much.
Chronicle.
It's good from G2. I mean, the shots are good.
Prizes at the end of the day, but it's not a round win. That's what Fnatic were looking for.
Second time in this half that G2 have won based on the clock. And you won't see any other team in the tournament that loses as often as Fnatic. The EMEA teams do tend to be slower.
I think currently most teams would favor. I think if they were given an offer of like you get one bye like in the Swiss stage and somehow they make it work, which currently I don't think with 12 teams, 12 team Swiss with a bye, I hate that. I hate that format because people keep saying that's an option. I don't think it is, regardless of production days. But if that, they might take that because it's only one game. But I think if it's a question of hey, you can choose to skip the Swiss or not, I actually think they would choose not to.
Salvage towards the back of Rubble. Fnatic are grouped up though. Flash overhead. No signs of life.
I think most teams would actually say we'll just battle through Swiss.
Yeah, passive kind of setup. Not looking to go for the reclear, the refight G2. But why would they need to? I mean, Leaf has still got pretty good information over towards Mound. Jonah P is getting them info on B as well. They're set up quite nicely right now for an A or B finish.
Fnatic's moving a lot quicker this time around. Big push with the paranoia. But what are you going to do with that space? Because Kayak is on an island. They're waiting to see if there's a door open. They're waiting to see if there's a push out, and G2's just not giving it to him. G2 has kind of tapped into how Fnatic likes to do it. Fnatic goes a bit quicker though. No further rotates. There is zero info on the flanks. 5 people in the pit. Fnatic, this is... Oh, this is not great.
To the post plant.
Kayak and then Boaster's out of the pit too now.
Util is even available.
Now they're all back in. Oh my goodness. I don't feel good about this shot. Okay, Boaster goes into a new smoke. Same with Kayak though. Double up on that smoke? I don't...
Completely shut G2 out of the picture.
Time though. G2's just going to say, okay, fine, you take it. Yeah, G2 just says stay in there. We're going to take away all your weapons. That's a nice try from G2, but Fnatic gets out.
So at least 3 guns are going to be maintained here. G2 never really committed to that.
But for teams like XOG or RQ, I think they wouldn't want to risk being farther. I think XOG wouldn't because they're an Ascension team. I think RQ would actually. I mean but if you're only considering champs points, Curie, I think that also comes down to like who won kickoff and who won Masters, right?
It's actually a rough buy here for G2. Guardian for Jorgamo.
Like you also have to take that into account because if you're already pretty far behind in your region anyway, it's like the champs points isn't what matters unless you get first place. The small extra points for 5th and 6th isn't going to be what guarantees you champs. For XOG, it's different because they're an Ascension team, and champs is literally the only thing that matters, getting there.
He tried to go for the teleport in the moment, but was just a little too slow on it. That's a great start for Fnatic.
I don't know actually how Jogamo died there.
Very proactive from G2, looking to try and push all the way out of Rubble. Using a paranoia, even expending it, but this is being held all the way further back. Crossfire setups. I think are good for them, and G2 realized that would be an overextension.
I think all of that pressure, though,
Pit.
that was on the flank,
You already have Rubble,
G2
and you're gonna
forwards,
pit.
it actually pulled the defenders back, and it allowed Leaf to get set up on C properly.
And the drone as well, just to make sure you're delaying on B. Alpha, I think he probably got spotted, at least seen.
Respected. Horn's not going to be broken.
Drop the spike.
He's still going to be sticking around here with 40 seconds left.
Trent has salvos.
I mean,
and he has the
G2.
ult to be able to work with. Boaster needs to
Yeah.
call for them to accelerate.
It's at 30
some point
seconds.
here.
He's gonna try to take the Teho util out from B. There's the salvos. No, the spike is always meant to go to A. They're drawing to B, but like you have to just run now. The Armageddon is gonna be good. Oh shoot! Kayak has to go in. He has to go in and get a kill. Oh no. This is bad. This is terrible.
Reinforcing the site. Still time
Alpha
left.
has to win it.
Alpha is gonna try and defend this.
Oh.
Defend it, he will. That is
Oh
down.
my
Win
God.
potentially there. Alpha.
Boaster, you can't keep getting away with this, man.
What a ridiculous round from Fnatic. I don't think they should have ever been able to get that one across the line, but it's individuals that power their way through with the clock all against them. Yes, they got the early kill and set themselves up in a decent spot, but they were just barreling towards the site.
That's rough.
Desperate to try to get something
I mean,
going.
yeah, like, listen, I'm slightly disappointed. I don't think, like, I totally understand the argument for momentum. I think that's very real. I also have small doubts that teams are not utilizing like upper bracket advantage, comp cooking, etc. properly. However, but also the counter argument of like, yeah, but unless you have officials on it, it's hard to tell. Like scrims are not good enough data. I think that's also fair. There's always a risk. But also, if you look, like, I mean, Fnatic brought out the Chamber Euro on Ascent. Like, that's brand new, you know? We're seeing some great variation across the board on Ascent from all the teams. RRQ was probably the most disappointing, but they also got knocked out 2 matches in a row, so not much you can say there.
Are trying to deadlift Fnatic through this game.
The backbone.
I don't think it's as bad. I don't think it's as bad as it first seemed, just because they all lost their first matches. And then XOG, obviously, roster issues. So that's unfortunate.
That really made the difference. Josh is expending his timeout, maybe expecting not
So
to
it's
get a
like,
chance for another one, frankly, because G2, it was a bold pick taking Fnatic.
yeah, I think the only one that you could possibly be a bit disappointed in, like to the end, is RRQ. But then there's the caveat that they got knocked out early, so it's like maybe we just didn't have enough chances and they faltered under the pressure. It doesn't catch Valen, but they're G2's a little bit concerned.
Tiptoeing around the map though from Fnatic. They're going to be looking to see if they can reclear out towards C-Mount, Satchel across.
Okay, they know.
With the rifles here, Valen.
All right, he jumps
They're
out.
able there to escape and exit.
So they fully take
Using a bit
Mound.
more information. G2 just trying to clear up most of the map. Fnatic, slow game of theirs. Definitely applies the pressure evenly here to G2.
And 2 players posted up towards Rubble. I'm not sure whether Alpha's calling for them to go back towards B. No, it looks like the spike's going to make its way towards.
They're going to re-clear Rubble, but they're not leaving anyone in Mound. At 40 seconds? 40-second re-clear on Rubble is okay, but then your only option is B without anyone else on Mound.
I mean, at this point, G2 are just trying to play the clock again.
Yeah, so G2 is just going to hold. Jonah's just going to be the one holding on their own because they saw Alpha here. They thought it might be a B pinch. Now they know it's not. So it's a fast hit, or fast rotate onto A.
Sidestep,
Nightfall though. Plant should be safe this time. No salvos. Huge. The audio really helping Fnatic on this one to really push up closer.
It's a bloodbath up towards heaven. One away from the ult. Kayak is going to be happy with that.
Yeah, I mean, again, if it comes down to the format argument, I think that's for now it's a no point because for 12 teams it's there's no other real good way to do it. I actually think currently it is the best possible. Which is partially why I'm of the stance of like, I think first seed teams just have to figure out a different way to use their advantage. Because I think from a production angle and a setup angle, this is kind of the best you got.
Both of these teams.
One good job G2 is doing is not letting Alpha take timings. They have been very good at that. Of like Alpha's not getting free space like here, right? He's always getting stopped here.
Jorg and Trent have been really good at denying value from Kayak's ultimate when the sides were swapped. But I think a Showstopper's
What about an all-in hit for the map with Showstopper on C? You just wait to see if there's a push out. No ults on the other side. I mean, if you get like salvos out and stuff, that'd be huge. Boaster making it seem like he's already jumped through, but the Prowler will let them know that he's further out. Okay, crossfire set up from Mound.
Valen eventually going to concede that space and give it up.
Trying to pre-fire the peak here.
Getting active over towards A.
Alpha, yeah, has a little bit of an opening on B. But this fight over towards A could define the round. Alpha's in on B.
This is the round where he gets in through the lurk, because they're quick on it. They make noise and immediately Alpha gets in. He is all the way in. Oh, the
Chobra will get it, but Crashies is there. Cleans it up. 3 players left to stand here. Boaster with a plan. It's going to be sticking this safety in the back of his mind.
Oh, Crashies, you're so good. Chronicle.
Found that timing and that
Gotta get back here. Boaster's gonna play a risky position. Yeah, now it's a 2v1. Alarm bot just to check for the push. Nano swarms, you know he's on site. Huge. Did you just give first seeds ban advantage like you banned the first 2 maps or something? I don't think you should give them first. I don't think so, because that takes away from the value that it has in the grand finals. It would also be way too dominant at that point, I think. G2 will be kicking themselves for not closing out some rounds, 100%. But that's the thing. I think that's one of the things that I find charming about this Fnatic team, is that they have just the right amount of hero plays and hero rounds to keep them going, and then they have otherwise good calls and setups. I think that's what makes them charming. Yeah, I mean, I think that's the other thing, chat. I think the big thing is like the patch right before the tournament, right? To some extent, you could argue that was a bigger advantage for first seeds, but I also think it can go both ways. And I don't really like it as well. Oh, Mike, what are those watermelon socks? What the hell? But I also just don't like the narrative of like, I want to see the teams who did well on that patch now go against each other. So I think that's a separate thing. But my point is, before we run ads, here's my point. I don't think the finals weekend is the time to be disappointed about that. I think we will just sap away our joy if we do that. Yes, there are things you would want to see change for the format. Yes, I have disappointments for the first seeds as well, but they are playing really well. It's top 4, and it's not like it's going to get solved now. So it's like, to me, it's like that's something to mention when they first all lose on the first 2 days of playoffs, of like, damn, the first seeds, like, what were they doing like during the break? How much does momentum matter? Like, etc. Like, I think that's a conversation to have then. I'm not saying you shouldn't like call them out on it, or you shouldn't call out Riot on like formats and stuff, but I think talking about it a week later still and being like, it's still disappointing. I'm like, I don't know. I don't think these matches are disappointing. I think actually now we're seeing them improve even more because they've all lost a match. So to me, and then also I think the assumption that comps have to change is also a misnomer. I don't think they have to across all the maps. I actually think we're seeing overall pretty good changes throughout all the teams. I think the first seeds are generally playing it safer, but I think that's just, I think there's, you know, I think talking about that during the matches of the finals weekend is a good way to not be able to enjoy the good parts of it, which there are plenty of. obviously, after the match, in other platforms, after the tournament, on the first matches, the first eliminations. I think there's a time and place for it all, but if we get caught up in it, I think it makes it not fun. But anyway, chat, on that note, we're going to run some ads. I'll be right back. Paradox, thank you very much. All good, all good. Go take care of whatever you need to. Go sleep if you need to. And then let's see, Gamba. I'll set up the Gamba here. Fnatic pick split. Map 2 split. All right, Twitch, get your Gambas in. Do you think it's possible to win a pro match with 5 duelists? At the highest level, no. I'm going to go to the bathroom. All right, I am back. Yeah, chat, just so we're clear, I do think discussions around the format, etc. is good. Oh. What is this? Oh, you guys can't hear the TTS, right? Because I have it off during matches. Stephen Lingy's belly button. Thank you for the tier 1 resub. 12 months now.
Adaptations on the fly. What, in your opinion, was the most effective adjustment that you made that gave you that win?
I think during the timeouts we told the boys to stay calm, focus on like what they're giving us, and just processing information a little bit better. And I think it made all the difference after that.
Oh, it did indeed. Thank you very much for your time.
I've woken up early and have been listening to the first seed advantage. Here's the real advantage first seed should get. I think the first seed should also have the ability to change the seeding plan of the opposing team. Throw them off their game by placing someone like narrate in the middle. P.S. I am not a crackpot.
Let's actually talk about what.
Thank you for the sub. Welcome back. And thanks for the great idea. I think that's a big advantage. That would keep Valorant special too.
From this team, they had such a great
Cap on the desk is great.
Attack-side ideas of how they approached that.
Yeah, they had a hard time fighting G2's comp head-on, and after this timeout here, you can see they just make some light noise, a fake TP and a smoke, a classic Boaster smoke. Kind of keeps G2 occupied a little.
Yeah, this is the round I talked about.
The C side, come back A. Just started to take the game a little bit less head-on.
Yeah,
and I really
it was a good adjustment.
The next few rounds built the story. They did it again. Then they kind of snuck out A together, and then they just took a head-on fight. And I think it really speaks to Boaster's IGLing that he was able to take that time out.
Dude, this was so unfortunate for Jonah.
A little bit, right? Like a lot of people always are giving
The game's been good. PRX Wolves was fun.
They did, but there's
I think the inexperience got to Wolves a little bit. It's not like they were like fumbling hard, but I think on a different, if that wasn't the upper finals, they might have even come back and we would be on a map 3.
It's just really, really impressive.
Yeah, and let's not forget, too, Jonah P had an opportunity to get a nasty 2K in that situation, and unfortunately was shooting cotton candy at his opponent, and it was like, oh, get this off of me, and then they just shot him, and then that was it. Which, those heartbreaker rounds, man, those are the things you do not want to see happen. But that does take us to our HyperX Reflex moment here, because this one's on the other side of the field, Mimi, with G2's Valen.
No, because of the door. Because the door was still making noise. And, I mean, Crashy's ult was making noise, too, but, like, there was so much noise, and on LAN, you have white noise. On LAN, you can run a lot more. You can abuse like other sounds covering your run sound a lot more on LAN. So Jonah runs there. They didn't hear him at all, right? So it's just that he didn't get the instant kill. He's trying to go for the multi-kill. Dude, changing skins would actually be insane. That would actually be so crazy. That would actually be crazy. But anyway, chat, I just wanted to mention, I do think the discussion is good. I do think it should continue. I think it should happen, you know, like, I think it should happen after the tournament. You know, I don't think we should just forget it, etc. I just think making it sound, you know, talking about just being disappointed in the teams during a good game because of all of that prefacing is a good way to sap the joy out. That's all I'm saying. I'm down for that discussion, like, in between and after. And I think it's good to have it amongst yourselves as well, for sure. Damn, who do you think Valen's saying hi to?
I think it's more of the same. I noticed that Fnatic likes to enable their best players to really shine and take their duels, like Alpha. Took a little inspiration of that. I'm like, hey, Leaf, you should go contest them. You know, like, if they're gonna take the space, I want you to put them down. So yeah, I mean, we're just greenlighting him a little bit more, and
yeah, I think that we saw that both Jog and Leaf giving a bit of a longer leash on both of them.
To hear what he's saying there, because Leaf to me felt so strong when he was taking those risks, when he was playing as a C anchor Kaplan. He was constantly walking back into space and finding a ton of success there.
Yeah, absolutely. Taking the op up on Viper.
No, it's all good, Curry. I think it is good.
He would find a way to get back on that line and be able to say, hey guys, they're not coming to C.
And I agree, and I do agree. I just want to outline that as well. I do agree that I wish there was more. I think there could have been more from the first seeds. But also, I mean, I think after the first day, I'm actually kind of impressed with what the first seeds are showing. Dude, Josh RT is, I mean, he's built. He's built it.
You absolutely do. Kaplan, I mean, Fnatic plays a bit of a weirder comp with this double duelist, the Yoru, the Raze.
I would be worried since it's a double dive on his split. Also, did Professor Oak say that? Is that something Professor Oak says, the old blade? Professor Oak said there's a time and place for everything, but not now.
Pressure. They can go fast, they can go slow.
How is it? Why is it a Professor Oak quote?
G2 Breach. They should have a little bit of a hard time fighting head on for any space against the Breach, kind of similar to Lotus actually.
Yeah, it's gonna be big. G2 lot staking on this game. They lost in Champions to this team 0-2. Got sent home by them after the amazing tournament they had at Shanghai, and it would be a really similar story again, making it to the finals in Bangkok. If they were to go home here in top 4, it would.
What do you think about Breach without Taeho on split? I think Breach in general always has a slot on split. Obviously, the argument that Breach is just generally weak in tier 1 is, I mean, the stats speak for themselves. I like Breach, but you know, it's hard to deny the stats.
Here in Toronto. Toronto, do you think that's going to be the case here? Oh, a lot of no's. Who do you guys see?
But I think Breach Yoru is good. Breach Yoru has actually always been a pretty good combo that never was explored enough. The only team that's explored that specific combo a lot was actually PRX back in the day on Bind. With Benkai playing the Breach, actually. So I think Breach Taeho or Breach Yoru is good because there's a way to set up the Breach can basically set up the Yoru similarly to how Taeho can, but the Breach has you know, now the Breach still has refreshing ways to stall on defense, refreshing ways to take space on offense. You can still do trap plays with just the Breach. Obviously, without the Raze, it's not like guaranteed util trap plays, but you can still do that.
Yeah, hey guys,
I think it keeps it pretty flexible.
Remember what we planned. There's no doubt they
Try to use an item when you are not supposed to in Pokemon Red. Professor Oak says there's a time and place for everything. Really?
They just have to make sure
For example, trying to fish on the ground. Wow. You know, I've kind of grown away from Pokemon. Well, grown away makes it sound like I think it's only for kids, but like I've moved on from Pokemon. But it would be kind of fun to go back and play one of the like originals. That would be fun.
You know what I have to lean on though is the fact that
Also, like I didn't know like what all those different mods were, like Nuzlocke and stuff. That does sound interesting. And watching some of the other Plat Chat people do it, it does seem interesting. Could be fun.
For the players who are up there, but it when you're constantly reminded of the opposing team's confidence, it just makes it really hard.
Yeah, like doing races and stuff does sound fun. I mean, I would have to learn a lot first, but
come back when they've won trophies in the past. Missed out on even going to Bangkok. Now
what is a Ludlock? Is that Ludwig's race? Is that what it's called?
As that final EMEA
Ludlock.
Everyone else from that region out in the group stage went home early in this tournament. But Fnatic
yeah, it seems like it could be.
Changes, despite bringing a rookie player
seems like it could be fun.
Do want to inform everyone
other Plat Chat members? Well, I specifically saw Sideshow doing it a lot, and then I saw TMV trying it a couple times.
About that. Wait a minute.
Ludwig's version of Nuzlocke.
We're
Okay.
going into the game, everybody. Let's dive into the action. Toronto, make some
I'm actually
noise.
relatively okay. Yeah, one of these days, this year, we'll try that out. I'd be interested.
G2 dig deep, show that resilience that allowed them to come back first.
Name Pokemon after subs and ban them if the Pokemon
chance against this Fnatic squad, because both of these teams
That's what it
are
is.
aiming for greatness.
That's so
event.
funny.
Both of them looking to go that
That's
much
actually
further.
amazing.
Jonah P, though, quoted as saying very
To
recently,
be fair, chat, whenever I've tuned into Sideshow doing it, I couldn't tell that he was trolling because I don't know my Pokemon.
Just less pressure and more their own team's expectations. They want redemption for Bangkok. But Fnatic stands in the way.
It's apparent. Okay, fault line. Alpha has found a pocket to play in.
Yeah, so that the Breach, and I also think Breach can be really good against the double dive because if you set up the right trap plays.
Nothing crazy though from
The
Fnatic.
thing is again, without like refreshing Sky, without Raze, you actually at some point do need to take contact on defense. Obviously on Pistol it's a little hard, but that's why he's like peeking out, right? Because otherwise, how are you going to get info? The Fade alone can't give you all the info for a trap play. You need to basically take control of the extremities to take trap plays here and here.
They can sit back, play the player advantage. Even allow Chronicle maybe to work a little bit of pressure over towards A and try to pull people off this hard anchor position.
He's just going to send it as soon as he hears util.
Fnatic just trying to keep G2 guessing. Jonah P holding down that fault line. It's going to be able to contact a Leaf who's holding from the high ground.
Ooh, Prowler? Oh, this is so good. Crashies actually takes the space. It's massive. The one Prowler wouldn't sell it. But they go deep, but G2 knows how Fnatic likes to call. They know what Boaster likes to do.
It's going to be sailing up and over towards it. Exchanged even, leaving out of satchels in hand. Alpha.
Oh, amazing angle from Leaf. Big flash back from Kayak, though. Huge swing. Trade. 3v2, 15 seconds. Fnatic.
You get yourself in through the back of this.
The heaven
lurk.
There's only 8 seconds left. What are we doing?
Just laying around towards the side. And he's already dropped down, but he wasn't expecting
You need to go get the kill, guys.
He stays alive. He's won the round. Trent! Absolutely ridiculous.
That's an unbelievable way of the pistol round to finish. Trent is completely surrounded. Got his opponent Fade lurking through heaven. Should have been an absolute wrap, but they lost track of where he was. They knew that he'd been over towards spawn. And I think Crashies was searching for him, didn't realize. He was just tucked right behind that box. He didn't even need the final kill, but he gave us it anyway. Nice! That's pretty absurd, because I think Fnatic should have been able to wrap that one up and win 3 out of 3 pistols
Also,
so far.
if you're planting that late, why are you not planting safe? They just made a terrible assumption that he was here.
Stray shots fired down at Bulldog.
Well, like, why wouldn't you just plant safe if you're planting in the last 5 seconds and you have someone behind you and on every? It's just like I like this team, and but it just makes me so mad.
Leaf now actually going to be approaching a Viper's Pit. He's able to clean up the rest of these players.
Looking for the last few. Spots it out. Chronicles drop 2 of them. Spike accessible to a degree, but Valen is quick to recover.
No, Crashies was heaven, and then he was like dropping down because they just assumed. I think they just assumed that he was alley.
Could be a difference maker early on in a crucial rifle round, especially if G2 can do a little bit of damage in this next to the Fnatic economy. A rare quick round as well. Fnatic taking a lot of round control very early on. But you're expecting, again, quite a lot of rounds, even with the double duelist, to be slow paced.
3v2 and waiting for the last 10 seconds is criminal.
Talking about the fact that G2 got some experience playing
All right, let's see what Fnatic can do, though. But the thing is like, this is one of those games where I almost think, similar to Gen G's Haven, G2 beating them at least on one map would do some good for Fnatic, because like them getting like G2 is actually literally always calling out Boaster, right? It gets down to 30 seconds and G2 just says, we don't care. If it's real, it's real. If it's fake, it's fake. We're not moving. Like literally, the moment it gets to 30 seconds, there are no big rotates from G2, and then they will rotate on the second action, because then you know that it's Boaster calling for a fake and rotate. So he's getting called out on it every single time it happens. They don't lose every single time, but...
Take a fight here. Knife up Kaya. Oh my, that's unfortunate timing.
I mean, that's a weird decision as well, isn't it?
That is a weird decision. Why do you have your knife out?
Chronicle gets the better end of it after Valen had already retreated. And now Valen's alone and isolated on the A side with the Paranoia as his best friend.
That's to anchor.
It's Fnatic the new RQ with how Chobra's watching.
He doesn't really have a weapon to his name. It's the classic and a bit of Utah. They can hear it now. Smokes are going to start to be laid down, blossoming.
And now, see, this time G2 actually has B main, so they know that this is real. They try to hold on the site. Wow, we can plant when the clock isn't red. Imagine that. Huge, good setup. Like, Fnatic's so good in general. It's just...
Really good positioning too. Even if Alpha hadn't been able to close out with 3 kills, Boaster's waiting in vents as a backstab.
I don't know how you feel about Wolves' odds against either of these two. I think it's unfortunate that Wolves will have to play them
at their attack side macro. I know we're watching a
at
little
this
bit of a
point.
mistake here from Kayak, but he has some B main information. Chronicle controls the other side of the map. And in the meantime, the rest of the pack is working their way up mid.
I think having to meet G2 and Fnatic after they've gone through the lower bracket gauntlet takes away a lot of the advantage you've had. It's also a BO5. That's when experience really does kick in. I think Wolves are capable of beating them for sure, actually. Either one. I think they are capable, but...
Once more, same 1-3-1
I've seen enough. They've evolved. They planted for 20 seconds. Big changes, honestly. Okay, TP's out.
And that's great information from Kayak. He saw that teleport.
Yeah.
He knows that Jorgamo's gone back into a more passive position.
He's trying to punish him again. Dude, Jog.
Jorg has just decided to take the fight to Kayak.
But that's something that G2's been doing. They are just taking fights on timings now. They were getting timings on Fnatic throughout Lotus as well. G2, I think G2 has come in better prepped. I think G2 has more specific ante against Fnatic in this, even on Lotus. But Fnatic is just...
It is a nice seize though, because he gets
they're getting away with a lot.
Oh, no. It's not ideal.
He's just gifted them the spike.
The spike dropped down.
I mean, that I don't think was even... I think that was just supposed to be fake pressure anyway. Kron might have done enough.
I mean, what do you do here, man?
For him. Leaf. Judge in hand.
I mean, what? You have to double drop. You have to double drop.
Spam chopping it down. Leaf 20 seconds. At the knees, 20 seconds, scrambling, dashing.
Spike down mid.
And he's leaving it just down to Crashies. A spike essentially unretrievable. 3-1 for G2.
Big fumble in that round from Fnatic, from Boaster.
What is Kayak doing? It feels like ego peeking. Well, no, because I think that's this one you have to give Jog. Because what happened was Kayak saw Jog got moved away. So you're thinking Kayak cautiously peeks first towards backside. If the Yoru is not backside, there's a good chance he would have gone even further away into alley or even A side. So you're slowly just checking to see if anyone's already holding the trade. Nobody is. So he tries to get into a more aggressive angle where he can catch someone off guard, because G2 will have to peek unless Fade is on B, which it hasn't been. So I think Kayak's just thinking, okay, I have time to move in, and then, you know, he tries to go for another peek, but Jog just has a better peek. I don't think it's so much that it was ego. I think Jog was just made a better decision and a better peek.
One of the coaches has got a read on what G2 specifically are doing on their defense side. But I think there's a couple
yeah, Danny, I am big on Fnatic this tournament. I don't think they should be winning, but I want them to win.
Jorg's just caught him on a couple of timings. And obviously we've just witnessed that.
Guys, I have an idea for Fnatic to change. We should boycott watching Fnatic on the attack side, so Riot tells Fnatic to change their playstyle, or they huge for partnership. Always with the best ideas. Surefire, guaranteed results when we listen to Stephen Lee's belly button.
In what could be a crucial round, though it is going to be a half buy here. Fnatic have still got some big weapons.
Opting into it almost fully. Oh, second guessing themselves.
That timeout. See what Fnatic changes here. Gonna be on B duty again. Is there an op? There's not an op, just a Vandal for Jogamo. Big pit in mid.
Yeah, they've decided to
what do you do against that?
Boaster's just spamming into it, but with how much Fnatic were doing 1-3-1 deep, waltzing. Okay, Alpha's just gonna rip Trent apart.
Good
and these
spams.
players were looking to try to put pressure over towards A early on. They know that Valen teleported, so that's what Alpha's also worried about. They think that Boaster, they think that Valen might be inside that smoke. He's miles away. He's all the way towards screens, but he is slowing Fnatic down and forcing them to use util.
They all get across. There's a lot of space at the minute mark. Not my Fnatic.
But Valen is just so isolated here, isn't he?
Yeah.
Valen has, now that he's sticking here, he has to just win fights. There's nobody to cover him from here either. But like, they're kind of relying on the fact that Fnatic plays slow. You know they do. It's insane, actually. They're waiting for the smoke to end. Oh, they're gonna go in with Showstopper. It's like Fnatic basically, like, they wait for like the perfect setup.
Do not want any part of this.
30 seconds
left. Yeah, they don't want to get caught by some kind of splash rocket that gets fired into heaven. Their A ramp fight is going to be crucial. Chronicle's just been amazing today.
Speaking of Chronicle, perfect caster time. Oh my gosh. Jog kind of has to get out. No, 1v3. I mean, 1v3 is kind of that gray area where you could go for it, but yeah, I don't think so. If he had gotten a kill on screens, maybe. Klepto, thank you for the super chat. Sorry, we were in the middle of the round. PRX can play 2 whole games of 3 maps before this ends. I was just thinking that. Both Fnatic and PRX give heart attacks, but PRX gives it in the first 20 seconds of a round, and Fnatic gives heart attacks in the last 20 seconds of each round.
Once more, that 1-2 punch of Alpha and Chronicle. It's been immaculate today.
Haven't stopped.
They're just opposite ends of the spectrum.
Alpha's going to open up a lot of these rounds. Kayak too. I mean, Kayak is certainly one of those players. He was lighting up the scoreboards, topping the rankings in EMEA for stage 1. But if you're looking for experience at global events, you can't go wrong with the duo of Alpha and Chronicle.
Today is just walking like a bot.
That's what they are.
Because that's what they are.
They're giving that energy all the way up.
Yeah, the disrespect.
Confidence with it.
Damn, Kayak's just taking the fight early. And now he's waiting for the peaks. He's waiting for the peaks. He is trying to adjust.
Aggressive and timing based, Jorga's been playing. He could easily get punished. They're expecting Fnatic to be trying to take some A ramp control and holding the stun for it. A stun, potentially a paranoia and a reclear of ramp. But nobody scaled off the back of the Prowler for Fnatic.
They're waiting for the repeaks from G2.
Takes a peek here. You could be.
Ooh, NT by Alpha. They were making noise so Alpha could creep up on ramps. Okay, but Crashies is stuck.
Shuts that down.
Needs to get back out.
From Valen there.
He resets.
It's difficult to take one
G2
kill
has
and make
no
it to 2
information
against
here.
Fnatic when they're
They have
so
no information
disciplined.
here, but they
But
still
still a
have
player advantage.
some information here. Obviously, tops the
wait.
screen guards at the barrel.
Clumsy movement, arguably, from Boaster there, just as they were calling out G2 for walking around like bots. But G2
That's
in
rough.
a 4v2. These rounds, you know, Fnatic don't get something started
30
early in
seconds
terms
left.
of map control or picks. You get some of these dull endings to the rounds, but G2 will be very happy to have the momentum.
No. That's because they said that. Fnatic said that.
Another round.
Alpha Air was like, Trent's walking around like bots, or they're walking around like bots, and we saw that in the replay. And Boaster said that's because they are. So he's just using that. I think that was great. That was sick.
Often, with how precise Boaster can be and how good the coaching staff is on this team, they often come out with some kind of immaculate read. I'm not seeing that just yet today. Leaf caught towards the end, but it's not going to do too much damage to G2's economy. It does put a bit of pressure down, but there's players that can drop. These kind of unfortunate
Oh,
situations,
YouTube, you guys talking about the, what is it? Who was it? What's his name? NIP? The CS game? That line was so funny. I can't watch this. You are paid to.
Like I said, though, I'm still kind of waiting for that glimmer of brilliance that you often
CS.
see from
Oh,
Boasters
man.
calling
The
on the
greatest
attack
game
side.
ever.
And I think a lot of it comes down to the fact that
The
G2's been able
VCT
to
talent
keep
really loves the
control
word
of B main,
immaculate.
and that's where the fight's gonna happen
I think
again early on.
Sideshow particularly. Everyone kind of has their word.
Very early fault line.
I use impeccable a lot.
Joel trying to take this one with a little bit more
And
aggression.
it like rotates, right?
Off angle play. It's going to be util to try and clear him out. Aftershock.
Okay, they draw at the aftershock. That's kind of big. Your ult already in. He already saw one, right? He's just checking. He just wants to check back sight. He's trying to make sure he wasn't followed. Jogamo, he's just going to TP out.
They chose not to try to combine that with the Fade ultimate.
Wow.
You know, you still got that
For the minute?
Trying to take the fight forwards into their spawn.
In my VCT game?
Clone just eating a bunch of that damage. Jogamo.
Okay, well, hold on. No, I don't know how I feel about this. I do not know how I feel about this. The Viper is found. Boaster, good trade, but the TP over.
Alongside with it, Jogamo.
Huge from Alpha Air, but Jogamo still got more. They know that Boaster's here. The drop, Alpha Air, Alpha.
This guy to shine. 7 bullets left. Trent repositions.
6 bullets.
Leaves it into the 1v1.
He can defuse. Alpha.
Sticking this. Alpha. Have on it. Alpha.
Oh my God! But he doesn't know half is done.
Oh my God!
What an angle to be found from Alpha here. I thought he beefed it for sure there. Knew that Trent was only going to get half in that spot.
Oh my God.
To be able to swing out wide in B main, it looked like a horrid plant. And a really good combo. But considering the pressure that Jogamo put down, getting 3 in the round.
Yeah, Boaster's been doing the Fortnite dance a couple times this tournament.
Look how tight that one is.
Oh my gosh.
With a weapon advantage heading into round 8. And a few really good tools to be able to work with too. Cosmic Divide, Crashies with an ultimate as well. Plenty of tools to be able to get in and run some kind of set play with the ultimates.
No, but I don't think Double Duelist necessarily always has to go fast. I think they are it's a very interesting take that Fnatic has because they used to what they used to do. Obviously, this round they're going to go fast again, and I like that pacing change. You know, one fast round with ults and then the next one without ults. Well, I guess they technically have the Astra and Fade ults still, and that's good post plant. But doing that on non-ult rounds, you're using the Yoru to be able to put pressure across the map. You've got Lurk with the Viper, and then you can still like, you can spread them thin, force them on a default, and then you can go aggressively with the double dive. So like, it doesn't mean you have to go fast just because you're double dive. It's just how you get onto the site has to be explosive. Oh my God, massive flash from Jonah. Okay, that's good enough. That's good enough. Oh, what a swing from Trent. Just drew Chronicle all the way out. Doesn't give him time to reset. Kron wanted to get into a position. I think Kron actually just had to stick for the fight, but that's hindsight. That's hindsight 2020.
Masters of being able to get the best out of the light weaponry. But kind of incredible that they make that retake work and not the one before. that has flipped the eco situation on its head entirely. Flash out! Around where it looked like Fnatic should have been able to come out on top. And equalize the game 4-4.
Fnatic didn't use either of their ults, right?
Away with things.
How he did the headshot on me while running? What is this luck, bro?
Yeah, and that's what I'm saying. How is he hitting that with a Spectre from that range?
Jonas' flash was huge. Yeah, no ults from Fnatic. I would have liked them to just play it safe, guaranteed the 4-4.
A really bad vibe.
And the money has taken a tumble. Flipped 180.
But it was good from G2, and that's something G2 is very good at, is on the ecos. Like, they play no fear. And I think that just caught Fnatic off guard, which it shouldn't have, because you know how G2 plays, but either way, well played by G2.
G2, heavy emphasis being placed over towards A. No one B heaven.
These players could get pinched if G2 don't keep A ramp control. So that's why you see Trent maybe even overextending slightly to fight for this.
Out in the open.
I mean, throughout this all, Kayak inserted in
Yeah, that's big.
With the Vandal. They're hoping that Leaf goes for re-exploration.
Kayak is 3-7-1 though. It's been a rough game. Jog's been on top of him the whole time. This has been Alpha's game, really.
And this does put the squeeze now onto Leaf.
They want to pinch onto Vents.
Bucky in hand. And Alpha obtains the upgrade.
So this is an adjustment for Fnatic. They know that G2, unless they're holding here, their ramps has been weak. It's always been somewhere in Vents and in mid. They abuse that against G2. They know he's back here. Oh, he gets spotted.
There will be no escape. Not this time. Not from what Fnatic are putting
How
on
can you
show.
not like this team despite all the criminal rounds they play, chat?
When things
They're
work
just
for
so
Fnatic,
good when they
the
are
showcase
good.
Style, it looks so perfect.
And it's desperation by G2.
They're just so good when they are good.
To that sight line, a thrifty win from Fnatic. Back and forth we go.
The economy apparently means nothing between these two teams. G2 cast down into the depths again as Fnatic keep it.
Oof.
But, I mean, look, they knew that Leaf was just pinned in that corner the entire time. There had not been a re-clear. Kayak's just controlling that space, keeping him corralled. And once they have that pick, pushing into the site, the perfect seize onto
Right.
Valid, the perfect haunt onto Trent.
My util is too good. That's right. That's Crashies. That's Crashies for you.
Piece of util with purpose. And G2 take a tactical timeout for the last 3 rounds and a half. We had a dead even 6-6 on Lotus to open things up. And that, I think, is the absolute peak of both teams.
Fnatic violently swings from 2023 Carmine Corp to perfect exact vision strikers. Fnatic is just this pendulum. They just swing from one side to the other. It's like, will you have 23 KC or will you have 2022 Vision Strikers? Which one will you get?
And once more, by the way, Brent, it's that duo of Alpha and Chronicle. 13 kills for Alpha, 11 kills for Chronicle. I mean, nowhere
Extremities usually implies the extremities of the maps, though, which would be the sides. Choke points is not every map has choke points on the extremities. I think it's just different use for different things. I think extremities is much clearer because choke points needs context on, like, is it this choke point? You know, is it this one? You know, wherever.
Try and slow them down despite being around.
I mean, most maps have some sort of choke point going into the site, but
Money's not good here for G2. Scrap together a bit of a buy, TP disengage, just to try and get some information. That's Jorgamo. Seeing if they're posted.
Alpha is so happy taking this duel. I mean, he knows he's on fire. And while
that's something I like about Alpha is that when he is on, he like knows it. He abuses it. 13-5 too. Like that's why it's hard to ever take him out entirely of like a superstar conversation over the years. Obviously he's still very young too, but like
a lot asked of him, but always ready
when he feels it, he's like, nope, I'm actually just winning this game. Like he plays like that, and generally it pays off. That is a rough kill, rough death for Jog. Leaf, a bit of an adjustment, trying to catch them off guard. Huge timing. It's a nice peek. Really good read from Leaf. And then they're resetting to make sure that there isn't full movement. Oh, the aftershock though? Kayak? Ooh, barely gets out.
30 seconds.
Fault line.
The spike heading up towards ramp. Surely not.
It's going to be the right read. I think it is a pivot to B. You know there's at least 2 here. There can't be 2 in vents, surely. Oh, they're going to go back A. The read's going to be right. The fault line's going to wreck him. Oh my god. Again, just relying on the trades. This is insane. Not again. Not again. Check the smoke, somebody. Somebody cover the damn spike.
And the time is the worst enemy of this Fnatic squad.
Trent has done it again.
He stays alive in the final moments.
Almost exactly the same as what we saw from Trent on the pistol. He is the anchor. He is in a crazy position, and yet he is the last one left alive. The clock has been a nightmare for the Fnatic on their attack side. And this time it just happens again. The reason they're planning for Heaven in this spot, by the way, is so that the side player, Trent, can't deny. And yet, whilst trying to get the plant down, they get picked off from Heaven. Gaps everywhere.
Look at that timeline. Back and forth, back and forth. It's a pendulum
I am
swinging.
so mad.
Over these teams.
For a team that runs the clock down a lot, they're like... But I do think, basically, they built bad habits because they got away with it. Because I think what they're good at is trading in the last 20 seconds. They're very good at not panicking in their trades. The moment they're not given a trade, it breaks down. You know what I mean? Like, the smoke missed the plant. You're not planting in their smoke because you're scared to check it. Okay, hold on. Let's watch this round. Chronicle kind of needs to get here fast, but he can't make noise. Oof, too many angles. Oh, Jonah with the read. You know it's not being diffused yet, but he got 1 kill. It's not the diffuser.
And Boaster might have just done it all.
No!
Insane!
Why spray? He was staking it.
Boaster did everything he possibly could. He played it the best anyone could in that situation. And yet, flashbacks, deja vu to Forsaken spinning in circles earlier on to cast Sentinels out. He's just wiggling around and doesn't have the ammunition.
That's a heartbreaker now. G2 leading by 3 rounds. Final round here for the first half of Split. Fnatic would love to make it a 7-5.
I mean, there have been so many moments where Fnatic arguably should have won. We're thinking Pistol, Trent Thrifty on the site. Maybe even Boaster winning the clutch there. But they're all should-haves, could-haves. And G2, with that grit, are managing to find their way into the lead. Kayak's
Dude, if Fnatic doesn't get 5, I'm going to be so upset. It doesn't even matter if this round is winnable or not. If they can't get 5 after all these, I'm going to be so upset.
Get him activated, especially before he has to be one of their big players on defense with the AWP, etc.
Up here from the defensive setup of G2. Valen is the one anchoring, and he's going to be feeling that heat. It's turned up under scrutiny. Paranoia still prime, still ready. Jonah P will have to let loose some util of his own, and they're looking for that refight up towards Heaven. It's an important one.
Boaster hasn't checked for Jonah. Okay, now they know he's still there. They re-clear. There's the Euro. You know he's on site. Dude, Valen reads it. He knows they're trying to corral him in. That's an incredible hold from Valen. NT from Valen. Just plant safe. It's fine if the Euro ults you. It's fine because that means only one person has a gun, guys. Thank you. Thank you. Crashies. Thank you. My God.
Stands tall and finishes the half strong. That was a difficult one. Crashy's wiping sweat off his brow. There were so many moments where it felt
No, but as I was saying earlier, I think basically they were given fights in the last 20 seconds historically, and they're very good at trading. Like, Fnatic's very good in those protocols, right? in the team fights.
Still anyone's game,
And
of
so they would
course.
get away with that. And the moment G2 doesn't give them the trades they want in the last 20 seconds, they actually don't have good protocols of like, how do you guarantee the plant happens? And I think G2's abused that. I mean, Tejo specifically has abused that. Yo, it's... Dude, I haven't seen Shazam in so long. That's crazy.
Dude, I felt like I wasn't able to do that since like 2021 when I was casting your games. How you been?
I've been good. Yeah, it's been a long time.
He looks good too.
Let's actually roll back the years because 2021 was, you were the first to ever do it. Hoist the Masters Trophy
That's
in
true.
Reykjavik in 2021. So talk me through what it means for these players and for these teams to compete for this trophy right here in Toronto.
I mean, yeah, it means everything. It's like all you work towards, you know, like these guys scrim a lot and it's the only goal. It's your life. Your life revolves around it.
And your life is now around content creation. The last team
Yeah,
that you
he's on Liquid
represented
now.
before joining Team Liquid was G2. So do you still have a little bit of ounce for cheering into G2 in this series against Fnatic?
Yeah, I mean, my time with G2, they were an incredible organization, and the guys on this team right now, I consider them good friends, and I'm like rooting for them to make it to the finals.
But Team Liquid right now is also fire as an organization, right?
Yeah, I mean, they're amazing. That goes without saying.
So another quick question.
Vance,
here. So
put him on the
with
spot.
Reykjavik, you had a chance to IGL against Bolster as well on that stage. What's it like to play against Bolster, and how can he carry the team over to the victory?
Yeah, Boaster is someone I have tremendous amount of respect for. He is a talented player. He works on his own game. He works on his team, and I think he's like a natural leader. Like you know, the antics on stage and stuff.
4 years hard
it's
stuck
like,
silver.
It's a good thing for a team. Like I'm sure they like laugh about it. It makes them happy. It makes people comfortable. It's like a really big thing. So
We definitely see them happy out there. And Shazam, I want to thank you so much for your time. It's always awesome to see you, brother. One more time for Shazam, everybody.
It's great to see him.
Back to the game.
Great to see him.
Chaz was just mentioning, you know, the tenure, the history. Played against Boaster himself many a time.
Yeah, including Boaster's first Grand Finals appearance all the way back at the very first LAN event. It's incredible, the tenure, the amount of time that Boaster and Chronicle, for example, have been around. Take a look at the Coinbase Econ report here too. And I think one of the players to really take a look at is Kayak. Struggled a little bit on that attack side.
I like that they're calling out a low number.
To invest into the operator as well. I would imagine that Fnatic
You have to talk
probably gonna
about
need a
the
big
opposite
performance out
ends.
of
That's
him
how you make this
to recover.
segment valuable.
They've been great in the pistol rounds, and that's where we're about to go
This
back in.
really shows that
Fnatic,
Kayak
you could
hasn't
argue
been
Fnatic
getting a
should
lot
be
of
3 and
impact.
3 right now on pistols if they had somehow managed to allow Trent.
Yeah, exactly, Curie. And that's why I said like he looks good, like he looks chill, he looks happy. Like it's good to see him being able to enjoy what he's doing. He was definitely like obviously some people can be divisive, but definitely a lot of unwarranted emotions his way. Off air, reclear, fast reclear with the paint shells. Crashies. He's got support from Kayak.
G2 are very aware of the fact. Surely hearing it, surely not.
Oh.
Might be able to claim this kill. Alpha is out
The pinch,
wide,
Boaster
and there
with the
is
cover.
from behind, Leaf. Let's get
Boaster
it.
gets one.
Boaster's there instantly there with a trade-off.
Chill.
It is a approach. He
Oh,
can't take
so
the
much
clean
damage,
fight.
but no kills.
They've done a lot of damage over here to Jorgamount, but the entirety of this site opened up. And Jonah P.
If Fnatic makes grand finals, aren't they screwed because of bans?
Information for them. He's at least going to be able to clear
Yeah,
the
but
flank
you
and
only
let
have to
them know
win
that
3
Too
maps.
much is coming from that direction. Tough one for
Who
Kayak
cares
and
if
Crashies.
you're guaranteed to lose 2 maps? You just have to win the other 3.
Had those opportunities to get online yet on this map, so this would be a huge one for them to convert for Fnatic.
Jonah P's gonna be
This is tough.
his eye, reads the watchful, just takes
Crashies.
a pot shot there, straight to the
Ooh,
shoulder.
tries to hunt it down.
Puts
They
himself
realize
out.
he's
Gets a
not
bit of info
peeking.
for the team, though. The fault line
Oh,
is good. Jonah
massive
takes the
fault
peek off
line.
of
What
it.
a play from
Crashes.
Jonah.
Gone. Kayak.
That should be the
on
round.
his shoulders. Heavy
I think
weight to
Kayak
burden
would
and
like
try and
some
win this
kills
one. The
here,
time
but
ticking.
yeah, that's rough.
The way that it is, G2 get their second pistol round.
So 2 pistol rounds.
Fnatic aren't
for
winning 3
Fnatic
maps
on
if they
Lotus,
can't
and now
plant.
2 pistol rounds back
Joke's
the other
on you,
direction
though.
for
Just
G2
winning on the
split.
defense
And this
side.
second one, pretty clean to be honest. Alpha was really trying to find that timing to be able to put pressure on the
Yeah,
bench.
they weren't doing good plants on Lotus. They still won.
And he did a great job. I mean, hitting a 180 to be able to deal with, or at least put pressure and damage onto Leaf is great. But overall, the positioning and the
Nah,
setup
chat.
worked better for G2.
Fnatic's got this.
And now Alpha's going to go for a Bucky. The rest of the team
They'll get an op online.
Too much to work around.
You know, they'll win their buy round, then they'll get an op online after 2 rounds, and it'll be fine.
Do they have the information about this? It does feel like G2 are accelerating slightly, speeding things up to try to react into B.
Ooh, they dodged the Prowler entirely. It's a 3-man stack. Crashies. Oh, the C's. He wanted to try to get the kill, but Alpha, huge. It's just the Ghost.
Thing is, doesn't actually give any weaponry away.
Crashies is like, bro, can I get the Ghost? Alpha just took the Ghost. Crashies is left with the classic.
Could be gaps for Fnatic to play in. Could be mistakes.
But Alpha is fragging. Oh!
Just the pistols in their hands.
Doable! Doable!
Doable! Just like that. Shoes on the other foot. He's the last one left to stand.
Ooh, NT from Jogamo. Okay. Group up. Chill. Group up.
B-main control is Fanatics. They have
Chill.
Whole of the sight. Jogamo in a spot like this.
Just force him. The spike is down. They know where the spike is, right?
Free kills going to be given up whatsoever.
Where's the swing? Where's the swing? Oh my god.
One more to the chest will do him. There's still a guessing game for Jogamo. Does not know where this last player is.
Chill. Just force him to plant. He has to plant.
Surely not. Alpha. Quite an upgrade in the midst of all of this one. Spectre in his hands. 10 seconds left.
Just peek him in the last part of it. Okay, there you go. Okay, good.
It's Rifty done right back.
We've seen so many of these rounds here on Split. Where the team would
I just finished my shift, so now I want a 3rd map. Oh, we are torn in whether we want a 3rd map or not. I'm gonna be honest, I'm cool with not having a 3rd map because that's just more heart attacks for me from Fnatic.
I think that was in the game against PRX actually that they were talking about that.
What are you doing, bro? Hey. What is going on?
Post.
Valid. I think he made the wrong judgment call there to accelerate towards the end. Fnatic already had the read that they were going to collapse.
Jog almost clutched it though. He actually played that really well.
It might well have worked. But that is going to get Fnatic straight back
T1 would have lost that to Jogamo. What?
Anytime you have a thrifty like that, round 2, you're also allowing Fnatic to build up to these big ultimates.
Yeah, they're going to start farming. Orbs attempted
That's
to
rough.
Here,
That's build up towards the op.
Fnatic got this one locked down.
It's Boaster who's 2 away from getting a Cosmic Divide. Could be big for a retake setup. Kayak potentially.
Not too much you can do here. You're basically trying to set up Leaf for the shots.
Though to be honest, the ones you're scared of for the defenders to get online are Chronicles
That's the Guardian down.
Not like they've had any trouble.
Okay, the true best player of G2, Trent, now with Guardian.
So far. They've been ridiculous. The backbone for the team.
I'm telling you. Telling you, that's the guy you actually got to watch out for. 14-9.
An upgrade though.
Dude, Valent's at 4-13. That's rough.
Slight perch off angle. It's a paranoid. It's a decent connection. Kayak forced to be dropping off that one now, but with 14 seconds left, time is against them. It's kills that are being needed right now for G2, and Fnatic not in the mood to be offering.
You can play time. You can wait for the peak. Okay, no time. No time. Chill. Nice. Ult's online for Booster.
Fnatic should be able to grab upgrades, at least on one of the weapons. Little bit of economic damage done there, but shouldn't harm Fnatic too much. Ended up being an all-right eco round, but compared to the standards we've seen so far on Split, where people are winning with nothing. Our attention then onto the next, and Kayak has now gone for the operator.
Nice and clean. There's the op.
So here's an opportunity for the player.
But this is the round they also have to watch out, because G2 might have a good plan for the op, and if they shut down the operator, the momentum's right back to them. Big investment.
He's found himself his place.
Early flash, and Kayak was still tucking Knife out into this deep angle. He's found the timing, but would have to deal against a stun potentially.
He does have
a Prowler to try to push him off the line.
Basically, if he TP's back out, they should look to play retake with the Astro Wall. And Boaster just delays with the smokes.
Okay, Crash.
There's so many tools to push the operator out. Yep, the flashes.
Yeah. Oh wow, the timing on that one, right as the gate clash does expire. Forced to back away.
That had to have been a calculated play on the timer. They know there's 2 here.
Gets away alive though.
Actually, I guess they haven't technically heard the op, but
It's gonna be colliding. Pulls gonna be used out early. Jogamo already dipping his way in through the back.
you know he's in a huge trade from Boaster off of the clone. Amazing shot. Chill, 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 chill. Okay.
Across the board, it's 8-8.
Really solid defensive setup there. Love the timing on Boaster's peak. Kayak uses his clone. That gets popped. Boaster's in.
Dude, Boaster was quick on that swing right here.
Here you see it on the replay again. Almost catches 2 as well. Huge amount of damage onto Valen, who was trying to teleport in. A great read as well from Fnatic in this round. They knew that this was going to be a B-pop.
Yeah, it's a good read too, after the initial util.
Quite a lot of what they were doing around the map just to deal with Kayak. So Kayak's up finding a lot of passive value there, and he's going to keep it into the next. Fnatic may well have turned the tides in this one.
I think G2 kind of got caught up on the fact that I think they had a set play for the op. They calculated it against the gate crash timing. They clear this corner. They used the multiple flashes to get this, and like a triple peak.
That they could be knocked out.
So I think they were just too committed to that idea. And the idea wasn't bad, but yeah, 4 stingers. You got to respect it.
Looking to make
Yoro has ult though, so I like Kayak's position. Just playing far back. Worst case, you use the ult to get out to safety. Worst case, you can use the ult on the retake. Alphagear's position's a little dicey.
Just allows them to slice
Don't know how I feel about that. Okay, now we back out. Surely you have your ult for retake.
Look how isolated Crashies is now because these defenders can't rotate through mid.
We'll do it all from this spot. We'll see what the call is from G2 though. Steady as they go.
You got Boaster ultimate too. They still want to try to get information, so Crashies is here and Boaster will just watch for the flank.
Perfect pause as well to make Crashies wonder
very
about
safe positions from Fnatic.
Should call Boaster over as support.
Reveals his position. Bit of spam. Drop down, he hears it. Footsteps. Colliding with the floor. This is G2 with.
So Chronicle needs to get safely through mid. He will. Nobody's there. Your roll clears it. Chronicle just has to worry about vents. The push out. You see them. You hear them. Double. The fault line gets everybody.
Not to be denied that space. In through spawn already. Jonah P picking up that upgrade. And it's a complete collapse once more.
Way too much space given to G2.
Yeah, way too much. That wall was weird.
A little and not just to allow them to completely control the tempo. You saw there that G2, Valen calls that fight over towards screens.
Great idea from G2 though. Just say, okay, Cosmic Divide is out. We push out.
Getting information and then commit the utility. And Kayak.
And they hadn't been spotted yet. Kayak's ult was used just to make room for Chronicle, but Chronicle was still too far away. I think you needed Chronicle to just get through. You had to just hope that he would be fine. Rough round.
Bit of a mid take here. Fnatic trying to hold against this one, but a dimensional drift's going to be used nice and early.
Alan, deep TP. Nobody reads it. Your ult on B. Kayak. Dude, he sticks it, and that is the Your ult nerf in play. If you don't start it deeper, you can't clear out backside. That's rough.
It's a good cancel call from G2, but really that execute is not what they were looking for. They were hoping that Fnatic were going to be looking in spawn for Valen.
Jiggle Crashies gets the info he's looking for. Flash and a repeat.
So now they have to play for delay on B. You've filled the site on A.
Difficult for Valen.
Fnatic actually has to just kind of stick 3-2 now. They can't try. They can't get antsy and rotate. You've already committed to this. Sees one.
Here, the barrel poking out. Chronicle has Leaf in his sights.
But it's not informing any defensive rotates from B to A. Look how isolated these A and B players are. And Leaf, he gets away with it.
Leaf lives?
Through the wall, as you said, he gets away with it. He survives. G2 doing up now, trying to set themselves up for a complete attempt.
Boaster, great cover.
This is Boaster back against the wall. A lot to
huge flash.
Chronicle
Chronicle has to live.
Can avoid most of it. The ire it's coming his way. G2 with that side control. Trent has to be that playmaker. What a swing!
Chronicle the GOAT!
Chronicle single-handedly saving the day.
So nice from Chronicle.
Holy dude, swings for the... Oh my god, swings for the plant.
Rips a wide swing against Trent. This early play at the start of the round may be a result of the own
Huge.
nerfs.
I think he commits to it once he sees that Trent is on screens because he knows on the map because he knows that he can't be swung on because of the angles.
A G2 are now going to be forced to do it again with weaker weaponry. At some point, surely Fnatic start to get a comfortable lead. G2 cannot keep doing this with bad buys.
It's been miracle rounds after miracle rounds. G2.
No matter who wins this, I feel really good about PRX.
Stingers.
I think that's fair. Too bad Fnatic's going to win, but you know. I think that's cool.
Much. Fault line into the corner. That's a clone to be tanking some of the bullets. Alpha just trying to evacuate. A lot of bodies though trying to make their way in through, and Chronicle has been overwhelmed.
You also have to remember that styles are
And this time Fnatic are actually trying to fight G2, but
somewhat relative.
A 3v3 and G2
How has this become a 3v3? Why are you continuing to fight against the Stingers?
And at least it's given them information for somebody like Crashies to be able to wrap fully round on this.
No bias. Which team is good for Wolves?
To try and stop this. It's a classic in hand, and Crashies going for it. It's an slight off angle, takes a ding to the head. They're trying to
It's a good question. Out of these two?
No denial of the kill. Upgrades across the board now. It's 2 from Fnatic. Kayak and
Can't believe Crashies died there.
I think this read is really nice as well.
For
When
Wolves?
Crashies gets caught here, pretty confident there's not going to be as many players over towards B.
All still being used.
I think G2 is better, actually.
Kayak's ahead of it. Just found that timing.
Map pool Fnatic's way easier for Wolves, but
Catch the first. We're not expecting a Chobra P was there from behind.
How have they done it again?
Again.
It doesn't matter what Fnatic's game plan is. If they play passive to try to avoid the Stingers, then G2 just take the site and play post-plan. If they try to contest them for space, they're losing the fight.
no, I think map pool wise, Wolves has a massive advantage against Fnatic, but
It is a nightmare right now.
I think as much as you can prep for it, yeah, that's rough from Scott. The thing is
They're winning every
you
round,
can
they're winning
the prep is
primarily when
good.
they don't have weapons.
It's easy against Fnatic, I think, but I think the inexperience, etc., Fnatic's way of playing would make Wolves players a bit more antsy. But both of them are so good. It's not like I think G2 would be easier for Wolves. I just think it would play out the way you expect it to.
Big investment of a Viper's Pit in a round where you have bad economy. Fnatic do not want G2 to be able to get comfortably up to 11.
I mean, Jonah's he's goated with a
Frankly, the
util.
weaponry hasn't made a huge difference here on split, so entirely winnable for Fnatic. Portal closed. But this death ball style has been
Double
the best
Bucky,
thing for
Guardian.
G2. Just having so many bodies there to be able to
It
trade
is
out
good.
individual stars like Alpha, who is positioned right now.
Instead of
to try
allowing
to catch
Fnatic to
people on
basically get the
cross
trades
into
they
A.
want,
So I think
they're basically
Crashies'
forcing them
job
to not be
try
able to go
draw
for
attention,
retakes.
and Alpha,
It's
the
smart
dagger
from
in the back.
G2.
Crashies jiggling.
This is all for Alpha Guardian, really.
We're going to pounce onto this one here. It's a season and aid.
That's just the one clone.
Onto the clone.
They know that that was a season 8 combo.
Though, Alpha's given up his position, so he has to relocate up to heaven.
Paranoia swoops forward to gate crash in.
It's ahead of it, checks, nobody there. You know they're coming up to heaven.
The time has not been a problem for G2 this series
Oh
just
no,
yet.
Alpha.
Left, and you can hear it rumble of the footsteps, and there it is.
Oh, dude, what a jump in!
Spam coming through, but still
With the
even
trade?
Crashies
Crashies gets one.
But can they remove Crashies finally?
12 seconds, pit.
11 seconds left.
You can pick up guns. They can pick up
Utilizing
guns.
the pit though against two players with light weaponry could be a disaster for Leaf.
Chronicle's got a Phantom. Dude, Leaf's position is...
Seeing if they've crossed it.
Oh, Boaster's checking for it.
And personal Bucky in hand.
He's gonna just go for the Bucky.
Oh, to the back.
He's got a Phantom. He's got a Phantom.
Nothing to hide. Trent away. He's gonna do it all.
They know he's there. They know he's there. Chronicle. He's down there. Double up. Double up.
Smoke up. Full committal. And Chronicle sticking counter spam from Boaster.
So good, dude. Boaster, what a play around the pit.
And And another thrifty.
Dude, MasterCard is getting their money's worth this game.
No team right now can win when they have rifles. And I think the big reason why is because the teams are willing to take more risks when they have bad weaponry. Fnatic is willing to gamble stack and
Dude,
go really fast, just based on
this
noise
was
cues.
nasty
Willing to
from
take
Boaster.
timings and moments of aggression. G2's economy once more is going to be on the ropes. Why do I even bother talking about it, though? It was another MasterCard thrifty.
Yeah,
so
he thought about it, but he just goes for the quick peek first, so he doesn't let his location be known.
The energy is just oscillating between these two teams, but Fnatic are the ones now in the driving seat once more. A map ahead.
Sees nade just to keep them at bay. They're willing to just give up the set. Whoa, 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 crashies! I don't think he meant to drop there.
Sends it flying forward to the boom body in hand, wants to try and take it! It's a gun uploaded, Jonah. Happy to shut him down.
And even throws the weapon away to a teammate with slightly better health. Leaf, a monster, and another opportunity for another thrifty. I mean, the player post-plan positions are even quite nice from Jorg and from Trent.
Tucked in to the spot. Through heaven, that's going to be a haunt that has to be dealt with.
Cosmic Divide.
One with a rifle. Fault line, Cosmic Divide even being committed. TP now into the back in the space. Right there, they have no idea. They are none.
No, they're checking it now.
It's your time to shine.
Huge. He got both. He got both. They were ready for it, and he got both.
Ridiculous.
The flash was so good.
What a sick play from a player that was struggling a little bit in the first half. He has come
Oh
online
my
and more
God.
in the second. He's making his
And
way
you know what's
firmly
insane,
up
chat?
and up
Seeing
the
that wall
scoreboard.
now.
And with plays like that, I mean, it's a gorgeous play. Leaf's even watching for it, but it gets hit fully by the flash.
Somewhat the same conditioning, but the flash, eventually, because there was no movement, they figured it out. There was no flood in from screens, so the G2 figured it out, but...
You can see how much it means to him.
Dude, I love Scut's energy. Scut's he's so passionate.
It's like a double pendulum. It's literally impossible. Chaotic forces all over the place. But G2, they're going to take a tactical timeout as both teams finally
Dude, what a
reset
good
with
retake.
equal economy.
Amazing flash from Kayak.
A wild situation, and one in which I think the mental of G2 again is
Keep
really
that even
going to
under
get tested here.
Yeah. You thought it was tested before. This is a completely different scenario.
They're going to play Haven, and Kami's going to send trucks to Gen G. Gen G's not even playing. They're already back home.
And they want to take it all the way home. They want to be the team that carves out that path, that lower bracket run that is so damn legendary, and deny G2 their own chance of redemption.
Yeah, both of these squads dropped into the lower bracket right at the
11-10.
Both #1 seeds from their regions, the last representatives of Americas and EMEA, and both with players that are searching for records to be broken. Jorg looking to be the second ever player to win a Masters and a Champs. People on Fnatic, I mean, Chronicle, top of the scoreboard. If he's able to win this tournament, it'll be his 4th trophy.
2015, damn.
And then on the other side of things, people looking for redemption like Crashies, playing against his region, trying to eliminate them, and 2 rounds away from doing so.
Jam-packed is the matchup. Alongside that history, Kayak. They crash away, won't be punished. With the fault line expended there from G2. Chronicle.
Yeah, but I think, again, for G2's attack, it is just kind of how Fnatic's conditioned them as well. Like G2, their most success has been Deathball. Well, speaking of that, what a setup. Flash, so the Prowler can't get broken early. Prowler and immediate swing.
He's backed up to cover vents, so
it's crazy.
It's actually just Alpha isolated here, trying to force the fight into Leaf.
This fight's happening on both sides of things here with the Boombot.
Okay, you know he's close.
Deep push,
but they don't know that it's 2.
Hyperextended now.
Fnatic actually takes it slow though because of this. They just circled it. The caster circled it as well. But Crash's position allows Fnatic to actually back out instead of trying to go for a peek. You know that one guy's still there?
Cherry on top.
Yeah, he's
Kayak just wanted to check how many are there. He wanted more information. They don't know about Crash's position though. That's rough.
It's a wild off angle, that one.
30 seconds left. B main control still there for Fnatic. They have a beautiful.
You know the fault line's coming in. Kayak actually got caught on that, I think. Huge Nightfall. Massive Nightfall. He's still waiting for one more. Another off angle. Kayak, are you gonna go for this? It's 3v. Okay. 3v4. Oh, the flash! One of the greatest Euro flashes of all time. Holy. Holy. One of the greatest.
We have been talking so much about
one of the greatest Euro flashes of all time. 아, 농관전님 안녕하세요. 아니 왜 3곽을 원하시는 거죠? 굳이 3곽 안 가도 될 것 같은데. Dude, Kayak's Euro flashes have been good in the last. Oh, he's getting pumped up too. It's actually happening. Ooh, the Korean cast. All right, thank you, Froster. 자, 이제 프나틱 매치 포인트입니다. 이게 카약이 또 다시 살아나면서 이거 마무리할 수 있을지 굉장히 공격적으로 나오는데요. 그러니까 미드를 빠르게 안 미니까 그럼 너네 미드 어차피 다시 원하잖아. 이러면서 지금 밀고 나와서 카약을 아예 줍니다. 카약 또 카약 키바인드가 어떻게 되는지 궁금한데요. 매번 이거 약간 TP를 타야 될 때, 순간이동 타야 될 때 칼을 들긴 하는데 자 일단 안전하게 남았고요. 프나틱이 템포를 이제는 늦춰도 좋아요. 다시 한번 각폭으로 자 B쪽에서 밀고 A쪽도 확인. G2가 아주 정신 나가게 흔듭니다. 지금 여기 다시 먹었죠. 요루가 여기 있다가 미드에 있다가 또 다시 A로. 이거 발린이 이겨야 돼요. 이거는 발린이 여기서 이기지 못하면 게임 끝납니다. 카약 뒤에 커버 없는데? 카약이 그러면 이제 카약 때문에 또 신경 쓰이거든요. 이거 양각이에요. 헤븐 걸렸고 보스터가 지금 스크린 쪽에서 카약은 안전하게 자 일단 텔 타고 들어갔어요. 이러면 프나틱 리셋 5대3 5대3 리테이크 하면 됩니다. 자 지금 궁극기 나왔어요. 지진강타 이거 하나 믿고 조나피를 믿고 자 헤븐에 한 명 헤븐으로 보낼 것이냐 스크린으로 보낼 것이냐 스크린 보내고 밀고 나가요. 한 명밖에 안 맞았거든요. 지금 갇혔어요. 아직 못 나갔습니다. 조나피 이거 다시 뒤로 다 밀어야 될 것 같은데 왜냐면 지금 아무도 안 온다는 거는 지금 다 헤븐에 갇혀 있다는 거거든요. 프나틱 시간이 없습니다. 프나틱 세팅 다시 하고 자 귀포를 기체로 한 명 확인하고선 조나피 자리 확인했어요. 이거는 막을 수가 없어요. 지금 유틸이 없거든요. 이러면 프나틱 2대0으로 이기고 맙니다. GG. Holy. Dude, even there, they wait until their cooldowns are back and their util is all perfect. They wait because they know G2 has to push out. It's like so weird because like sometimes it's so good. It's such a good idea for them to wait. And sometimes Fnatic, it's also their executes are so good. It's just sometimes it leads to melons if they don't get the fights they want. But what a match. Dude, honestly, you gotta feel for G2. Because G2's probably looking at this and thinking they should have won both maps. Honestly, G2 probably feels like they should have won both maps. I think G2 had the better prep for the most part, honestly. But well played from Fnatic. I think this is one. It's not like we were so close. I think this is a downer game for G2. I feel for the boys. I feel for G2. Kind of wild it wasn't 2-1, yeah. Oh no, what are they doing? What are they doing? Oh my god, what are they doing? G2. Oh, Chronicle? Dude, Chronicle's been going hard on the celebrations.
They've slain the best prospects.
Oh my god.
And now the best Chinese team could be next.
Damn. Yo, Gemini, Chobra, I just saw your boy RB was signed by Nongshim. Hell yeah. But chat, I always say every time someone brings up RB is exciting, but the coaching side, Sungmin, that's the big one. Nongshim's running it backstage too, baby. There has been a lot of 2-0s, but honestly, it actually hasn't felt like that. We've had so many fun games that I don't feel like it's been complete just like stomps all the way. It doesn't feel like it's been two, because they weren't stomps. So even though they're not 2-1s, I feel like we've had some great games. Send only be. Oh, what are we now building up the ammo for the America's Weakest Region narrative? Chat, YouTube chat.
Chronicle, what a game.
Let's send it down to the stage. Yinsu is standing by for the Verizon post-match interview.
Now, if you didn't know his name before, you better remember this guy right here, Kayak.
Dude, I love it. Dude, Kayak.
I have to pull you over real quick and ask you.
He wakes up.
How are you showing
big impact rounds
on this stage? You've never even been here before. I can't even count the amount of rounds you won for your team. How does that feel?
Yeah, to be honest, I had 2 Thanoses today, Alpha and Kron. So thanks them for carrying through the Lotus and split attack side, because I think they were amazing today. And you know, so I decided that I want to do something also. So I just had some insane rounds. So.
Good interview.
Not the best game, but had some insane rounds. So
I don't think anyone's going to forget some of those insane rounds you spoke about. Now, like I said, you've never been to a global event before. What's it been like? How's the stage? Are you enjoying yourself?
I think the stage is amazing. I think the fans are the best part of this, because like you can hear them through the headphones and stuff. So thank you guys, because you are all amazing and we can hear you. And so far the tournament is amazing also.
We got any Kayak fans? Yeah. Oh, they love you. How does that feel? This
that was
is
good.
new,
That
right?
was good from Yinsu.
Yeah, of course. Compared to the EMEA stage, this is definitely like bigger feeling and better feeling. So.
All right, well, I hope we see you continue to pop up. I'm going to return you to your fans. They seem very excited here. Come with me, come with me. First of all, Boaster, very cute sign. Very cute sign. Can you just turn around for 2 seconds? What do you think about that over there?
That might be the most beautiful thing I've ever seen in my life.
Well, come over. I think you need to sign this. You need to sign this.
That's amazing.
Most beautiful thing he's ever seen in his life.
Yinsu emphasizes that.
To tell us and explain to us, and also give your fans an apology for
Brashies.
those rounds.
Oh yeah,
He signed it Brashies.
And the 1v3 as well. What am I doing? Spraying him, man.
He knows.
Yeah,
He knows he should have tapped.
I swear we didn't want it to go that way either. It just happens. It just happens.
It did indeed. Now, Kayak, we just had a chat with him over there. He was very humble, talking about how he got carried by the boys a little bit, so he wanted to show his skills. What's it like to have a player
So we get the
that
Masters
steps
Tokyo
up
Grand Finals that
the
never
way
was.
that he did in
Actually
those
true.
moments?
Actually true.
Especially in the later half of that
If
round,
Fnatic
the
beats
amount of
Wolves.
saves that he did for us when I
Because
did
Wolves
the
are
Astro,
fated
he
to
comes
get
through it, gets a 3K in that
third
B
place
round
'cause of
there,
Heretics.
flashing through it. It's just really nice. Like I said, if you want to win an event, everyone needs to have moments where they can step up, and it seems like the boys are really putting in the work and showing that.
I think that's big for
can win an
Kayak.
event.
I think that's a good thing, Boaster, because he admitted, we talked about Kayak was slow today, and the fact that he can get those massive rounds towards the end.
Haremski. 1, 2, 3. Haremski!
Like, that's huge. That's a growing moment for Kayak. That's a growing moment for Kayak.
As you know, for the next round, you're going to be playing against Wolves. Now, Sufat BB has spoken extensively about how much he looks up to you. Would you like to send him a message ahead of tomorrow's match?
Sufat BB, 大比老师,
Ooh.
会来, you better be 准备好了吗?
All right, thank you very much, Boaster. You're going to see them again tomorrow. One more time.
I think he said you better be ready, right? At the end. I don't know what he said in the beginning. His Chinese sounds pretty good, though, as someone who doesn't speak Chinese. I know he works on it for sure. Big Teacher Boaster is coming. You ready? Oh, that's sick. That's apparently what it translates to, simply put. That's sick. That's sick.
A great tournament. Had some ups, had some downs. This is a phenomenal squad, without a doubt, Kukuka.
Dude, what a game, though.
I really do believe this is a team that's so consistently good.
I do want to say this.
Absolutely.
Obviously, everyone still deserves their applause, even on G2, I think. But despite what they sometimes looked like, especially with Teo, etc., I hope Trent gets his respect. I think Trent really, proved why he was automatically in top 5 for everybody.
Incredible game. Unreal. My man, like you don't miss. So how do I learn from you? How can I learn some lessons? You know, some aim training because you're just the god out there.
Dude,
right?
Alpha.
It's just and I just don't have that.
Alpha's been killing it this tournament. Alpha's been killing it. I like these. I like that they're doing the player guests again at the
How
end.
does it feel to win with this team up there? The struggles that you guys have gone through, and also how so many people favor G2 coming into this game, and yet you guys managed to shut them down.
That's a lie. We were all with. Well, they were.
They were.
I mean,
with
on
you
this
guys.
tournament, somehow we were underdog because everyone was like cheering for Genji when we play against them. Everyone says like Fnatic 07 because they think we're gonna eliminate it and stuff.
So is this going to be the same as Lock-in? Is what
yeah,
you're saying?
probably. Like
Fnatic,
no one trust us,
all these doubters, man.
like commons, but we are the team right now. We eliminate 2 teams.
Yeah.
Yeah. Every team from Americas was eliminated by an EMEA team.
Yes.
We're winning.
Right.
We're winning. In my books, we are winning.
I mean, what a great showing for EMEA, without a doubt, because, you know, it has been an up and down journey for the EMEA region.
What a
in these
game.
global events.
What a
But this
game,
one,
chat.
Fnatic feels like you guys are coming out with a lot of firepower. What do you attribute that to?
I think about the firepower, our team is the strongest on other teams. I think our aims is better than all the teams, I believe.
Yeah.
It's just in the
I mean, the way
moment, if
Alpha's
you have
playing
good
right now.
communication and if you have like good atmosphere in the
Alpha
team,
Kayak,
no
the
one comes to step
consistency
up,
of Crashy's Boaster has leveled up. Not Crashy's Chronicle, sorry. The Boaster has leveled up, and then Crashy in the clutch.
We're not going to see Haven again, but then we see you on the race. We see you on the.
Crashy's went to the winning side, yeah.
Insane.
I think a more apt translation would be Daddy's about to run a masterclass. Be prepared. That does sound more like Boaster.
It's just like on Haven I have a bit struggling right now because I think it's like a snowball effect. If I start good, I will like drop 40, and if I start bad, I'm gonna drop like 10. And that's
Kron
what's happening
feels
right now.
like he's back
And
in
if
also
you play
that form
Haven
as well.
again
Not that he
tomorrow,
ever
and if
wavered,
you-
but
He won't, most likely. I'm
like,
just telling you because
he's having that impact that he had on Gambit when he first joined Fnatic.
I'll walk you through everything. I got you.
Okay, let's say we play Haven tomorrow, and if we win Haven, I think we're gonna fix Haven as well. We just need 1 win on Haven on official, then we will be fine.
Do you feel like?
Yeah.
I actually, if they can,
Because you've been in this
well,
team
their
for such a long
sunset.
time.
They're
And
not talking
obviously
about it. Their
recency
sunset
bias,
is the
I'm
big
sure, but
question.
You've seen the ups and the downs.
Especially
And
because
you guys
if
talk
they make it
about
all the way,
team
it's Paper
culture a
X.
lot. Do you
Paper
feel
X
like
will
that
just
is it?
eat
That's the
anybody
whole
alive
reason
on
why,
Sunset and
obviously
Pro.
the aim's
Although
crazy,
that
but
could
you
also
guys
just
are
be
fine.
the
You guys
counter argument
just have
of like
fun out
those are
there.
Paper X's good maps anyway.
23 and 25 Fnatic is just like on 23. I'm not gonna lie, but everyone was in the peak form, so players was better. But with 25 Fnatic, I think the atmosphere, like, is so good.
Yeah, they both ban Haven, but
I prefer atmosphere. We can find good players.
I mean, for WOLs, obviously it's both bans. But let's say you go to the grand finals, Paper X probably bans.
What has been like your biggest learning throughout this event? Because
Haven
you know,
and
every first seed started off with a loss, things not working out. So
I think you banned the
had some
Ascent.
expectations when you came into the tournament, and you've
If
been
you're
preparing some
Haven.
things. But I assume there's been also some changes from that moment on to today. So what has been the biggest change, or the thing that you've learned the most from?
To be honest,
I think you probably
as a
banned the
team, we didn't have
Ascent.
any expectation about
But
this tournament.
then
We just
Fnatic's
came to
like
here to play
okay
and
with
have
it as
fun.
well.
Is that different from other tournaments in the past where you guys do?
If you're
put
Paper X,
expectations on
sorry.
Normally we put expectation on ourselves, but this tournament especially, I don't know why, we just didn't put expectation because we just wanted to came here, play. If we win, we win. If we lose, we lose. And it's going good.
I mean,
gotta
the
say,
Ascent
man,
is a
hey,
big
look,
question. It really depends on if they
people will look
think
at
they
that
can
and be like, oh, you
outshoot
always
them.
wanna win, you always wanna do that.
I
But
think they're not
do
too scared. I think
genuinely believe
actually
that is a healthy
their
mindset to have. Because
Viper
then at
comp
that
can be
point,
really good
whatever
against
comes, the atmosphere is very important.
against
You guys
Fanatics.
continue
Yeah,
to
maybe
build
they
that
wouldn't ban that
rapport with one
actually.
another, and it's really shining on this
No,
stage.
but if it's
It also helps
it's
too when
I
Boaster's
they
doing
might
like a
ban the
million
split.
Fortnite dances. My guys out there looking like
I don't know if they
like
ban
Jonesy.
Icebox.
In any case, though, let's actually take a look at the bracket because we're now down.
Because I
to
think
our
Lotus they'll
final
probably
three.
they'll
Paper
probably
X
be
are
okay to
moving
play.
on to the grand finals, but you guys are going to be playing up against
G2 has lost to
the
top
Wolves
3
coming
teams.
up
True.
Next. This has been
No, I think it was just. I do think G2. I don't think G2 is at that level that we were praising last year. To be fair, I don't think G2 like end of last year, beginning of this year. I don't think G2 is at Bangkok levels. I think they're still going through like adjustment pains and growing pains for sure. And I'm not saying that just because they lost.
And that's why
does that say
I trust
G2?
my team and I trust our BO5 to be honest.
You speak about the BO5, but of course you're
Hello?
coming in through the lower, so if
Graphics?
you get to that grand final, you're going to have to play maps that you do not want to play. How are you feeling about your chances? What do you want to say to Paper X in case you win tomorrow? Are you scared for those bans?
Yeah,
I'm not
think
scared of any
I
ban,
think Split
but
is probably
if
a
you guys forget
likely
the
second
map,
ban for
ban
PRX
normally,
if it's Fnatic.
You will get surprised because the agent I'm playing, oh, he's so good.
Okay, thanks. Can we clip that? Thank you.
You know, man, I've had the pleasure of following your career since the beginning.
Well, no, but even in North America, they showed cracks,
grown up,
right? And I think that mattered a lot. I actually gave them a lot of benefit of the doubt because they made a lower bracket run in Americas for G2. We're talking about G2. I think that, to me, I was like, okay, this is a growing moment for them. They've always grown. They've always grown a lot from losses. So I thought, I gave them a lot of credit for that. But they actually looked very shaky during the playoffs of Americas.
Emotional support dog. You could do everything.
And I think we're continuing to see similar problems, honestly, that we saw during the playoffs, actually.
Lower bracket final. Wolves going up against Fnatic, and the winner will be moving on to Sunday's
Could be Icebox. Yeah, Icebox could be. It depends on, yeah. Because Fnatic's very good on Icebox, too. But that's what I mean. At that point, I don't know if Fnatic, because if you're just assuming you would have lost Pearl Sunset anyway, like, and you'd have to play at least one of them anyway, maybe it's not too bad.
Same time, same place.
What do we think of Fnatic Sunset? I think, honestly, it's not even that I rate Wolves as Sunset high. I just think Fnatic's Sunset looks terrible. All right, chat. GG's. Fun matches, though, still. Fun matches for sure. I mean, Wolves is the biggest positive surprise of this year for sure. And then I would say that for me, chat, I honestly think Spring is like the most pleasant surprise. And I know, again, like I always say, there's been China fans and like Spring fans specifically that have hyped him up before. Like he's, you know, he's put up good numbers on Duelists before, but he struggled so much to switch roles coming into this tournament. Oh my God, chat, did I change my VFL team? I don't think I did. I don't think I did. I didn't. GG. I forgot. I forgot. We all forgot. No, you have to do it before this weekend. It was per stage. Damn, I would have cooked, chat. I would have cooked. Actually, I might not have, because these wouldn't have given... Actually, I might have been screwed because of the points, because I had Ashe low, because I all-in on Kayak. Well, Bang at 8.5 I could have traded. Damn. No, I forgot. The weird, like, couple days break. Totally forgot about it. Oh, well. But yeah, I think Spring... Dude, he's still at second overall. I think Spring was the biggest surprise for me. Dude, 14. Dude, Sufat's been in 50, nearly 50 clutch situations, and he's won 30% of them. It just gets, his percentage has gone down, but overall, because I think he was at like 33 before today, but he won friggin' 3 more. It's crazy, man. There is no advantage. I think they get to pick side first. Like you get to choose the order of the draft. You get to choose if you're banning, if you're picking first or picking last. That's the only advantage you have. So basically, just the normal upper seed advantage for lower finals. Dude, 47 is insane. Dude, out of chat, think about this. Out of 270 rounds, 47 of them, Sufat has had to clutch, and he's won 14 of them. That's like a little less than 1/5 of the rounds that Sufat. Every 5 rounds, every 6 rounds, Sufat BB has to clutch, and he wins 1/3 of them. It's crazy. Crazy, crazy, crazy. Damn. America's players are great though. Verno, Trent, second leave. Let's look at only playoffs. I mean, this is what I wanted to say. I think you gotta still respect Trent. I think this should be a reminder that even on not on Teo individually, he is one of the best players for sure. Alpha though, Alpha rising to the top was not on my bingo. He was always good, but like he's actually doing so much carrying, and that was not on my bingo. And they're leaning into it. They're leaning into it. I was wondering why Champs is regarded higher even though both are international. Yeah, I mean, it's just it's a bigger tournament, and it's like it's the end of the year, right? Riot is still building the whole like year-long season and circuit. So that's just why. It's like why for other games like IEM, for IEM circuits like Katowice is kind of considered bigger. I mean, it is generally bigger too, even though it's the same IEMs, because it's like the end of the IEM circuit, so to speak. Used to be. They're not doing it in Katowice anymore, right? Starting next year or something. Kayak falling off a little bit. All good though. Crashies, a little bit of a quieter game today, but all good. Valen's the biggest Teo merchant. Whoa, 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 whoa. Whoa, whoa, whoa. I feel like PRX will lose. Why do I feel like that? Yeah, because Fnatic's winning this tournament, chat. I've been trying to tell you all. that that's what's happening. It doesn't matter the journey. The journey doesn't matter. What matters is this is happening from the lower bracket. I'm getting my 70 points over this weekend, chat. I'm telling you right now. I'm shooting all the way back up here. Spring will go new. Honestly, Spring has been playing very well. I'm very impressed with him on controller. He's grown into it. Dude, BO5, Wolves. Dude, what a tournament for Wolves, though. The first Chinese team outside of EDG to ever break top 6, let alone top 3. Crazy. Spring used to be a duelist main, I think. Has he played other things before that? I think mostly just duelist, right? Yeah. 123 games of Jet. 84 of Raze. We're just going to forget Fnatic losing to time for like 10 rounds. I mean, chat, the only rounds they lose are to time, chat. They're just a better team. Time is just stronger, but, you know, it's okay. PRX has no stand-up player, it feels like, which is good, because that means if someone is turned off, it does feel like they are less reliant like than in the past, for sure, which I agree is better. It's better for them. CFAT BB has to clutch 2 rounds for every 11 rounds he has played. Yes. And he wins 1/3 of those. It's crazy. Damn, PRX though, from the verge of getting clowned on in Pacific, barely making it out to being upper seed grand finalists. Ooh, if they win, would they be locked in for champs? Yo, Anders with the raid. My condolences, Anders. Rough game. Rough game. Intense moments. Rough match, though. But I did say, I was saying it in stream, I did feel like you guys had the better prep, for sure. Exactly. Yeah, I do think... I think the overall prep was better on G2. Yeah, but the outplays from moments to moments and like the micro plays was crazy. It is what it is. Yeah. GG's though. The only playoff pick'ems I've missed are the 2 Wolves games. Really, Kami? Wow. Yeah, there's no more 100% in the official Riot one. If PRX comes second, they'll have 9. If they come first, they'll be 11 points. I don't think that locks them in, does it? Remind me, does VLR have the points now too, or do I have to go to here we go. You got 10 points. I don't think that locks them in. If you're at 11, that doesn't lock you in. Because Gen G could get... Yeah. No, you have to be, like, way ahead. Because you get a point for every round robin. Actually, I don't even know why I'm, like, trying to calculate it. You're definitely not locked in. Yeah, I forgot. G2's already locked in for champ. So, like, we'll see G2. I think G2 will come back stronger. I think think the kind of shaky weak points that were somewhat seen during playoffs just continue to show up a bit. And, you know, now they have more time to fix that. Wait, why is... Huh? What's missing from Americas? Huh? Oh, they don't show the teams that have 0 points. These also only have 11 each. No. These three also don't have the last teams with 0 points. That's why I was confused. Yeah. Fury and Loud with 0. Like, you have DFM with 0 here. But yeah, so nobody is locked in yet for Pacific. In fact, none of the other regions you can be locked in. But you'd be pretty safe though, right? If you assume that the top teams are still the ones most likely to like get a lot of the points, or especially the top 2 spots, in the stage 2. But I think it does get intense. I think that does mean that like there's a likelihood that even like for instance in Pacific, the finals will still matter, or like the at least the lower finals will still matter a lot. We can hide our knives until champs if we want. Oh, for sure. I think it's huge. I think it's, in fact, it's like, it's not even about like hiding cards or whatever, but it's just like you can now work on your own game only, like with a lot less pressure. I think that's huge for G2. Can you give me a short version of Mat 2 of PRX versus Wolves? And of both Master and Fnatic versus G2? Whoa, you're asking for a lot here. Well, that's a lot of summarizing. It's like, can you give me a short recap of the whole day? It's like, I mean, well, Fnatic versus G2 was just a lot of it. There was a lot. I think there was good back and forth, but Fnatic, the hero plays, the star plays just popped off exactly when they needed to. PRX, what? Map 2 Ascent? This one, I mean, you can see it. The rounds won. I mean, Wolves started to struggle. PRX, I think, came with a good plan against the double sentient attack on Tree. Wolves loves using Tree a lot. They kind of blocked it off, and that was big. Was it a 21st kill? Oh my god. 15-3 on Alpha? Holy. Oh my god, you're right. Absolute first kill diffed. I mean, I said this. I did say this after. It does feel like G2. It does feel like you guys should have won. It does feel like you guys should have won. Yeah, it's not like there were like insane trap plays all the time. Yeah, most of the time it was duels. That's crazy. No, Anders is saying they got first killed so often that they were playing most rounds 4v5 because you're starting with 1 death. That is actually crazy. But yeah, but even without knowing this stat, it did feel like you guys should have won on paper. That's rough. It is what it is. Oh, man. That is crazy, though. 15-3 and a rough game from Jog today. 4-14. 4-14. Yeah, Boaster's been doing pretty well on this front. My MVP Crashies, he's going to win finals MVP, by the way, chat. 0 first deaths as the initiator. What a god. Oh, Lotus alone, this is where it was really... Yeah, because I was about to say on Split, like, we saw Kayak getting picked off several times and things like that. Yeah, it wasn't as skewed. But Lotus... Alpha Year 9-0. Holy. Oh my god. What the hell was happening on NRG? Who knows, man? Yeah, honestly, what is going on with that org? Who knows, man? Dude, Kron plus 14, 96% KSD. 238 yard. Jeez, I missed this. 354. Dude, insane stats from Kron on Lotus. I mean, I know he played well. I didn't realize the stats were this crazy. Oh, you're going to be in person for EWC. Nice. Nice, Anders. 96 KST is pretty impressive. I mean, granted, for controllers, it's generally a bit easier, but you're playing double controller. Damn. Chat, Fnatic's going all the way through. Just telling you right now. Damn, Forsaken with 0.5 assists per round. Wondering where Jonah is. Patman actually also, dude, Forsaken. But he is playing a lot of Omen. Yeah, never mind. Hold on. No. But still, 0.5 is crazy. But he is playing a lot of Omen. Yeah, no. Patman and Jonah are the crazy ones here. 0.4, all initiators. It's crazy. Where's my word Crashies? Oh no. He was busy fragging for so many rounds, chat. That's my cope. Dude, Texture did everything he could, man. Texture did everything he could. 0.94 kills per round is insane. Getting knocked out and holding on to the 1.44 is insane. Sad. I saw Charon post on his Instagram, and he basically it was like a medium length Instagram post, and he just said like, you know, the game is always goes better when you're able to just kind of take a step back and, you know, play with confidence. But once we started losing, like, I started feeling like I had to do more, and there was pressure, and you know, I just wasn't good enough. And it's like, yeah, I mean, I think we saw that, and especially for Charon. I think that was a tough position because he is kind of in that middle role on the team where he's not a rookie, he's not a true veteran, but he kind of has to take on that mantle. I think no one can touch Fnatic. When a team is winning through this significant of a tactical deficit, there isn't really hope of beating them. That is the most Anders thing I have heard. I don't know why that's so funny to me. I mean, I think you're kind of correct. I would mostly agree with you. Obviously, you know, I wouldn't put it in the same words, but you're also like giving respect to the fact they are just blasting away. That's so funny. When a team is winning through this significant tactical deficit, I'm telling you, first team to win a tournament with only 3 proper playable maps. Oh man, Roggy, you have over 180 points in pick'ems? Oh no, it's over. You said it's over. I thought you said, I was like, over 180 points. What the? Does this mean we get to see Fnatic, what Fnatic has cooked up on Pro if they reach Grand Finals? Yeah, we're going to have to. I don't think it's going to be pretty, chat. Just don't get your hopes up. I don't think they're going to win with it, but You think it's Chamber Vice? Ooh, I was thinking they might just do the Chamber Yoru. Oh, unless you mean Chamber Yoru Vice, in which case that could work as well. Yeah, I guess I don't know what else you would play, honestly, as a duelist anyway there. Yeah, I mean, I think so. I would agree. Yeah, if they do that, it has to be Chrono Vice. You wouldn't have anyone else on it. 저도 망했어요. Yeah, my pick'ems are in the dumpster too. But 근데 저는 이제 내일하고 모레 70점을 받을 거거든요. But I'm gonna get 70 points here. So like, peace out, chat. Like, I'm going back up near the top. I think they'd cook with that. I honestly think they can, which is like I do want to see it, but the fact that they're still banning it, man. Oof. I don't know. Okay, but real talk, in terms of players, isn't Fnatic primed to have a good Pearl? Goated Sova, goated Yoru, goated Astra. Kron can flex anything. Alpha can also play any Sentinel. No, yeah. Like, no, this is what Anders and I were talking about the other day as well, is that, like, even on Haven, like, they should be able to actually play a really solid Viper comp. Like, this team, like, has all the tools to play, like, in a lot of different cool meta comps in the current meta. Like, they have the right players for it. But you had Fnatic, PRX, Wolves top 3? That's sick. That's sick. That's sick. Ooh, we're on to BO5. Chat, it does feel like suddenly this tournament's going to be over. It felt like it was actually like going at a nice pace over time, and then now it feels like it's suddenly just going to be over. There's only 2 days left. But it should be good. Fnatic Wolves, and then either a rematch for PRX with Wolves or Fnatic PRX, the faded Masters Tokyo final that never was. Should be good. There's been an awful lot. Yeah, that's what someone was saying, but it's funny because I hadn't really thought about that because it didn't feel like it. A lot of the games were still really good. So it didn't feel like they were 2-0s. Although it is funny, I think the biggest day that we had so far was the day with 2-2-1s. So guess we weren't all that crazy. So yeah. This one, I don't know what to expect. It really just comes down to how much Wolves can bounce back, I think, mentally after today. But, I mean, they bounced back after Swiss, so we'll see if they can do it again. If not, it, like, could be a 3-0. Well, they'll play Sunset. Surely. Even the 2-0s, they were closer, had big moments. Yeah, exactly. We didn't have that many, like, stomps. So I think it actually felt overall pretty good. Pretty tight in terms of the matches. 27th of June is also the day the Squid Games last season is released. What is 27th? Oh, that's when MSI starts. I was like, why does that matter? Welcome back, amigo. Fnatic won. That's right. Maybe, yeah, exactly. Maybe Zelsis needs to go up to CFAT BB and be like, you got this, brother. He's like, do it for Sentinels. And CFAT BB wakes up. Damn, chat. All right. You know what time it is. It's time to grind some PoE, chat. That's what time it is. So for YouTube, I am probably... we'll start up a new stream on YouTube. So for YouTube, if you want to stay and hang out and chat, we're going to be starting up a new stream on YouTube so the VOD just stays separate. That way I don't have to deal with all the titles, etc. So join us over there if you were just here for the watch party on either platform. Thanks for joining. Hope you guys enjoyed it. We'll be back tomorrow with the BO5s. Looking forward to that. This is going to be a Fnatic watch party channel from here on out. So hope you guys enjoyed it. And let's see. Let me just set up the YouTube stream. And for those hanging around, we'll play some PoE. For those who don't know what PoE is, it is a ARPG like Diablo, if you know that game. Very nerdy, but very fun. Ooh, actually let's test it. Well, if we're having some issues with OBS again today, I might end the stream early, but we'll see. There we go. Let's set up. We got the thumbnail, Path of Exile. Also, while we're doing this, Twitch, we're going to run some ads on Twitch, so bear with us here.